Welcome to the Iesf African Qualifiers for Dota 2 in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Waxen, joined by Black, bringing you the final day of action of the region. Starting off with an absolute banger, Black. It's going to be Madagascar versus South Africa. How excited are you for this matchup, Black?
Well, as we said, it's basically the final of the whole South Africa, qualifier. It's going to be super good. Madagascar is fighting with everything they have because they have to. Honestly, South Africa looked amazing yesterday. Of course, in the winners' interview, they weren't cocky or anything, despite my hardest efforts to get it out of them. But I still think they're probably a heavy favorite. What percentage would you give them? 70, 75?
I mean, I would have said 70 before seeing them play yesterday. Maybe now it's like pushing the 85s. I'm gonna be completely transparent with you. I wanted Madagascar to be a horse in this race, but the South Africans, man, they just seem like a team possessed to qualify to the World Championships, and hopefully, the draft might change that and show us a little bit of a something else from their opponents. But as of right now, I'm not too confident in their chances. As Madagascar, it has to face a mountain, and they need to climb it if they want to, dethrone them.
Yeah, a very steep mountain at that, and there won't be any climbing aids, I'm afraid. No grappling hooks, no airplanes, nothing of the shortcut sort. So yeah, it's gonna come down to a very good draft. They need to be comfortable while also making sure that they do not get overrun in the laning phase, because yesterday both games were pretty much over after 5 minutes. You cannot let that happen against South Africa, because then they get into their, we're gonna taunt you all day sort of style. And yeah, it just, I'm sure it feels very bad to play against that when you seemingly know that they're just toying with you, they're playing with the food before they devour it.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, there is something to think about, when you're dominating those matches like that. If you do find someone that pushes you over the limit, Black, if you find yourself in the situation that you haven't really practiced because you're dominating everybody, you might struggle to play those close, very, equal positions in the 40, 50, 60-minute mark. So if Madagascar can maybe take South Africa out of the first 20 minutes, maybe there might be something that they haven't really experienced in the region, right?
Yeah, and we also don't know how good South Africa actually is if they do struggle at the beginning, because both the games that we've seen were pretty one-sided in their favor. So if they struggle a bit in the laning phase, maybe, a 5-6k goal behind by minute 20, who knows how they play from there on out, because there are many teams that are very snowball reliant. We'll see if they're one of them. Or we'll see if they can even get pushed that far.
It's a big if, but that is what makes this Goliath that will be coming up next as we see them in the South African Grand Final, or the equivalent of it, beginning the day off. Will be the first game we have, and later today in the afternoon, after we crown our South African champion, we will be heading for the second matchup between Morocco and Cote d'Ivoire. Black, the Ivory Coast, really wanting to get a game on stream, actually, playing it and hopefully even having a good showing.
Yeah, playing it sounds very, very funny, but it's true, unfortunately, because yesterday they got a tech loss due to, was it internet problems, I believe? So hopefully they won't be plagued today by those. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of pride on the line. I do believe, though, that Egypt is pretty much through already, right?
Yeah. I think that is
so
confirmed as... I'm just checking
Morocco,
right now.
Well, they're fighting for pride then at that point, right? Second place. I think if Morocco wins this game, they're going to be second, right? Yeah. Okay.
If Morocco wins this match,
will finish.
They have... I'm checking the results, and obviously everybody at home, I encourage you to take a look as well. Go on iesf.gg to get all of your Dota 2, Counter-Strike 2 Women, MLBB, and every other title part of the ISF cycle. So as of right now, on the iesf.gg website, Black, we have Egypt won first match versus Ivory Coast, which we knew. Then Morocco losing to Tunisia, Egypt defeating Libya, Tunisia defeating the Ivory Coast, and then Egypt defeating Tunisia. So If Morocco wins, they would be tied for second. Yes, that is more or less
Yeah.
what it seems to me. I think it depends if they drop a map. So if they win 2-0 in that second match of the day, they will be third place, but still not too shabby. Getting a bronze medal to represent your region in this qualifiers will be pretty good. Something to build up for in the future.
Yeah, and we'll also see how they can perform now that all the pressure is basically gone. Because you know the result already, you know what you can or cannot get, and yeah, when you're free, oftentimes you play a lot better than when you're burdened by all these outside factors. It's like, oh, we need to win this game to make this happen, or this needs to happen for that situation. Now there's none of that. They're gonna be completely free, like a bird, and they're gonna hopefully play the best Dota that we've seen.
Free like a bird. I like that, Black. I like the free like a bird analogy. Now let's look at the first series. We saw the highlight on the screen, so let's maybe take a quick look at the players that the two rosters will be fielding today. Both Soup, Depi, Grove, Cuckoo, and Adestam. Adestam, of course, with a great mid laner performance for himself yesterday, both on the Shadowfiend and the Primal Beast in the second game, if you remember, Black. He was one of the players that really impressed me, probably more than anybody else in the South African region. But what about you? Because we saw complete domination from all 5 of their players. Who is the one that you really look forward to seeing on server again today?
I think Soup was just amazing in both of the games.
Yeah, no, that's true.
His Mars was obviously out of this world. His Enigma, I think, had like 10 kills at minute 9. It's also pretty ridiculous. But as you said, I think South Africa doesn't really have a single star performer. They're a very well-rounded team. They have a good draft to back them up. And just overall, they seem to have a lot of fun. Whenever somebody makes a mistake, they all tip that guy. They're like, haha, you suck.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it was.
internally, they definitely seem to be good friends, which is very important in a team.
I think so too. I think that's very nice. Spending time with your teammates both on and off the server is something that can make your team closer and closer. And usually in traditional sports, Black, that's something a luxury we don't normally have because players play for the clubs, and then when they gather up for the nation teams, it's just for a few days or for a few weeks every single season. So when you're playing online esports, it's a bit different, right? You've got the capacity of practicing and running pubs with your friends and teammates a lot more than traveling across the globe to play, for example, rugby in person. But with that being said, let's now take a look at their opponents and the team that will try to pull the upset. It is going to be Madagascar, Zodi, Lord Grim, Limule, Kion, and Lepan. And it's so harsh from me, I have to admit, to say that they are the obvious underdogs, because the one time we had them on stream, they played some beautiful Dota.
Yeah, and the first game they played, they were probably just warming up a little bit. They were struggling here and there, but in the second game, very convincing, made it look pretty easy, almost as easy as South Africa made it look yesterday. So that's why we say there's a chance for this to be super, super exciting, right? Because Madagascar might just overplay their limits completely, make it a very close game, maybe even beat South Africa. It's going to be exciting to see because their drafts were good, pretty well rounded, while they seemed very comfortable still, which is very important. Because not every team and every player is very comfortable with the current meta, and the heroes that are good, right? But Madagascar doesn't seem to have the problem.
Yeah, and looking at what they ran last time, we spoke about the Mars from Soup. Madagascar also played the Mars in their first game versus Namibia, winning that, of course, very successfully. They also ran the Timbersaw, the Ursa, which is one of the favorites in the current patch as well. But they also went for something a bit out of the pocket, right? They played the Windranger mid and the Invoker mid, something that we haven't seen that much from this region. And that was only on the matchup that we had here on stream for us. Now, looking at some of their drafts off here, they really like playing this Rubik, and I've noticed a lot of teams are running this Rubik. What are your thoughts on the hero currently, Black? And do you like his new facets?
I think Rubik is actually very strong. Also, in big part due to his innate ability, the fact that he used to be very squishy against spell damage as well, but now he just passively has 50% spell damage reduction at minute 20 just by leveling his passive skill, which is it's kind of insane. Honestly, I can't believe it actually got buffed. almost 1% per percent of spell amp. It's kind of crazy. Like you literally just max your passive, which is 26% spell amp, you get like 20% magic resistance for free. It's super strong, and you're not squishy anymore at all. Like one of these cast summits jumps you, and you're like, all right, now what? You can kill me. I'm just gonna steal your spell and throw it back to you and do like way more damage than you do to me. Hero is very strong right now. Good laner, instant disable, something a lot of heroes want but don't have. He has a repositioning ability for his teammates as well, which can act as a save. I think it's a very, very strong hero right now.
So I have to agree, 100%. And I want to see it being played more and more, as it's also quite good. A lot of his, counterparts, the supports that are in the meta, they're quite good, targets to steal spells from. We've got the stuff like the Disruptor or the Shadow Demon, even the likes of the Shadow Shaman, right? You can get for sure the Shackles every single time because it's a channel spell. Even the Enigma being such a potent hero currently, the highest win rate in pubs, 58%. If you got a Rubik, well, this kind of changes the dynamic of the matchup as we historically know.
Yeah. And on top of that, his facets are pretty damn strong as well, especially the one that lowers mana costs of stolen spells by up to 60%. You literally steal a spell that has increased range, increased damage because of your passive, and costs like 40 to 60% less mana. It's ridiculous. Like you cast a Dragon Slave for like 70 mana, and Lina is like, oh, well, I wish I was you right now. The fact that they just introduced such a strong facet to a hero that already, in my opinion, was very strong. Like his base stats are insane. Why does he have 5 armor level 1 and like over 50 base damage? His stats gain is good. Overall, the hero is just very, very strong.
Right now, we're looking on screen at tomorrow's matches, which I believe will be from a different game. I'm going to go on a limb and predict this. What game do you think we're going to be showing tomorrow? I know we see the Dota 2 in the bottom left corner black, but what game title do you think our lovely audience will get to see tomorrow on stream? Do you feel it's going to be MLBB or MLBB Women maybe?
So 2 hours. Let me see. 2 hours in between. So it definitely is not Dota. Counter-Strike is also longer. So it could be PUBG Mobile or MLBB. One of the two. I don't know which one fits the criteria, though. I think they're both relatively short.
Let me check the matchups. So tomorrow, MLBB does begin, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to watch the MLBB matchups tomorrow, I believe the 16th to the 18th of June is the North African region. At the same time, of course, the South Africa region. So I recognize some of these names. Madagascar and Namibia will get the rematch from the Dota 2 that they had yesterday. So will Namibia and Republic of South Africa. So very interesting to see how these federations are actually going to, try to get to one up each other. If we lost for Dota, fine, we'll get you back on a different esport title.
Yeah, and just to confirm, it is the MLBB schedule that we're seeing here right now. So yeah, lots of matches coming up tomorrow. If you're a fan of MOBAs, MLBB is also right up your avenue.
It's a MOBA, right? Like you said, but it's on mobile, and we remember last year how much fun it was to see, of course, the lovely casters and all of the teams compete. And we had the MOBA stage at the World Esports Championships, and I'm quite curious to see how this region will fare, as they are doing much better internationally, I believe, in MLBB than they are in Dota, right? So we honestly keep on talking and coming back to the fact that the North and South African regions are not shining as much in Tier 1 Dota as we hope for them to. But you've said it plenty of times, Black, over the last several days. The Iesf is a great path for the teams to shine and make the next steps, like the Mongolian players from last year. We got ESC, 423s, and Sanctity, 3 of the 5 champions now being in Tier 2, Tier 1 teams in Dota 2. So hopefully this is going to continue growing as the years progress. And, the more seasons you play, the more reps you get in, the better you are. Just like going to the gym.
That's right. Gym work, repetition work, just like anything in life, right? Like if you do it more often, in a more intense way every time, you're gonna become better and better, 100%. But in order to do that, you need extra to those, to the high quality. Like if you stop before the last 2 reps where it's really painful, you're not gonna get.
You lose all of it.
You're gonna get some, won't get the max difficulty.
As I believe, Black.
Fully loading into the game. Yes. What's up, Mr. Waxen, sir?
I believe we're heading into the draft, and it's gonna come to us in a second. And I'm keen to see who's getting first pick, right? Oh, first pick and last pick. I've been saying that I personally prefer having overall last pick in the current captain's mode style. But what are your thoughts on this? Do you want to still be able to get your favorite hero first?
I mean, I'm the kind of guy that usually got his hero last pick, so I've always been a big fan of perfect matchups as a last pick. But I think it's very team dependent. Team strong at formulating a strong strategy before that last pick, whereas other teams, like Spirit, for example, they're not reliant on the second pick. But you give Yarning hero, you can be assured that he will almost always win you that game. You know, if he has a perfect matchup against all the other 5 heroes, which very rarely ever happens in Dota nowadays because so many heroes cover so many bases. But if there's a chance, players like him will do it. So for teams like Spirit, second pick is a very viable option.
And we already get on the way with the bans. The Phoenix, the Witch Doctor, the Clockwork, the Dark Willow, the Tiny, and the Shadow Demon. Madagascar not hesitating almost at all to just get it out of their system. A lot of support. Well, basically exclusively support for Madagascar, plus the Dark Willow from South Africa. So that's going to limit a lot of the tier 1 current meta picks you can go for your 4 or 5.
Yeah, lots of teams focus a lot on supports in their first phases, which is very interesting. Nobody really cares about cores much anymore. Say that there's SF is banned already. Mars first pick. All right. Well, they don't want to have a Soup Mars anymore after seeing that yesterday. So they just snatch it. I mean, Mars is a very strong hero. Great team fight, great laning. No, the hero is pretty strong.
Treant Protector! Oh, okay. I mean, I've been saying that this hero is so good, and we've seen it twice, I believe, on stream the last couple of days. Once when it lost in a horrible fashion, and another time when it did quite good, dominating the lane and converting, getting a lot of heal and using the overgrowth. I feel like this hero is actually kind of overrated right now. Personally, as a support myself, I feel like it's not good. But I guess Madagascar feels like, oh, everything else that's good is out of the patch, so we might out of the draft, so we might as well get Treant here.
Yes and no. I don't know, to be honest, about Treant too much. As you said, I don't really see him a whole lot, so I can't really gauge how he is. Yesterday, though, he performed really well. Had some nice rotations. I mean, his laning got buffed quite significantly, I believe, in the latest patches, with Nature's Grasp and Leech Seed being buffed very significantly. I mean, level 1, it's 100 AoE and 100 damage on a single target. That's pretty crazy when both of you hit 100. So laning phase, something they want to secure, and they're picking for that again. Treant Protector and Weaver, very strong for the early game. They ran carry Weaver yesterday, but I'm sure they also have a support Weaver up their sleeve.
Weaver's also quite good at dealing with this Mars, right, Black? I think range carry, if he's a carry, the Mars can last it and is not going to get ultra harassed, but he's not going to have the best of time. As what is this answer? Madagascar coming in with the Invoker. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to update everybody at home. Don't be confused. There have not been any international transfers made. As of right now, we've got the completely updated, and the team fight is coming in droves from South Africa, Black. We've got the Arena, the Thunderstorm, and the Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptor, with heroes. It's a very strong support. Laning phase, honestly, is not that bad anymore, with the Thunderstrike being bad. And of course, Glimpse is still one of the most broken abilities in all of Dota. But right now, South Africa is not super scared, right? Like, they don't need to run away from the Madagascar team just yet. So Disruptor is only really good if they have to run away from you, or if you have a massive combo, which they do have combo potential for us. It's really good against Weaver anyways, so it's a very strong pick. It's a little bit abusable, though, by a strong offlane duo.
And you know what else is still available, Black? The one hero that we talked about, the Rubik! And Rubik is great versus Disruptor, Invoker, and Mars.
It is. I don't know if they want to pick it, or if they want to open of Weaver, being able to flex to 4. Because they do have the last pick, so what Gen teams do, they pick like flex heroes, and on the last pick, whatever is the best position for each hero.
And now it's gonna be actually the very similar lineup. I believe this is what Madagascar defeated Namibia with in their first series. The Invoker and Mars were definitely there. I think the Disruptor was banned and they didn't have it. I'm just checking right now before I misinform our audience. Yeah, so in that first game they won. They had Invoker, Mars, and the Rubik, not the Disruptor. So they deliberately went for Disruptor this time around. As South Africa says, you know what? You want to fight? We're gonna get the slaughter. We're gonna reduce your armor. We're gonna have a bit of an AOE stun and. Slaughter is great because he pairs up very nicely with Weaver. The physical damage on the side of South Africa is going to be melting through some of the Madagascar heroes.
Yeah, if they really want to, there's still a TA in the pool as well. We know that they can play a very beastly TA as well, but that might be a little bit too all in here, like partner and really ruin everything. So more balance would be nice as well. Something like a Storm. Void's bad. Okay, we spoke about him.
Wow.
The lowest win rates, but he's still a very potent hero.
I think so too.
Plenty of people play him very well. He's good against Disruptor, of course. Can always dodge the glimpse, especially against Invoker as well.
And I think with the amplified damage from the corrosive haze of the Slaughter, that's going to make it really, really easy for him to just burst these backliners. And then in the mid game, even the Invoker.
Invoker. I mean, Mars Invoker is very strong together. Of course, the Spear into Sunstrike combo, and one of the obvious combos there is, pretty much can kill any hero on the map. Well, actually, that's not true anymore. Maybe 5 years ago, they could kill any hero on the map. Nowadays, every hero is so tanky. Literally, they're so tanky. Like that Weaver, if he's a support, he's going to end up having like 2,000 health at minute 20, and they'll try to kill him, and he's like, nope, I'm going to time-lapse, and I'm full HP again.
I was playing Windranger the other day, and I went for like a really greedy position 4 build, like trying to deal some damage. I couldn't kill anybody. And I had like I had like a Dragon Lance, I had like a Gleipnir, and I was building towards my Axe. I was not killing anybody with the focus fire. So I understand what you're saying, that heroes are so tanky, and one of the aspects is probably the Eternal Shroud. Everybody has the Eternal Shroud, including the Weaver. Like I've seen Weaver Eternal Shroud. We talked about the Storm Spirit Eternal Shroud. It's just this kind of broken item that you mentioned reminds you of the Wraith Pack from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's ridiculous that it didn't get nerfed more. But maybe we'll see or completely remove it, like Necronomicon a while back. CK though, okay, so CK is a very common Slaughter, just incredible in the lane again. Mid-late game, Slaughter can't really do anything to Chaos Knight. Void Spirit is okay, but not the greatest, and this pretty much confirms that Weaver should probably be a post 4, because they need something that actually has some sort of AoE clearance. Sven could be really good at this game.
They're afraid of the Phantom Lancer, Black. Ooh, I mean, we saw the PL yesterday when we were rewatching the grand final from last year together here for all of the viewers, and I think you're right. Banning the Sven is... You got to do it here. I don't think you can risk allowing South Africa to play this Sven here. He will have even more armor for his side, whereas you already talked about the physical damage that is going to come in from the South Africans. But Madagascar right now, they also need, I assume, what's going to be another support. The Rubik is still available in the pool for themselves.
Yeah, Rubik is good. What else is there? I mean, I could go a little bit outside of the box, pick some Lion potentially. Well, it's not really outside of the box, but I mean,
A Shadow Shaman, maybe? Oh,
Shadow Shot or
I
how
got one. I got
about a nice Venomancer?
They played the Veno. So on the first series they had on stream for us, it was the Invoker Mars Veno. I would like the Veno a lot here. The only problem is he dies very early to the 3 cores, potential cores from the side of South Africa. And if he does get jump in and doesn't pop the Noxious Plague, the hero is kind of useless, right?
Yeah, I actually want to see a Medusa from some. I think would complement the lineup. It deals with Chaos Knight super easily. They burst damage to really kill her. They have Slide her dash. Medusa lane is insane. They have 3 to drag out the game for Medusa. I think would be a perfect pick here. I don't know if they're because it's not the fastest before. So if they want to have speed, some Roll could be really good. Something like a Sven could be really good.
What about
We'll have to
Black?
see.
What do you, let me know if I'm cooking with this one. What do you think about the Madagascar Knicks? Oh, never mind.
Ogre again.
Ogre
Huh?
Magic is, yeah.
I mean, I'm not the biggest Ogre fan. I don't really have any comments on him. He's whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't think Ogre is strong. Is the issue.
I really thought this this Knicks might have been a good pick here, right? Just having the the extra stun, a bit of an extra presence. You got the Vendetta to go in the back line, maybe punish this Weaver. You also obviously are dealing very well with a lot of with a lot of the burst jumping in the backline. You just pop your Spike Carapace and you stun them, you slow down this Slardar, Weaver, Void Spirit, which is going to be a very fast tempo lineup. But in the end, like you said, the Ogre, which we've seen multiple times this week, and it's fell flat every single time. But to complete their draft, it's not going to be the Sven, it's going to be the Troll for the side of South Africa.
Yeah, Troll, Dusa, or Sven were the 3 heroes I was thinking about. Mostly because Troll causes a lot of problems for Chaos Knight. Like his illusions all have mischance. 60% mischance is quite noticeable, obviously. You can build into Battle Fury, you can build into Maelstrom, and Troll makes more sense for the team as well because they do love a quick Dota game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do.
They don't like to farm and sit back. So yeah, it makes sense. He can push very fast. He can super fast with Slardar Troll and Weaver as well. I like the lineup a lot more well-rounded. The Madagascar Ogre pick is really not doing it.
Who knows? Maybe there's a game plan. Maybe there's a way that we will get to see an Ogre just completely turn this Chaos Knight into an attack speed machine, and then CK gets on top of the support, breaks the Weaver, stuns the Void Spirit, gets on top of him with a Reality Rift, and that might be what it Madagascar is trying to achieve here, as it's going to be quite a dynamic interaction between these two playstyles. We've got the whole potential of a team fight from the Madagascar side and a fast tempo lineup from South Africa. But with that being said, Black, who do you take in this game number 1 based on picks?
I'm going to go with South Africa because the CK has been dealt with 2 heroes. Like, if you're a CK, you cannot pop your ult before Overgrowth, otherwise you're going to be completely useless. And even if you pop ult, you'll still get 50%. So until late game with Thorn, it's going to be like it's basically halved. And yeah, as I said, I really like the laning prowess as well from South Africa. Of course, yeah, fumble those lanes, but South Africa is looking prime to take this first game.
And we see the quick smoke up already from the South African squad. Nothing from Madagascar, realizing they don't want to fight. Invoker level 1 is not the best hero to get involved with that, as Lord Grim will actually break Grove's smoke up in the top riverside.
There's an observer ward, they see it. So there's this trick that if you click on a hero. Oh,
yep.
Okay. If you click on the player, it will put the inventory. So So it's a nice little way to check. But of course, if they're super smart, they'll board and you'll be like, "Ha, he placed it," but he actually didn't.
Grove baiting out, I guess, so you could say a couple of tower hits from the tier 1 mid.
Oh, easy ward. We're gonna see it first, but oh, we gotta be careful. These 3 hit
Nice connection. The Leech Seed does a lot of work level 1 nowadays, and Keon completely caught overstepped by the Whirling Axis, who deals so much slow to a bootless hero, which is, of course, nobody has boots at minute 0. South Africa already getting away with the first blood.
And you see boots, but that's game now. Chaos hit. Ogre man, not the same either, to be honest. So I expect Slot farm very nicely. Mid lane is a 5 lane, very even lane. I foresee a couple of problems for the Radiant side. Troll should be free farming here. I wonder if he's gonna go into the Battle Fury or the Melt for very viable, of course.
Very slow. I'm expecting a slow start from the side of Madagascar, as I don't think they want to get involved in the mechanical prowess of trading lanes and last hits with the Dire side. But maybe this top lane, Mars plus the Disruptor might have some kill potential.
Yeah, the lane itself isn't super, so I think they just want to sustain Mars until he gets level 6. But yeah, we'll have top lane. It should be very hard on paper.
This Invoker mid is very confident.
Yeah. Another remnants. If that connects with a couple mechs.
And catching him with the remnant of right clicks might do the job. Lord Grim, ooh, turns around with the cold snap and starts right clicking away. But Invoker versus Void Spirit, how do you normally see this matchup go, Black?
It's a very even matchup. 5 will just be farming. Nobody should really die unless you misstep quite severely. So yeah, just trade farm there. Bot lane is actually in a lot of trouble. Okay.
You have a Slithering Crush coming in.
And gone.
Oh.
You really gotta be careful, because he had beetles on him the entire time. 10 seconds, and obviously that minus armor really stacks up, even if you are an ogre.
We are getting another attempt, I believe this time on top, and it's gonna be Keon trying to punish Cuckoo. Deepeye turning around with some damage, but Lapan falls down bottom. Zodi was just TPing into lane, and he gets punished by Grove and Soup. And it's the physical damage oppressing this Chaos Knight.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with Ogre, really. He doesn't have a whole lot of support in the lane. He's a decent hero, but he's just no, he's no treant. He's very average. Yeah, this game is definitely not, convincing me otherwise of what I thought already about it.
3-0, already not the best look for Madagascar, but at least they're not doing as bad in the last hit department that we've seen previously in the mid. Still level 4 for both of the Void Spirit and the Invoker as well. So we've seen teams look worse against South Africa at this moment in time.
Yeah, they're definitely holding their own. They're completely crushed. Although 2K lead is, it's quite strong already. Lapin again, but Ash Prime though, so no problem there. I really don't know what they thought when they picked the CK, because usually you want to pick CK at lane, but with an Ogre you can't really. Mid lane is rough CS wise. Ooh, Expecting a Weaver to be middle. Remnant misses though. So no kill opportunity there.
Good escape at least from Lord Grim, and now we will have the Disruptor actually connecting with the Thunderstrike onto both of them, sorry, and now Cuckoo turns around with a Leech Seed and Deepeye with the right clicks. It's not looking great, but at least Mars hasn't died more than once yet.
Yeah, the SY he's grenaded up. Do they want to dive? Probably not. Strike.
Oh.
The mark. Tried to even spear him back in, but didn't work. Low a little bit, Lapin as well. 100 damage to kill him though. Yeah, I don't really have any region left for him. Last Tangra I have. Kion also falling. It's yeah, I mean we expected this, right? Super difficult lane.
Including like this bottom lane, I gotta say, Lapad is having like an awful time on this Chaos Knight again, forced to go back, doesn't have a salve, will have to make the walk of shame all the way to base. It's only 4-0, but now the top 3 last hit heroes are the Dire side cores, including this phenomenal Void Spirit with 35 last hits to only the 21 of the Invoker.
Yeah, matchup is generally a little different than that. So obviously we have seen him yesterday as well on his Primal and his SF, I believe. So he's a very skillful player.
If he's mid, Lord Grim and Lemuel trying to turn around, but they're jumping into the top of them. Adastarm going in, already level 6, uses both the Resonant Pulse to get the first kill on the Invoker. Now Lemuel, you might have TP to try to save your mid laner, but only end up dying to the Weaver, who is also, by the way, Grove 3-0-2, involved in 5 out of the 6 kills that South Africa has already.
Yeah. Like, they held off the Rampage a little bit. But, you know, it's getting closer and closer to some sort of scenario. Cuckoo not being able to steal the rune. Oh, Invoke actually TPs in to try to kill him.
This is good.
And if they can't get the kill, it's gonna be...
Something finally. Okay. If Cuckoo would have been denied by the Ancients, that would have been an absolute disaster. But it's going to be the first kill on the board for the Radiant Black, and it's good. It's better than nothing. It's not a 10-0 just yet, as Lapan is actually getting pursued bottom by the Grove, Weaver, and the Slaughter. Good Chaos Ball to slow down the attempt. I think he should be safe, as the Ignite is also coming flying from the Ogre.
Yeah, to be really for the Sunstrike could potentially kill her, but he's not gonna go for it. How dipping very nice on his troll, 4K never kills, 3 farm basically. He's go for the Battle Fury, something I really like, especially against K.
I'm wondering, how does this Ogre have 10 last hits? I mean, imagine if the Chaos Knight would have gotten 31 instead of 21, he would have looked much better than currently, but maybe there's only pull creeps last hits that he got. As Lemuel is trying to go for a glimpse into a kinetic field, but he's only level 4, Deepeye is level 6. I don't know what that play was.
Ran in and got... I wanted to be because Ogre rotated through the heat. Yeah. Now he's careful too. Troll has ult, they can't kill him for sure.
This is well, an optimistic rotation to say the least from the Invoker, who feels desperate to do something around the map because he's been completely dominated in mid lane. Lord Grim behind the net worth of the position 4 Weaver of the opposition.
Yeah, Weaver is very risky case. Only 100 net worth ahead of him. Going for Keon, and he's also toast.
My goodness. Okay, Black. Is this time for a smoke play? Is this time for a smoke play?
They don't have levels for it.
No,
Disruptics to really make anything happen. It's tough because, again, Ogre is supposed to make if you can't win the lane with the Ogre. He just doesn't do a whole lot. Like, what does he do from here on out? There's not a whole lot he can do.
Dire are scanning.
If they can get like their hands on maybe the Weaver, right? The squishiest target, although he is very elusive and does have the time lapse, but also has a huge kill streak. If you can maybe kill Grove to get a bit of an influx when it comes to net worth on one of your cores and that very desperate XP that you mentioned they need, it might be a good way of starting mounting a comeback.
I mean, you say kill Weaver because he's squishy, but he's already sitting at 1k health
Wow.
with that time lapse ability as well. I wish HP now high for a lot of heroes, which is why when teams snowball, it's usually very hard to see a comeback happen. Scan out the Weaver, but yeah, not a whole lot he can make happen.
3,000 net worth hit for the Mars. I'm looking at what he wants to be getting next, and it's going to be phase boots. He's got him completed, actually, the bracer, and he's trying to get his Yule's Bling Dagger, and that's going to be a long way off from now.
Yeah, Slaughter is only 900 away from his, so obviously his timing is going to be a lot faster. And from then on, every one teamfight can transition very fun, which is obviously a walk in the park when you have Slaughter, Troll, and Weaver.
I'm looking at this Void Spirit Black, and I'm so concerned for the Radiant side. He is rushing this Aghanim Scepter, and when he gets it, he's going to be completely a complete machine. There will be no BKBs coming from Madagascar anytime soon, and being able to go for the AoE silence, it's gonna be such a hard ask from them. They're already playing from behind, but when you can't even cast the very few spells you have, what is there for you to do? Just drop the mouse and keyboard.
Might as well at that point. There's still a lot of Dota left to be played. What they really need to focus on now is getting level 6 for the Disruptor and making sure he has just a sort of way to make. Like, he only has in the glimpse, he needs 2 levels in that, and it's old, otherwise they're never going to one. They do get, it's not guaranteed that they're going to get that kill.
Okay, take a quick look at the replay as we see a rotation. And now we see a beautiful flame face Black. I think Black, we're gonna do what we did yesterday. Let me look into your glasses to cast that replay, please. Oh man. This is, we apologize, it's just a technical pause, ladies and gentlemen, but we will resume the game as soon as the players are ready to jump back into it. And like I was saying, do you think that maybe Mars getting his Yule Scepter might be good for an escape, you know, to dispel the upcoming silence from the Void Spirit and obviously to set up? Or would you feel like he needs to get the Blink Dagger first?
I would Blink. I'm going to Yule's because he has a Disruptor in his team as well. So it's a nice setup to get that ult down, especially on a hero like Void Spirit. But yeah, if you don't have Blink, your team literally has no initiation, and it's going to be tough. You always have the Disruptor, of course, to get a glimpse back. Well, it's only the one glimpse. He's actually maxing. Like, very curious decision there.
Oh, they're going for it. Tornado, they're trying to get the Treant Protector, and Cuckoo gets punished for being in the Riverside low ground. And this is something a mistake that we noticed a lot. Some of the teams in the North Africa region were making the other day, Black. Well, Cuckoo gets punished for it, and now look at the mass rotate bottom. Lemuel is trying to bait in, and I think he might just do it perfectly. Look at Lapan jumping on top of Grove. They really need to kill the Weaver, but he's so elusive. And he gets out.
Yeah. CK whacking him for a good 5-6. I usually supposed to be there. That's really under. Doesn't really have any sort of item. Yeah, but at this point, you really want to have the arms out on the CK. A sort of a power spike, but he's still working toward another 1k gold for that. 300 away from his Blink Dagger. At which point, we should probably be seeing a smoke play upon a successful execution of a kill. Get that free Roshan.
We see Lapan, he's finally gonna get, I believe, his Helm of the Iron Will, so he will have a bit more armor coming in to him, so helping him with a bit with the farm, as 94% win rate probability for the South African side, for the viewers at home wondering what the status of that is. And, well, almost 10,000 gold lead, 9,000 currently, but it's going to be 10 soon enough. This Ogre Magi Black doesn't even have level 6. Disruptor is also full level behind getting his ultimate. It's not a good look. But on the bright side, Cuckoo doesn't have overgrowth on the Treant either. So it's you know, it's a good trade-off.
Yeah, growth to also was 7 already. Adam, one from his Aghanim Scepter. There's lots of strong timings coming up for South Africa. Ooh, and Volker, that's not where you want to be. He's slowed. One more hit back, and crush.
Oh my goodness.
There he goes.
And now Zodi, hey, he's got level 6 now. Multicast will be available, and it's not going to connect with the first with the first Fire Blast, but hey, next time they're coming around and they're coming in hot, as the Weaver is now out-farming every single player on the Radiant side.
Jumping in on Keon as well.
Whoa, nice setup!
Combo, though.
This might be the turnaround, Black. Can they do it? The arena, the spear misses, but the damage is coming in from the God's Rebuke and the Disruptor. Now the Chaos Knight and the Sunstrike, they managed to get 2. Now they just need to cut their losses. You don't want to go for more. I know the Void Spirit is tempting, but you need to get back. You managed to get 2. Do not lose anyone, Madagascar.
Yeah, tip worthy right there. Initiating under tier 2 tower when everybody's alive. A little questionable, and of course, as one earlier, they hesitate and tip those plays, you know, even if the teammates. Little bit is healthy. Wow, very early Weaver, which is why Treant is actually so low. Very interesting. Seeing a replay here.
Of this
nice arena into 3-man. Yeah, Magnetic Storm. Make it look very simple, but as I said, it was all initiated actually by Soup, because he was the one who jumped into the tier 2 tower. Have happened, but we have seen it yesterday to play with the food a little bit, and once you get over it, you know, things might go the other way. So you still want to play clean Dota. Want to make sure you take the qualifier home.
Like you said, the gem is a great pickup, and now the Spirit Vessel fully completed for the Weaver Black. And I like the gem. This is the meta that Dota is currently in. We talked about this yesterday during one of the matches. Is you gotta squeeze the map as much as possible. Don't let your opponents have vision. Cut some of the words. Take out the tier 1s, and don't let them go into the jungles. Don't let them access to the farm, and that's how you maintain your lead and actually, you know, you're aiming to double, triple your lead before you convert into even more objectives. And now Grove is going to break a smoke up top, and he's going to just completely Shikuchi out of there. Keon will not be able to spot the Weaver, although that would have been a really good big pick-off.
Yeah, he also sees the next ward being planted. Easy D-ward.
Oh, okay, the jumping, going into the Lemuel Static Storm. Now the arena, this is an easy setup. The Slaughter gets a bit overconfident, and Soup with a rare mistake, but now the team jumping in the backline, going to kill Lemuel, and we have the Battle Trance from Deppy coming in to trade the Invoker's life. It's a 2-for-2, but I think the rest will soon follow as the Void Spirit has the Aghanim Scepter, jumps in the front line on top of Keon, the Spear of Mars, only to buy himself a bit more time, but will fall, as this is gonna be a 2-for-4. The only player still alive, free farming, is the Madagascar Chaos Knights Lapan.
Using all that time he has to... He's really far behind in terms of network, but at the same time, they can't really afford to fight if they really want to have a full-blown team fight. Because Troll was there, just see how much damage he deals. They're chasing the Mars in the back line, which is a very simple kill for them. Troll chases down the Ogre. Nice here, so they get both kills rather than just one of them. Grove is in quite deep. Oh, they see him. If he drops the gem, that could be very, very bad for him.
Tries to run away. The
back,
Blink
perhaps.
Dagger.
Only level 2 glimpse, though. It was a level 4 glimpse.
Maxing the Thunderstrike, feeling desperate to get the need of feeling the need to, get a bit of an extra nuke magic damage, Black, as the Roshan falls, Grove escapes, and slowly but surely, South Africa is going back to their old ways.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's a lot more resistance though. So, game isn't. I mean, it's not super close. As it was yesterday. So, I mostly chalked it up to the draft though. Like the draft was optimal this game, and we spoke pre-game and did how draft is important for them to make the game, even. Game isn't over yet, but South Africa is really far ahead.
And look at the Weaver. Grove already has the point booster, is going towards the Aghanim Scepter for the support. 97% win rate probability, as their observer points this out very nicely. And in the end, it was the Yule Scepter. Kion really wanted to save for the Blink, but when he spotted that completed Scepter for the Void Spirit, he realized, I need to dispel this. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to use any of my spells before I get popped by the damage that is coming in, in full waves from South Africa.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Look at what else is coming up. Obviously, they have that Aegis, which they might just use as a farming Aegis. But generally, when just this early, you want to take the 2 towers with it, really squeeze the map in, and make sure Madagascar can't really farm outside of their base anymore. Have anything else coming in? Troll, finish Sanj Yasha. They're very ready to fight. So the bottom tower is going to be the target. And I don't see any sort of defense. It's way too hard right now. Madagascar's not ready to fight.
This Invoker has double Bracer Wand into Aghanim Scepter. He doesn't have the Aghanims completed, it's about 1500 gold away, but this sounds like desperation to me, Black. Getting Aghanim so you hopefully get, I don't know, is the game plan 5 people arena into Static Storm Cataclysm? Is that what Madagascar has to resort to?
At this point, probably, yeah. They have a severe lack of damage, even in that ult, and they're just going high ground. They'd be obviously very strong. We can't burst them. Oh, they found a disruptor.
No. And look at the arena, it's gonna come in, but there's no Static Storm. And the Cataclysm isn't there yet. What are you gonna do? Connected onto 3, but they're also healthy. Pops the time lapse now, jumping in with the Astral Step, trying to get the kill with the Spirit Vessel, but Mars will be able to make his way into the fountain. Static Storm coming in, Reality Rift, and nice, beautiful Spear of Mars, trying to get him all the kinetic field, but that is only the Aegis target, and he doesn't even die as the Battle Trance come through with the Overgrowth. It's gonna be 2, 3, double buyback. The Madagascar squad still wants to turn this around. Slardar is alone. Soup gets pulled into the fountain. It's going to be a massive pickup for the Radiant side as Adastar just sidesteps the Sunstrike. James, they want to get more, and it's going to be the Treant Protector. You're not as elusive as the Weaver, so you will be the one to fall. Let's look at Kion. Does get caught by the Remnant, and I think their pursuit will halt.
Yeah, Soup again. Good that was caught out a little bit in front. But of course, as we saw, lots of buybacks committed for that as well. South Africa is still very happy with that because next time they won't have backs. Aegis is still up for another 1.5 minutes, so if they really wanted to, they could just go straight away again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The fact that Adastam survives there, Black, it's kind of incredible. I believe he was under 40 HP, he got away, and it's... If you get the Aegis kill as well, on top of the 2 that you got, and you protected your racks, Madagascar would have been really happy. I mean, of course, this is the biggest small victory they've won in 21 minutes, but it could have been so much greater.
It could have been, I agree. The main reason why Adastam survived is because his fast is really crazy. You get so much of a damage barrier, and you was in heroes, so you got 2 500 damage barriers, which is kind of just 1,000 damage that's being negated out of nowhere. Yeah, these facets are definitely very interesting and enable heroes to play in a couple of different ways that they wouldn't be otherwise.
I gotta say, we did say this was a 1 defense. They managed to hold, protect their own racks, but the problem was at the network in the top left corner for those of whom that are not familiar with Dota, maybe. The Invoker is under the Disruptor when it comes to gold. And she's absolutely incredible as they both bought back for that fight, Black.
Oh, wow. To Invoker's net worth. Or rather, what happened to Disruptor's net worth? I don't know what I'm more by Invoker being so low or by Disruptor being so high.
A golden thread.
It's a good
This is
question.
where you enter Hacker Master, I think. Hack
Oh, they're trying to go for Adestam. There's no more Aegis. Can we connect the Spear of Mars? We can connect. The Static Storm is there. And look at the Sunstrike. Perfect on top of the arena. And can they finally kill him? He's so survivable, but he dies. And now the Battle Trans BKB to slay Chaos Knight, Lord Grim, and Keon end up falling in a matter of seconds on top of Lapan. And it's gonna be an ultra kill for Depay. As it's only the Disruptor. He popped the Static Storm, Thunderstrike, and said, guys, I don't think we got this. Let me TP out, which was the correct choice.
Yeah, and he's getting closer at least to his scepter, which is probably the most busted Aggron scepter in all of Dota. Game is probably going to end before he gets it. Knocking on the high ground. Obviously, all the heroes are still dead. At least down.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Yeah.
20 seconds, no Evoker.
Desperate
This was a
measures.
slide back for him. 100% win rate, we saw that pointed by our observer from Dota Plus. South Africa is setting up, jumping in, Cindering Crush onto Lapan, and Keon Lapan just dies to a few more right clicks of the Troll and Soup. Will I be the one to claim the double kill? I gotta say, when you're winning in a 24-minute matchup, and Soup probably had the most quiet game out of the three we've seen him play. Not as impressive on the Slaughter as he was on the Enigma and Mars, but he didn't need to be.
Need to be, and ultimately he still had a very good game.
Dire's top tower is under
Incredibly farmed still, and he's one of the main reasons why Chaos Knight had such a poor time. Right?
Yeah,
Soup
of course.
again, yeah, he had a couple of faulty initiations, but overall still played very well. Adestam, same thing. Debbie again.
are fortified.
I mean, you can't really fault anything if you're this far.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
First tier 4 will fall to Depay as he's completely
Has fallen.
turned into an absolute turret with the Fervor. And look at the Territorial Protector. He is so annoying, just popping out the Nature's Grab to slow the smoked Radiant side get outside of their own base. It's just breaking the smoke as well.
This is the last opportunity they have. But the Axe is going to be a surprise. They don't know that he has it.
They just need the Mars to jump in on multiple targets.
Yeah.
Can he get on top
There
of
is
more?
hope.
We have the dust being popped. They're setting up. There's no Blink Dagger for Keon, actually. And look at the jump from the Slaughter onto Zodi. Arena misses, doesn't connect onto anyone. It's got to be Depay and Cuckoo jumping into the arena themselves, wanting to take a fight in the Colosseum as Lemuel has to use an isolation Static Storm. Nobody will beat it. The Cataclysm, though, onto 4. The damage is overwhelming. 2 of them might pull the time lapse, protects only 1, but Cuckoo will soon follow into the graveyard. He's very beefy boy, but it is going to be a buyback from Keon, and they're still on the server. They want to catch something else indeed, but the Astral Step jumping in, Remnant, Depay coming in, Mars Yule Scepter. He needs to get out, he needs some help, he needs a teammate to be next to him, but the Spirit Vessel will not allow any heal as they're now claiming the final tier 4 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
As Drone is under pressure next. There's no BKB on Trolls. Maybe there's a small chance to still defend here. Tornado doesn't clip. Nice dodge. He has to be careful though. If he gets glimpsed back into a combo, CK is out on 1. Oh, I think they're overstaying their welcome here.
Radiant's ancient is
Let's
under
see, can we finally punish some of this presence in their base? No more Fortify. The Fervor
CK's not
stacks are
even
coming
moving.
in.
Radiant's ancient
They're
is
racking up Fervor stacks. Chaos Knight, I think he might have disconnected. No, he's finally back here, but it's gonna be a little too late as the Ancient falls.
Yeah.
South Africa Black, they are
Well-
as dominating as ever in this game number 1.
Yeah. Yeah. What can you really say? It's somewhat what we expected. Madagascar draft wasn't up to par. I do think though, if Madagascar does get a decent draft up next game, they're gonna have a better chance against South Africa, obviously, because this draft, 3 lanes. Yeah, this just can't happen in Dota. We've already said it multiple times. Obviously, South Africa is a lot better, but their draft should not be allowed to be this much better, you know? Because if individual players are better, and you have such a good draft that is way better than your own draft, you have almost not really winning the game. Because the only way to win against a superior team is by out-strategizing them and hit the game.
It's impressive from them, and we saw an attempt right from Madagascar at the very end, but the arena didn't connect. The Static Storm was defensive, and the Invoker Tornado Cataclysm came through. If that would have been within the arena or with the Static Storm, it might have been the beginning of a longer hold from them, right? But you can't just play 4 minutes 35 when you get your Ags on 3 heroes to go for a wombo combo. It was a nice thought process, but let's realistically say you can't do this versus South Africa. Time and time again, we've seen them this tournament, how dominating they are during the laning phase, and just as expected, they've done it yet again. As right now, I'm very keen and hoping to see Madagascar come back into the second map, like you said, better draft and slightly more confidence in their early game rotations.
That's definitely what they need. As I said, this Ogre pick just didn't do it for me. It felt...
back. We are back. We're better than ever. I'm Waxen, joined by Black for the second map of this Madagascar versus South Africa official grand final of the Iesf Dota 2 qualifiers. Black. It's been a long time coming for South Africa to make it yet again, and right now they are a single victory away from achieving their dream.
Yeah, well, part of the dream. At least, I'm sure qualifying is just half the battle. You really want to have a nice result once you're there as well, because I do think they expect themselves to win this qualifier even before it started, probably. Same with Egypt. Even if they might be a little humble and not say it directly, I do wholeheartedly believe that they do know how good they are.
Yeah,
because obviously they're playing a lot. They know the ranks of their opponents. And so on and so forth. So I really hope that, Madagascar can somehow make them work this time. Because it was a little bit too easy for South Africa again. It was actually so easy for them that they did the diving things again. They were playing the foot a little bit, not as much as yesterday. So they didn't feel as confident. But
I gotta say, right, Black, it's when you're so strong in your region, you want to have a bit more fun. And I know we keep on talking, you gotta play the best Dota you can, you gotta be serious all the time, because if you do qualify and you do play the better teams, then you can get punished if you do this sort of stuff. But realistically speaking, the LAN Grand Finals, the World Esports Championships, is so far away from this moment in time that even if, fountain dive here and there, you gotta realize we know why we did that. We were bored, we wanted to enjoy ourselves and put a spectacle for the viewers, right? And I think that's also fine. There is, I think, a little over 4 or 5 months until we will see them play in Riyadh at LAN. So no matter what happens here, even we can talk about drafts and picks, most certainly the meta will shift so much by that point that everything happening here today could be very well slightly irrelevant in November.
Yeah, there's potential for that, for sure. We'll see if there's going to be a new patch. Probably not going to be a very big patch. If anything, it's going to be a gameplay patch only. Usually they're thrown out just when TI is around the corner with lots of nerfs. So mostly the map will probably be the same. The way the map is approached is probably going to be the same. Like, I personally always look for map changes or terrain changes or economy changes.
Yep.
I don't really care so much about gameplay changes, to be entirely honest, because I think everything is kind of broken anyway, That's basically the cycle we're going right now with Dota. We want to have this hero in the meta, so we're going to make him broken, and we're going to nerf the other broken heroes instead. And then, a couple of months later, okay, he's had enough time in the limelight. Now we want this guy to be there. So we're going to nerf him and buff these guys instead. So it's like a very obvious way they've been doing things for a couple of years now that I'm not super excited for those. But once they actually change the terrain or the economy, that's where Dota really becomes different. Because suddenly you have to approach the map differently. You have to smoke gang from different angles. You have to hold different areas in the game at different times. That's what's really, really interesting and spicy for me.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, the massive changes are the ones that we want. But, maybe, do you think there's any chances we get the addition? We talked yesterday a bit about Ringmaster. Do you think there's a chance we get Ringmaster added to the game soonish, maybe in the end of the month or the end of next month? So by the time we will have the World Esports Championships, Ringmaster could be added to Captain's Mode?
I mean, I hope so. I don't know if they will do it. I certainly hope they do, because it would definitely shake things up a little bit. I also wonder how they're going to bring him into the game. Whether he's going to be a carry, or if it's going to be more of a support here or a mid. Of course, in Dota, nothing's really ever set in stone. But if he has the same sort of kit as he did in Heroes of New Earth, playing him as a carry is probably the way to go.
I think so too. I think we need a new carry. When is the last time we got a carry in Dota? I guess Muerta, fine. But I think if you type up, let me see, Muerta. I swear it says she's a bit of a support, doesn't it? Attack type, I didn't manage to look at it in time as we're getting into draft underway. But the fact that she can be played as a support as well tells me we haven't gotten a true carry in a long time, Black. And we really want to see one of these, the Sven. Come on, when are we going to get another Sven into the patch, or another Naga Siren, another Terrorblade? We need something like that feels so strong that no matter what you do, you can't run it as a
10
support.
seconds remaining.
You say that people have been running Terrorblade as support for a while in
5
Immortal
seconds
MMR until they got nerfed again.
True.
They'll always figure out a way to do it. And honestly, some of these heroes, if you just think around like 20 corners,
Dire team back.
there is
Radiant
a
team
place
back.
and time for them to be a support. But of course, it's very rare.
Dire
And
team
even
back.
when this Terrorblade support thing was really big, I wasn't a terribly big fan of it. Just doesn't really feel right,
10
because
seconds remaining.
ultimately most of his abilities scale with his farm,
5 seconds
not with the
remaining.
teammates' farm. So yeah, some things just should be
Dire
left
team
alone.
back.
Well, we are now underway with the second draft of the day, and
Radiant team
still
back.
supports being banned out by South Africa, but Madagascar will actually change up some of that. The Witch Doctor let
10
through the pool.
seconds
They
remaining.
banned it last time around, and now they decided, you know what, the Weaver and the Treant felt a
5
bit
seconds
too
remaining.
much for us, so they will take those out of the pool very early on. And do you think South Africa bans something and snaps the Witch Doctor here, Black?
It's definitely possible. We have seen Witch Doctor being very strong. I love to see Witch Doctor. He's a very strong
Radiant
laner.
team
Mid game is
Dire
also very
team
strong
pick.
with the pure damage ward. And South Africa snatches it. That is already very scary. I don't like this for Madagascar already.
Well, I can tell you a fun fact.
Back
The
me up.
lowest facet win rate in the whole of
10
Dota
seconds
since
remaining.
736B. Yeah, it is Cleft
5
Death or
seconds
Cleef
remaining.
Death. I'm not exactly sure how it's called. Cleft Death, I think it is, which is the Witch Doctor facet that essentially reduces your ultimate damage, but it splits it into two. So, if South Africa picks the Witch Doctor and then forgets to change the facet, they're playing at a disadvantage.
However, let me check. The first facet that's automatically picked, I think, is Paralyzing Cast deals more damage each bounce.
That's not the strongest one, right? It's not the Voodoo Festeration.
Yeah, but why is it even there? 30 per bounce is nothing.
Yeah, so maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance. If you're a Madagascar fan, ladies and gentlemen, the Witch Doctor could be the game ruiner for South Africa. Now, leaving all the jokes aside, Madagascar changing things up, and they're going to get their hands on the Undying, which I love to see
5
making his
seconds
way
remaining.
onto this map number 2, because we often talk about South Africa dominates early games, South Africa wins lanes. Undying is one of these supports that is quite hard to lose a lane that he's on.
I would actually say Witch Doctor, if they somehow end up being matched up against each other,
Yep.
kind of outdoes Undying. Like you just out heal his damage while dealing a ton of damage to him. So I hope they do dodge the Witch Doctor with the Undying. And they're probably going to be both 5s, so they should naturally dodge each other. But yeah, I also love Undying. It's a great hero. Pretty much at all stages of the game. And it's definitely what they need. Like they got to focus on lanes a lot more.
What else is going to be the paired? He going to be paired with, as they need to ban some extra stuff. Oh, the Vengeful Spirit Timbersaw banned from South Africa, and the Enigma response from Madagascar. I think these are all very fair bans. All three heroes, I believe, have they're very potent in the meta, especially the Enigma with the highest win rate. And Undying now. What are you going to put next to him? Because Undying Medusa used to be a thing before the change, right? Before Medusa now doesn't have strength at all, when you could just keep on building stats and she would improve not just her mana, but also her HP. Nowadays, I don't think I've seen players pick them in tandem.
Yeah, no, they usually don't end up together for that exact same reason. They end up banning the Enigma. There's still Shadow Fiend in the pool, which South Africa obviously loves. Maybe we're gonna see a Madagascar Shadow Fiend. I would love to see that. Throw out something new that we haven't seen yet, and try to win again that way. Because obviously you tried what you tried in game 1, what you're comfortable with, Didn't work. Get out of your comfort zone. If you want to win, that's pretty much the only shot you have.
They're taking their time. They're buttering over 40 seconds for this second pick of Madagascar, as then they don't want to reveal too much. South Africa will then have to get 2 picks, so that's going to be 2 for 3, and they will have the overall last pick as well on the Madagascar side, which I actually hope they're going to save it for their mid laner. No, never mind. They're getting the Shadow Fiend, and I don't hate it. I was about to say I want to see their mid laner go last, but if you get your hands on the Shadow Fiend so early in the draft, I think it's a big victory for you in this current patch.
Let's see how South Africa actually will deal with it, because we haven't seen the Shadow Fiend actually lose a lane yet.
Not only that, like, we haven't seen a Shadow Fiend lose any games in either the North or South Cone, to the point of the 2 games we had Shadow Fiend in, both games finished pre-minute 16. So, if this continues, we're going to a game 3. But again, this is South Africa. Is playing against this hero, so it's a big ask.
Yeah, it's of course very different, right? The 2 games that were very quick, both the times SF was picked by the favorite anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So that statistic, it's kind of going to take it with a grain of salt. Darkseer Earth Spirit, I liked it a lot.
Oh, wow.
You can just Iron Shell the Earth Spirit, hit the piece middle, should be a very free kill onto the Shadow Fiend from there on out. And of course, Darkseer Earth Spirit don't care at all about Undying. Iron Shell is one of the best ways to pressure the Undying. I like this a lot.
And now the Ursa response from Madagascar. Ursa is usually quite good at killing, at least during the laning phase, the creep that has the Iron Shell. She just pops the Fury swipes, goes bam, 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 and the creep falls. But like you said, this magic over time damage coming in with the Earth Spirit being able to be constantly on top of you, it's gonna be a problem as soon as the rotates will start happening. But do you think there's a slight chance the Earth Spirit could go mid?
It could happen. I mean, it's definitely a good mid hero, this patch as well. It's just a little scary running it against an SF.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're a melee hero against SF. Good luck, is all I can say. It's one of the hardest matchups in the entire game, probably. So you want to avoid that if you can, unless you have a great idea of actually getting a lot of rotations on him. Hero. Interesting. I think it's the first time I actually see this hero on the mainstream.
He's very good in laning phase. I think they picked him here for a similar reason as the Undying. You get nuked by the breath fire, and then your lane is just not good. So this might be what the Madagascar plan is, to just survive the laning phase with a lot of nukers and, punishing what I assume will be a position 5 Jakiro. So I guess the Darkseer. If it is a position for Earth Spirit can get close and on top of the Jakiro, but maybe when he gets level 3 or 4, level 1 and 2, he's kind of suffering some HP problems when getting swiped by the Ursa and, of course, the nukes from the fire. Interesting choice. Like you said, a lot of team fight again from the Madagascar side, but this time they don't really have the setup for it.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big Jakiro fan personally.
Okay.
But it doesn't really strike me as amazing this game, just because it doesn't really counter anything. Usually you would pick it as a counter to a lane if it's a core, or to a counter for like an offlaner.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really counter Darkseer. They already have an Undying +5 anyway, so I think it's going to be an offlane. Chaos Knight again. Okay. We have seen this hero with a varying success.
This is on the side of South Africa, Black. So it's a steal.
Yep.
Madagascar was the one running it last game, and I think it's going to be more of a Depi wanting to say, oh, we'll show you how to make this one work. And it's great versus the Jakiro. Jakiro likes staying behind outside of the team fight, but you just get pulled into Reality Rift, and a couple of Chaos Strikes, you get taken out, as well as CK plus the Iron Shell. Also very good to be up front, get on top of the Shadow Fiend. I don't hate this CK pick.
No, it's good. but Jakiro is actually not bad against it either.
Okay.
Neither is Shadow Fiend, so it makes sense if you look at it from a cost perspective. Because Chaos Knight absolutely eats Ursa, of course. It's good with Darkseer, so I don't think it's necessarily like the best pick they could have gotten, but it's not a bad pick at all. And together with Witch Doctor, of course, one of the best lanes in Dota currently. Well, most lanes that have a Witch Doctor on them
They're
are
very good.
very good, yep.
Mars is still available for Madagascar.
Mars is still available. Jakiro Mars is a strong lane. It could also be that they want to run an offlane Jakiro, so they want to have
wow.
support.
I don't want to see that.
User disconnected from your channel.
I don't want to see an offlane Jakiro this game. Full honesty, you're one game down. If you lose this, you're out of the tournament. Well, you're getting second place, but second place doesn't get you anywhere. So I really feel like going for something a bit more conventional, like the Mars, might be the better play for Madagascar. What about a Legion?
It can also work. Legion, Mars, both are good.
Well, okay.
They also go for the Lina. Looks like everyone's answer to Iesf is just Lina. Interesting.
It has never worked. Just reminding for the viewers at home, we have seen this matchup twice already. It hasn't worked. But like Black said, there were the initial matchups before even seeing the drafts were slightly scuffed in the favor of the Shadow Fiend. So maybe this time around, the Lina can get one back onto the Shadow Fiend, as Madagascar has only 8 seconds of reserve time left in the tank. Black, they need to commit to something right about now. And I actually think it's going to be the... Oh, I did think about the Underlord. But you know what my problem with Underlord is here? I think Underlord is going to be making it a bit harder for Madagascar to execute. The Pit of Malice has a smaller range, although lower cooldown than the Mars Arena. But he also, I guess, holds the push with the Firestorm. So maybe it's going to be way harder for South Africa to kill the towers and get on the high ground. There's pros and cons for this hero. But the Darkseer, I like the Darkseer more than I like the Underlord in this current, state of the 10 heroes that we see.
I probably agree with that. Underlord, though, should have a pretty decent lane against Chaos Knight. He'll be building lots of auras. Just overall damage mitigation is quite nice. I like this draft a lot better than the first one. So we should have a game on our hands. They got a good team fight, good mid-late game. Nice draft. So if South Africa runs away with this one again, they really just completely outclass Madagascar.
Undying Underlord lane, it's a very beefy lane. And when you have a Witch Doctor support, he's good because he likes running at you with the Voodoo Festeration, which, what a surprise. He did not forget to choose the facet. He does have Voodoo Festeration locked in. It's not the easiest for the Witch Doctor, I don't think.
It isn't. But Witch Doctor is very survivable right now. The fact that you heal yourself a lot and deal the same amount of damage is just always like the double effect, right? Like they lose 40, you gain 20. Ultimately, it's a 60 difference. And trading with the Witch Doctor is just almost impossible in this patch.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think even Jakiro just gets smacked by Witch Doctor.
But wait, so you think Jakiro will be joining the Underlord, not the Undying?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that does make sense. Okay. So you have Undying Ursa bottom and then Jakiro Underlord top. Okay. No, that's fine. I like that. This could very well be the game plan, as the second game, potentially the last game of the South African qualifiers, is now underway. We will be taking you through all of the action that is going to be here. And we're starting with a pause. Never mind. Maybe we're not going to jump in just yet.
Yeah. And now we unpause. Wait, give me 1 second. My cat's been meowing at the door for a while. I don't know what's going on. I'll be back in just a second.
Yeah, no problem, Black. I've got you covered, my friend. As the good lucks have funds have come through. Hopefully, Madagascar can make this one a bit closer than the first one in the series. Maybe they didn't wake up, but now they had plenty of time to warm up as the teams are approaching the Bounty runes without smokes. A bit of a change up from the first map. Not wanting to use the smoke just yet, but Cuckoo is in possession of a smoke of deceit if he wants to use it. Curious startup from Soup with 4 gauntlets of strength on the Dark Seer. And I mean, it's a great item of making very tanky survival. We have the rolling coming in from the Earth Spirit, and it's already on top of Kion. Light Strike Array connects, but look at the damage from the Firestorm. It could be enough to get them a double kill trade. Lord Grim getting lower and lower, but the advantage going towards Madagascar. And now they're setting sights on Depi, and he will get claimed. One more Fury Swipe might do the job, but the Light Strike Array coming in perfectly, just in time to protect the CK. Zodi will not be pursuing as the decay was in cooldown. Still, Chaos Knight has to go all the way to base and then TP to lane. So if you can punish him when he TPs back, it might win you the bottom lane, as Madagascar has the best start they could have possibly asked for. With 3 kills for 1. Only a single player fell from their side. It was the first blood. So the gold swing will be rather equal. As I'm taking a quick look at the net worth, Lina will have a lot of a good time. 1100 gold already. She's flying something in at this moment. I believe it might be a full wand. But up top, Darkseer and Earth Spirit into an Ursa. 2 melee heroes versus Ursa should be a good lane for this dire side, including like Undying. Likes punishing these strength heroes, traditionally speaking. Bottom, Kiro Underlord versus the Witch Doctor with the Voodoo Restoration already activated, level 1. We're starting to see this build-up of 1-3-1, people just maxing Voodoo Restoration. Zodi tries to body block the creeps as Grow, wants to steal them, taking the wave under the tower to allow themselves to get some last hits because they can't face off versus the Ursa. But Zodi will keep on chasing. Gets some damage being taken from the Iron Shell, and he really wants to get the rage creep. Will get denied in front of him by Soup, but at least the 3 other creeps have connected to the rest of the lane. In mid, Shadow Fiend already has quite a considerable advantage, 6-2 to the 3-3 of the Lina, and Adestam does have the higher nukes though, as Light Strike Array plus Dragon Slayer would be really, really good to get on. And we sadly have a bit of a disconnect. Hopefully Soup will be joining us back in just a second. I'm really thinking, how does this bot lane will... Like, Underlord falls, fine. But now he's going to come back full HP, full mana. And with the help of a Jakiro Lemule, they could probably turn around and deal enough damage to kill the Witch Doctor if they can get on top of him. Up top, Lepon isolating the Darkseer as he should. Full creep wave ahead of him.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back. No problem, my friend. Hopefully the kitty's alright.
Of course, of course. I just had to make sure there's no illegal cat fighting going on. Because there was a little stray cat saying hello.
I understand. I see. I'm not a pet owner myself, but I could imagine it could be quite stressful sometimes. As you came in just in time, Black, to see the Shadow Fiend, not dumpstering, but at least dominating the Lina thus far, as per the tournament history tells us between these 2 hero matchup.
Yeah, and they're actually in the gold lead, which is a very good sign for them. Hasn't happened yet, even in game 1 at all.
Well, Black, that was a... Oh, sorry, we're gonna see Cuckoo, by the way, being caught and killed here, which is what we were talking about before you rejoined us. There was a hell of a skirmish at the bounty rooms that ended up being 3-for-1 in the favor of Madagascar.
Ah, makes sense then why they're quite far ahead, seemingly. The Ursa especially is having a great game.
Yeah, we've seen some attempts from the Earth Spirit. Oh, nice 45 from Adam Star that wants to just go behind the tower. And Lord Grim, I think he might have overstayed his welcome. Adam Star has the Fairy Fire to keep himself alive to the right click. And now up top, they're turning this one around with the Iron Shell and the Rolling Boulder. But Lapon gets the kill. Now the Tombstone on the ground will slow Soup down. A couple more right clicks will do the job. It's going to be the double kill for the Ursa, as Madagascar has a hell of a lead in minute 4.
Damn, actually turning it around, huh? And the game overall. 1k gold lead. against South Africa. Not bad, not too shabby at all. And the Jakiro also TP'd middle to get the trade kill on the Lina. So they're having a very good time right now.
I can say that Kion will most probably fall to the Mallet, as Lemuel was just out of range. I believe he might have went to stack the triangle, as they got a lot of good stack killers, right? You have the Firestorm from the Underlord, you have the Shadow Fiend in itself, even the Ursa, if she gets a Battle Fury at a later point, will love to get some stacks going. And I think Madagascar should actually prioritize stacking in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Stacks are always a very good economical decision. Pretty agree with that. How's Ursa looking? He's actually getting a healing self out. His face was already. This top lane is gonna get quite difficult now for the Radiant side. Something that I didn't really expect, to be honest, because their heroes should be quite strong.
Ooh. Solo kill mid from Lord Grim Black.
Oh, what's happening? They're cooking.
Go bottom pressure, but beautiful Pit of Malice, and then the Ice Path to get a double damage double root from the Pit of Malice Depi. You're tanking both Kion, but another creep wave is coming towards you. You might have to disengage, and he will pull the wave under the tower. Double Chaos Strike to secure one of the last hits, but then another Chaos Strike doesn't allow him to get more. A very good play from Kemps on the Underlord, and this is by far the best matchup we've seen from any teams versus South Africa at this moment in game.
Yeah, mid lane is actually insanely even right now. Completely 50-50. Earthspirit dipping middle, and there is no dire ward right now. But giving away his position, so we'll see what Grove can get done here. Shouldn't be too much.
Shadowfiend is farming his stacks, I believe, or actually waiting to stack a camp to the north side of the tower. No, just killed it, didn't want to stack it. Now will spot Grove. Grove, complete connection, but I think Adastar was a bit far. But Lord Grim is walking in to the Light Striker Ray. Cuckoo is here as well. A Requiem of Soul coming in just in time, but he will fall as Kion is only level 4. TP coming in, and the Tombstone from Zodi. But the Blood Grenade and a Pit of Malice. Tower is actually not focusing the Lina, but he will still fall as the damage from the right clicks is so high. Oh, haste rune for Cuckoo to get out of there scot-free.
A lucky little find there for sure, otherwise probably would have died as well. But yeah, they're putting up a fight. Despite that though, I think South Africa is generally just a little bit better at optimizing their time around the map. The 1k gold lead already turned around, and now suddenly South Africa is actually in the lead.
Despite being 4 kills down, and they have the rotate potential. Okay, cool. Grove. I like that. That's a bit of a good attempt. You know you can't die, and the fact that you don't really have any reliable locks other than the Pit of Malice. Ice Path, you can. It is not the hardest spell to hit, right? But it's also not the longest stun duration, as we see Lemuel instantly TPing top, trying to help Lapan. So this Earth Spirit is going to have a pretty free game, especially with the surge from the Dark Seer, because there are no reliable locks. There's no Shaman, there's no Ogre, there's no Lion that can just completely shut you down.
That's right, and mega kill. Soup is down again. Probably the hardest game we've seen for Soup so far. Oh, there's also Meldic bot lane though. A lot of damage from the Underlord. Meldic is only level 1.
He should fall, I think, here.
Yeah, he's dotting him out, dotting him out, dotting him out, and you're gone. Nice. Yeah, Voodoo Restoration putting in the work, of course.
Already instant purchase of raindrops for Kion. One doesn't want to go when he wants to go back onto the lane as a top. Soup is back in. Lepon does not have the support close by. Jakiro's quite far, but Jakiro level 6. I think he's had it since minute 7 with that Wisdom Rune, so Macropyre already available and will take the TP bottom. Lemuel tries to maybe wrap around and catch the Lina, who's for some reason bot. There's not the Lina, it's the Seo's not going for the Ancient stack. Now the Tombstone comes out. Depi, do you have a TP to go out of it? Doesn't matter anymore as Kion has joined up. The Pit of Malice would be able to stop any of that. Oh my goodness. Depi really overconfident after claiming the tier 1 bottom, and pays off with his life as we have the amplified damage on Lord Grim, and this is gonna probably be a push for the tier 1 tower trade, but they need to also defend mid as Adestam is pushing black.
Yeah, and top 2, where Darkseid is pressuring. They're really good at optimizing the pressure on the map. Underlord and Security picking middle to defend, however.
Nice blast. Nice Grove, slowing them down a little bit, and now the Rolling Boulder on top of Kion, only level 4. Do we have enough damage? Grove.
There's a stick.
They don't want to kill him. They were maybe too afraid to be reality rifted by Depi, I believe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and they should not be able to get the tower too easily. Lina's still trying to right-click it a little bit, but yeah, they're not going to get it right now. Soup top still is pressuring the lane, trading time with Ursa. They can't really pressure each other too much.
Lapon's trying to get some more Fury Swap stacks, already up to 5 onto the Starks here. And Kuku is coming in under smoke alongside the Earth Spirit. But Lapon doesn't care. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm just gonna go farm in the Mighty Mines, which is by far the best choice he could have made when he doesn't see anybody else on the map.
Well, he's running back in though. I think he did see... Yeah, now he definitely saw them.
But there's a
This time
counter
around,
smoke.
actually, the Dire supports are way out. Oh, dippy.
Perfect bit of malice. It's gonna be the Blink Dagger Requiem of Soul. The TPs will come in, but I don't think he has any chance of survival as the long range raise from the Lord Grim claims his soul. And black, okay, let me tell you about this. This Lina, I hate this build. I hate Russian travel boots. And the build that I absolutely hate is travel boots into Netherlands. It doesn't seem like Adestar wants to go for the full build that I hate, but do you think this is, like, good?
Flame Cloak is definitely an insane ability. Just because it gives you an insane amount of magic resistance and spell damage. Wait, they're looking to go for the Ursa. Go connect.
There's an enraged available, and the vacuum is only level 1, can't pull upon to the wall. With the mass TP and the global ultimate coming in from this Underlord, they think they've got the facilities for that, but the Fiend's Gate, they didn't really commit to it. And, okay, now they're coming for the Fiend's Gate. On top of the Undying, Zodi gets full connected, doesn't manage to pop the Tombstone. It's actually in cooldown for 15 seconds, but the Macropire damage is so overwhelming. Kills the Earth Spirit, and now the right clicks as we have both the Lord Grim and Lapon jumping forward 3-for-1 for none actually, as Madagascar pop 2 net worth, both of position 1 and 2 of their side.
Well, we said making the game more interesting. They're certainly doing that as we get a little replay of the fight up there. They are playing like they're ahead at all times. South Africa is. They have no business being there without 2 of their cores. And they end up getting 1 support kill, yeah, but it's only on an Undying. And you get completely punished for being out of position like that. I really like the way they're playing right now in Madagascar.
Yeah, so do I. It's only going to be up to them from now on to not lose this advantage.
Yeah, it's still a small lead, but a lead nonetheless.
You know,
They're looking to defend middle. They have all the ults available now.
The Tombstone is already popped, and they're jumping in, Grow. And the Witch Doctor coming in, will trade his life, but support for offlane always works, as we now have Depi and Adestam coming in. We'll get a bit more gold with the last hit of the Tombstone. So that Death Ward did so much work. Just looking at the fight recap right now, 1400 damage only from the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, his ultimate obviously does pure damage. Very, very strong. Very scary to go up against. How's Ursa looking? He already finished Battlefield. That's super fast. So he's going to be scaling quite nicely from here on out. They have very good chances of actually taking this game home. I didn't think they had it in them after game 1, to be honest.
Maybe it was like you said, they really just needed a better draft. And, I mean, they have it. They have still 7 kills ahead of them. Ursa still topping the network chart. My only concern is, I don't know if in the mid to late game, the Ursa can outscale the Chaos Knight. That's the one thing I'm concerned with. Oh, perfect hit of Malice and Firestorm. It's gonna be Lord Grim already instant Soul Requiem. Lightstrike Array doesn't even try to attempt it, and a nice sequence of raises. Lord Grim, why haven't we seen you on the Shadow Fiend more often?
Yeah, once again, Shadow Fiend reigning supreme. It'd be very funny if he actually wins this game too and ends the tournament with a 100% win rate.
Dire's middle tower is
I would
under
love that
attack.
too. I mean, not because I think the hero's not too strong, but because Shadow Fiend back in the meta makes for the best types of meta.
Yeah, it's a very exciting hero, for sure. Hit or miss, but when he hits, it's super fun to watch. And they're actually having a smoke rotation here. Who are they gonna... Oh, Ursa. I don't know if he's reading this. Ursa's not reading this.
The teammates are not that far off from Lapan, as Deppy has the shield room, which is the scary part. Chaos Bolt only a second long, but that's gonna be an easy pickings for the Jakiro kill. And now Lapan with the TP out, he should be fine. As you know, Lemuel tanking the gank for his carry, it's more than perfect.
Yeah, classic support move, very well done. We have asked for much more.
Oh, Keon gets out of there as the Reality Rift doesn't connect at the very last moment.
Orchid is online on Chaos Knight though, so now he's a little bit more scary.
Whoa, Grove is rushing a Aghanim Scepter on the Earth Spirit. He's got 2 components done already. Huh.
Interesting. He had a BKB queued up, which I thought was going to be way better than that. But we'll see. Maybe he can make really good use of that Aghanim Scepter. Obviously allowing you to reposition an enemy or ally. Also functions as an amazing save.
Oh my goodness, no, this is the build I hate. It's not the Aghanim. See, Black, I love the Aghanim of Lina, but the Travel Boots Aetherlands, I'm just an absolute hater. I've seen this so many times and it rarely wins. That's not to say it's not going to work in this particular matchup, but please stop doing this to yourselves. Go for the Axe, go for the Kai. I don't know. I personally absolutely hate this.
Radiant are scanning.
And now Zodi is going to pop Tombstone, forcing out of Summer away. Now Zodi on the low ground, maybe overstepping. Lightstrike Array and Chaos Bolt stacking up. And now Lord Grim a bit too jumpy, connecting with the Requiem of Souls, separating the team fight. But they can't even chain their spells to get a single kill. Now Soup is very tanky with that full mech and the buckler. It's gonna be 2 ultimates, well, Tombstone plus Requiem, and nobody falls. Even Nakopire was invested. Beautiful Pit of Malice connecting onto 2, but the Ursa enraged up front. Deppy with the silence, pulling the Reality Rift back in, and they are so beefy. The Ursa will fall, despite Deppy also losing his life in the process. Perfect Ice Path onto 2, but they are getting around it, and now separation. Pit of Malice. This Dark Series somehow still alive. Black, he needs to die, but the Shadow Fiend gets silenced and falls first as Keon turning around. It's a 2-for-2 as yeah, they're still fighting, but it's 2 cores versus a support and an offlaner. Pit of Malice on top of the Ice Path, and this is a very long team fight. The Undying has already respawned. Can we catch this Lina?
Very speedy one. 450 MS. Can't you get away? She's probably out. Pit of Malice off cooldown 1 second.
Should die here now. The Undying's here. No, what is happening? Why are they going back? Oh, it's because Cuckoo comes in with the death. Not even. What? Huh? He didn't use the death word. How did he just blow up the Jakiro?
Easy Maledict kill.
Yeah, but that would
You know, it's like.
Yes, but he bursted him down. Like Maledict takes, I don't know, like 4 seconds to kill you. 5, I don't know.
Well, Voodoo Festeration, of course, doing its work there. But yeah, this is what we call fighting on even footing. We finally have a game on our hands where both teams put up a decent fight against each other. Very fun to see these kind of team fights back and forth. Nice spell usage, multiple stuns getting out. But ultimately, the winners of that fight, still South Africa. And this is where they really show their skill, potentially, right? Being behind by quite a bit, and then potentially coming back and winning the game. Now, Lina is halfway done through that Aghanim Scepter. It's gonna increase her damage by a ton, of course.
You're gonna catch. Wait, this is the replay, right? Yeah, this is the replay we saw earlier when they jumped on top of her. For a split second, I thought this is a deja vu moment for me. As I loved the way Lord Grim connected his raises there. It's, of course, when you're a high skill player, it's not that complicated to do that. She was walking in a straight line, but it looked cool.
Radiant are scanning.
Sure did. Grove. He could roll out. Richard gets blown up by SF ult. That's a big ult gone though.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They have
attack.
Glyph peeking in as well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They are very tanky though with that knife.
Grove. Nice silence onto two. Now they keep on to the Undying. Closer to the tower. Pops the Tombstone. He is very tanky. The Ice Bath to slow down the attempt at taking the Tombstone. But in the end, this Undying will not stick to his name as he does fall. A lot of the abilities have been used from Madagascar. That's why we see Grove pursuing, trying to chase for more. And look at the jump in. Shadow Findo with the right click, scaring away the Air Spirit. It's still 5 versus 5 as Zodi respond as soon as his innate ability reset. And look at the connection. Ursa tries to jump on the back line. He's being now vacuum wall onto 4. The damage. They need to cut the losses. Pit of Malice run away. The Ursa falls, trading his life for the Lina. And the blink away from the Shadow Fiend. He is alive. But look at the monstrous illusions. It's like a zombie movie coming in reality with Chaos Bolt. Ice Bath. Protecting Keon a bit longer, but the pipe makes him very, very beefy, including another Glimmer Cape. Grove, Dust, up close. You're going way too deep. Cuckoo! Did you just force step yourself into the tier 3? He can be caught. The two people on the Shadow Field. Lord Grim, what are you doing? It's a disaster, Black. Not only the Shadow Fiend came in to sacrifice himself, but the Undying believed it could have maybe helped his mid laner. He also falls, despite what was a great escape initially from him.
He died in 1 second. And that's what I said. The SF is very hit or miss. Like, if you take 1 or 2 missteps, your game suddenly just completely turns on its head. And that's unfortunately what happened here to him. That was... Yeah, I mean, he blew up in 1 second. Literally. Now suddenly, the game was so even. 7k lead.
It's all starting to slip out of things, but can they kill Grove? Cuckoo already stole their Wisdom Rune like seconds ago, so it doesn't matter as he has the Aghanim Scepter completed. That's why we saw the self turn into stone and kick away. And the net worth of this mid laner and the offlane Shadow Fiend Underlord is starting to dwindle, Black. The win rate probability was very even for the longest time, but now it's starting to favor South Africa yet again, as even the kill deficit is starting to fade.
Maybe you can see the SF here again. Healing up in the fountain right now, tipping in, and he's dead.
I don't know what the game plan was. The game plan like supposed to TP blink out, and he couldn't blink because of the Voodoo Festeration dealing damage and stopping the blink instantly. Is that what the plan was?
That sounds about right. But even then, like blinking out of there wouldn't really amount to much either, right? Not like you can suddenly take a fight because of that. Ursa though has a basher now, so there might be potential to really get on top of the Lina, perhaps, and burst her down. Now Roshan. That's probably next on the agenda here. And they're actually really misreading where they are. Roshan is free and fast.
This would be very good. They even invested Tombstone. They don't want to give South Africa any chance to jump on top of them with a vacuum wall, which we already saw in the previous team fight from Sook, right? He had a very rough early game, probably the roughest he's had this entire tournament, but now the turnaround from him is incredible. Already top 3 net worth.
Careful with the SF.
Lord Grim gets connected, turned into stone, and now kicked into the rest of the team, but there's nobody to follow up. Not on top of Lord Grim just yet. They're trying to get in the backline onto the Southern Lord, but Grove will kill the Undying, and now the vacuum wall onto 3, but it's under an Ice Path Microfire combination, and there's not that much follow up. The Aegis gets claimed. Cuckoo setting up has more incredible rolling perfect timer upon respawn, kicking him away. Soup and Adestam doing the work, and now more of a chase. The Ursa will fall soon. Double kill for the Lina, and now Deppy, one in between two, gets the offlaner's neck first, claiming him. Nice football kick on top of the mule. Glimmer Cape tries to run south, dodging the sentry word, but in the end, Deppy is there to claim his life. Full team wipe from Madagascar, including the Aegis King.
Yeah, this is just South Africa showing off that they're a vastly better team. Like the way they fought this team fight was so good. Go in, kill one support, disengage, the kick of the SF in, making sure that the enemy has to commit. 3-man vacuum wall. They were fighting on 3 different fronts basically, and all of them were making the right calls. So very well done. Very well done. That's why they're the favorites. Just look at this. They're literally fighting on 3 different fronts, and they're winning fights on all 3 of them. Kiting to the right. SF is currently in trouble on the bottom left of the screen. Darkseer is just disrupting the backline, so they can't help the SF. SF dies the first time. Roll is timed perfectly, while Darkseer is still maintaining the chokehold on the other heroes. It was just a perfect execution of the team fight.
It's also the difference of the aura items. Like, look at Darkseer. He's the one carrying the Greaves and the pipe, whereas Madagascar has kind of split the duties. They've got the pipe on the Underlord, but the Undying is the one building the Greaves and doesn't even have it. And we saw in that team fight, it was a good initiation, but because of the Darkseer just popping the aura items and then... Wait, is he dying? Where is he? Oh, his bottom.
He's burning right now.
Yeah, I mean... Why was he even there? Or how did he get spotted?
Yeah, it was unfortunate. He was just trying to farm. Yeah. Witchcraft does that though. Finally getting a little consolation prize. I know what Susu was doing there.
Oh, look at the rolling Grove.
Wow, you're very low HP.
He's very overconfident. There's no Atos, and he's committing to the tier 3, kicking the Underlord away. Needs someone get the kill on this Earth Spirit, but no, he's just rolling away. And now Debbie comes in, lays the Undying closer to himself with the usage of the Reality Rift, and now the Ursa. Chaos Strike of 3, Line Striker rate back to all into 2. Still some buybacks available. The Requiem of Soul could potentially be used. Lord Grim just jumps in, gets Chaos Strike and dies.
Very optimistic.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Shadow from Black, look at the roll, and yet again from Grove.
Under attack.
Kick, turn to stone, renewal will fall as Deppy is having a hell of a game on this Chaos Knight. Probably the better showing of the hero of the tournament. 10, 3, and 11 at this moment in time.
I consign you to dust. Of course, you don't want to leave the game here as Madagascar, but this game is well and truly over now. Some cute attempts by Madagascar made the game very even for quite a while. But yeah. Oh, if Lina gets bashed, they're so cocky. Oh my gosh.
But look at Coco, he's just going in, popping the Death Word, and now the silence from the Earth Spirit. Look at the kick, this Shadow Fiend could probably pop here. One more
SF is dead from Maldic.
Unbelievable, and the Ursa as well. The tip from Lord Grim onto Cuckoo. Lapan alone, 1 versus 5, falls as well. And double kill. 27,000 net worth lead for the Radiant side. 99% win rate according to Dota Plus. This means South Africa will most certainly, yet again, at the World Esports Championships this year.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well deserved, well deserved.
Another kick. Just enjoying themselves. Grove playing a exceptionally impressive Earth Spirit, I would say. I was doubting the Aghanim Scepter rush, but I think the moment he got it, he just turned into an absolute beast, repositioning opponents time and time again. And I'm surprised how he never gets caught. It's probably back again to the lack of reliable lockdown from the Madagascar side.
It's very difficult to play for them now. Yeah, they're so far behind. Oh, the CK damage up is also ridiculous.
They're trying again, but look at
wall.
Soup! Oh my goodness, Soup might have sacrificed himself in the process, but the double force have to take him away, and now the Ursa doesn't even use the Enrage because the damage is so much from Deppy. The GG well played gets claimed, and we're gonna get a Rampage in the Fountains, an Ultra Kill, and the Rampage from Deppy to secure their first spot at the LAN Grand Finals. Congratulations, South Africa.
You're so strong, good luck. Sounds about right. Yeah, expected result. They had to work a little bit harder this time around, but still getting the job done. the mark of a veteran team, of an experienced team. Not really being too shaken up by making a couple of misplays in the early game. Well played. Managed to come back from this. Not losing a single map, not losing a single match. Now the question is, how much preparation can they get done before the big boys join the field? Because the other qualifiers have some monsters waiting for them.
They truly do, Black. They truly do. But with that being said, I'm going to take a quick look at the results from last year, because I know we've been talking a little bit about, how well they did or who did they fall to. And last year they showed up and sadly didn't manage to get any victories, right? They went out 0-3, I believe. In one of the matches, they got one map off of the Romanian squad, if I'm not wrong. But in the end, it didn't go past the group stage and had quite an underwhelming showing. Now, with so many months ahead of them, hopefully they will go there and be able to replicate some of the success that they have in the region, because they are looking very good and they seem to be able to play a lot of different heroes and in a lot of different manners. They even showed this game they can play when they're starting from behind, which is a great sign.
Really is. Lots of teams, when they're behind, they kind of fall apart. I mean, this patch, honestly, is pretty hard to play from behind. There's just so many tanky items you can get when you're ahead, and yeah, it's just incredibly difficult to mount a comeback that they did. But even so, they played with confidence the entire time. Yeah, it backfired a little bit in the early game. Like here, for example, Lina ends up dying as well. But I think that's very important that you don't lose that confidence that you have. Yep. Even if you make a mistake, and it's just that's just what it is, a mistake. Keep playing the way you are, because ultimately that's the best shape that you have, the best form that you can show, right? So why would you doubt yourself? You've been practicing this way. Yeah, you messed up a couple of times, but who cares?
We now see the recaps of the second map, the second victory from South Africa of the series. And I want to remind everybody at home to please stay tuned, because we will be fortunate enough to get an interview with one of our winners that's coming up in just a few moments, as we take a look at what was a great early game from the Madagascar squad. Again, sadly for them, they will not be able to defeat the Titans of their respective region, but I think it's safe to say Madagascar is a clear second seed in the South African region, Black.
I think that's safe to say, probably. After the performance here, this game could have gone either way for the longest time. Like, this was the last back and forth fight here. After this, it was all South Africa, but they managed to hold their own for a good 20 minutes, which is way better than any of the other teams did. And obviously, when we saw Madagascar play against the other teams, it was quite easy for them as well. So, yeah. Pretty safe to say they're second best team here. But then again, the gap between them and South Africa is still quite substantial.
Yeah. But only by playing them more and more, you can, learn to improve better. And by playing more and more Dota, and that's what it's all about. As this turnaround from Soup up top, it seemed like a great start from the Madagascar side, but then the pipe, Greaves, healing his team up and then turning around with a vacuum wall was signaling me that we are heading for yet another South African victory, and Black, the first Shadow Fiend defeat of the tournament.
Again, take it with a grain of salt. Probably if the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be a loss, But I mean, he had some pretty cute ideas, Lord Grim did. Like, he went for Yasha, Kaya to get the spell cast increase, to try to get off a sneaky ultimate, but obviously got stopped there towards the end. And, well, you know what to say. You miss every shot you don't take, so why not, right?
That's funny. I like that. You miss every shot you don't take, and there were lots of shots being taken that game, especially by the Grove Earth Spirit. In game one, he played the Weaver, obviously not the most flashy hero in itself, but this Earth Spirit, man, it was something else. And a rushing Aghanim Scepter, it was really efficient.
Was really efficient, and the item build that you said you hated actually did also do quite a bit of work. His position was very good, and the extra cast range allowed him to really spam those spells out in the team fights. So, I mean, overall, again, nice team effort. They were struggling quite a bit early game, but things came together nicely. A minute 20 or so.
These are going to be the 5 players representing the South African region. You saw them on screen throughout the game. So I'm just going to remind you all of their names because, you need to keep that in mind, especially if you're a fan of the region or of the country itself. It's going to be Depi, Adastarm, Soup, Grove, and Cuckoo. Congratulations to all 5 of them, as well as to, of course, the 5 players from Madagascar, Lapal, Lord Grim, Kiorn, Zodi, and Lemuel for putting on a bit more of a show here for us, more than at least what we saw yesterday from other South African opponents. But with that being said, while we wait for this interview, Black, I'm gonna ask you. We've seen plenty of Egypt play from the North African cone, and now we saw a couple of series of South Africa. If you could have the match right now between these 2 teams, who would you think would come on top? And would it be a close one, or would it be a 2-0 dominant victory for either side?
Honestly, it's quite hard to call simply because they're very, very different playstyles. You see South Africa, they're always in your face. They're super aggressive, and that's the way they draft as well. Like, they don't really draft for late game at all. Yes, their drafts allow them to transition to the late game, but they want to dominate the early and mid game. Whereas Egypt, they really like to be much more calculated. They don't necessarily react, but they're definitely not nearly as aggressive as South Africa is. They're a little bit more defensive, and when they see a chance, they pounce on it. Whereas South Africa is really creating their own opportunities all the time through just being in your face and making you commit errors. Like, we call those unforced errors. Stuff you wouldn't usually do wrong, right? For example, SFTPing in here and stuff like that. Like, yeah, it looked pretty silly on the surface, but if you get pressured so much the entire time, you really feel the need to do something, and then suddenly you do something silly.
Yeah. I see. I understand. There was also the coach difference. We talked with one of the South African players yesterday, and they said they don't have a coach yet, but they will be getting one if they qualify. Well, now that they qualified, I can't wait to ask them if they're going to start scouting for a coach to help them improve and work towards their goals of, I assume, getting a higher placement at the World Esports Championships. Whereas Egypt in themselves, if you remember, Black, 2 days ago, they told us they want to go to win it this year. So maybe the difference in expectations as well might tell us a bit more about the experience, as you mentioned, of the 2 squads from the all-around African region. We are still waiting to get Soup on the line. I can tell you now that he will be the one to join us, Black. And I'm going to ask him quite a few questions, actually, about his Enigma and Mars from yesterday. Because today, yeah, he was great and he was fine. He was running a Darkseer that did great job. But in first game, he didn't leave a mark on me as much as he did yesterday. So those are the games that I'm really keen to ask him. But what about you? What are you going to be cooking up for Soup?
What am I going to be cooking up for Soup? First of all, obviously, why the hell is Grove not here? I've been promised Grove yesterday. Literally, I've been promised him. You remember in that interview?
I do remember.
Yeah, so that didn't happen, which already puts him on my bad side. And we all know, as a certified God gamer, I have quite a bit of influence when it comes to, giving you enough luck and RNG to win games. So you don't want to be on my bad side. So I'll have to hear an explanation for that. If I don't like it, well, good luck to you.
Yeah, so I think from now on you're going to be start to cheer against them only because Grove didn't show up here. But he showed up on the server, right? That's more than enough, I guess, for today. Maybe he's tired from playing so well this Earth Spirit. Or maybe he thought that was so easy that he just jumped in to play some more pubs. Did you think about that?
It happened actually so many times. Like, a team qualifies for some tournament. All right, I'm pubbing. Instantly finds a game. And then they're like, what? I have an interview? And then the interview doesn't happen. Well.
What do you think about this Undying overall? Because it was one of these heroes that I said it's going to be really good in the early game, but in the end, it did manage to not lose their laning phase, but afterwards it really fell off the side of the map for me.
Yeah, but it's typically undying, right? If you don't have the best lane and transition into the mid game, you tend to fall off quite harshly because the hero is really reliant on your team doing well. Like what you offer is a tombstone and quite a bit of sustain, but it's not like you deal a ton of damage, right? You run in, you activate Flash Golem, you hit people, tank some damage, and hope your teammates do the rest. And if they don't, then you're just a lump of meat.
He definitely was a lump of meat, I gotta say. As there was also another thing that I wasn't the biggest fan of, and that was the Lina build. And I'm set to see it win, because that means there are higher chances of other players replicating that. But I have to say, going for the travel boots into Aetherlands Black, it's just not... For me, it feels like at that point, you're minute 14, and you got about 4k dead net worth. And these Linas are not even using them to TP around to farm, but to join up and fight. But in these fights, ever so often, they are punished because they do not have sufficient magic damage yet, or they don't have the Flame of Cloaks, which is, the S tier item on the hero. So I really think there's a different way of building this Lina up, but it worked out today for Adestam.
There's definitely different ways to build it up, but everybody has like their own like flavor, right? Some people are super greedy, some are very conservative. Like you will see some people build like BKB second item or first item, even mana boots BKB, just be really on the front line for your team. Other people would never even think about going BKB, They go like boots into Aghanims, whatever they just want to kill. Other people go either Aetherlands into Yules, don't build any HP whatsoever. Yeah, my position is way better than yours. I don't need HP. There's like all sorts of people, all sorts of different decision makings. And while I agree with you, you're super squishy. You have like 1.1k health. Any sort of misstep basically means you're dead. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I like consistency, and consistency means you are allowed to make a couple of mistakes. If you have to play perfectly, which nobody does, it's not that good. You need some room for error.
I think we might have Soup with us. Let's just give it a try. Soup.
Hello,
Soupy boy.
There we are. Congratulations for your victory.
thank you. Appreciate it. It's two fun games.
You fun
Yeah, especially
games.
the second one. The first one wasn't as fun. Well, not for that.
Yeah,
anyway.
it's true.
Let us start off right away by asking you the classic. Now, you have represented your country successfully and qualified to the World Esports Championships, representing the entire of the South African region. How will you deal with this pressure, and how will you prepare for the coming months for the Land Grand Finals?
Honestly, I don't think it's too much pressure. We played in these tournaments, in the previous years as well. Like last year it was Romania, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think we'll probably just keep scrimming and stuff like that in terms of practice and preparing. I don't really know who the other teams are, like the other countries that are going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a potential couple of monsters waiting, especially from the Europe and Asia regions. But that aside, do you plan on getting a coach? Because I know you don't have one right now, right?
A coach? I don't think we plan on getting a coach. No, not really.
No
There's not
coach.
that
Okay.
many coaches here in South Africa.
Yeah, it's very hard to come by a good one, and having a bad one is actually pretty bad for a team. So yeah, I can understand the
imagine.
decision. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Well, I'm going to ask you about this entire qualifier, right? Because other than this second game, which was slightly closer, you have been putting on master classes, especially yesterday, right? I believe one of the victories were minute 12 and 1 minute 18 or something about that.
Yeah.
But you specifically, me and Black really loved both your Enigma and your Mars. Today, you decided to pull something else out of the bag. You're a very versatile player, right? So I want to ask you now, with this new patch 736B, other than the Enigma, which we know it's kind of broken, what is your favorite offlaner to play currently?
I'd say, well, Legion honestly is so much fun, but they have nerfed it a lot now. So yeah, I was also playing a lot of Axe because of was it the W? I think you can stack it now or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's quite strong.
So you're
yeah.
the guy, you like the offlaners that are a little bit egoistic. Stack up the damage, stack up the armor.
Yeah, facts actually. Yo.
I'm the same way. If I play offlane, I'm picking Legion. I'm getting that 300 blast damage and just
Yeah,
I'm the carry. I don't need
it's
you
so
to
much
help me
fun.
carry. Exactly. Yeah, that's the best thing.
The next question I have is looking at your region, right? We talked to one of your teammates yesterday, and he told us that your national qualifiers were actually a bit challenging to get to this point, right? So, if you could maybe tell us, looking at other countries, right? You played Madagascar today.
Yeah.
What is the difference between your country's pool of teams and the others? Why are you consistently managing to defeat them rather easily to qualify for World Esports Championships?
Yo, that's a good question. I'm not too sure. We've never played these countries before. We played Namibia, I think, last year,
Yep.
and it kind of went like how it went 2 days ago.
Mhm.
With Madagascar, I really have no idea though what type of teams they have. I guess we just play more.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, it definitely looks that way. I mean, I know Grove personally. We've been friends for quite a
Mm.
while, and yeah, you guys definitely spam a lot more Dota than the other teams do, probably. I mean, we had an interview with one of the from North Africa, and they were like, "Yeah, we're just playing for fun. You know, we have day jobs. We come home, we play like 1 or 2 games, and that's pretty much it."
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
half my team doesn't even play Dota, so
Oh, wow. Wow.
yeah.
Multi-talented squad, I understand now. Well, Soup, congratulations once again for
Thank you.
winning both the national qualifiers and now the regional for South Africa. Before I let you go, please look in the camera and give a shout out if you want to mention anybody else that helped you along your journey, and tell us maybe some fighting words for the World Esports Championships.
Some fighting words. I shout out Grove, my lane partner. He's the goat. I don't know what you mean by fighting words though.
Well, I'm gonna
Well-
tell you in case you don't know, because the other
Yeah.
qualifier, this is the first qualifier that is completed. At this
Oh,
moment in
okay.
time, you are the only team that has qualified to the World Esports
Oh,
Championships.
okay.
So that's pretty big
didn't know
shoes
that.
to achieve.
Yeah, it is quite nice. Is it just Dota that's done now? Or the
No,
other
I believe
games?
Counter-Strike was completed the other day, but we're talking Dota. That Dota is the one that we're talking about,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you will be joining, of course, Mongolia, who we don't know what squad will they be sending because they are the champions from last year, but you are
Mm.
the
The
first to
same.
officially make it.
Yeah, it feels good, eh? Finally be done with it.
Time for some ice cream.
Yeah, time to
What's
celebrate.
what's your post? You know, what's your celebratory like food that you love? Some cheesecake, some
Celebratory
ice cream,
food.
steak, whatever.
Yeah, steak. To be honest,
Oh,
nothing
yeah, of
tops
course.
that.
Hell
Nice, nice. Well, I thought you were gonna say soup, but hey ho, what do I know? And we're gonna let you now go and maybe celebrate with your team, or maybe have some fun, maybe have a steak
Mm.
or some soup. It was a pleasure to watch all the 5 of you, and congratulations once again, everybody home. Give it up for Team South Africa.
Thank you.
Easy peasy.
I mean, my man was
Nice.
vibing. He was vibing, Black. He was having a time of his life. And you know that there were some fighting words. I asked him for fighting words, but he already gave it to us before when he said half of my team doesn't even play Dota, and we still won this.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the reality of it. Most esports players that are like in a tier 3 or below sort of environment, it's just not feasible to play full time. That's probably like an amateur level you could kind of think about in sports, where sports is way more developed than esports is. So
Of
amateur
course.
players in sports can actually make a living and try to perfect their craft. Whereas in esports, it's not really possible, you know, unless you, yeah, I don't know, you have like a money factory printing out money, and you don't need to work to get money. You know, it's not really feasible. I mean, you know how it is. You said the acting career is very similar,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and there's only so many chances you get, right? Like it's not really feasible at that point to make it a full-time career.
Well, I would like to find a money factory myself so I can try to become a full-time pro Dota player, Black. But ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the South African qualifiers for the Iesf 2024 Dota 2. That doesn't mean it's the end of the road for us here today, because after a quick break, we will return with the final series of the Iesf North African qualifiers. So stay tuned.
So it's said the next match is at 5 p.m. But
Welcome to the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifier for North Africa 2024. It's the final day, it's the final series. I'm Waxen, joined by Black once again, bringing you what is going to be a chance at retribution for two of these teams, Black. That's the best way I could describe it. Tunisia versus Libya is the game at hand, and both of these two teams are fighting for national glory.
Yeah, that's pretty much all they're fighting for. Because unfortunately, the winner, there's no chance for either of them to really make it to the LAN finals anymore. But I guess you get a little bit of bragging rights still. I don't know the exact standing of both teams. So what exactly would have to happen for either of them to rank up?
Well, I think if I can take a quick look at the North African cone on the isf.gg website, which is what you guys can do at home as well if you want to stay up to date with all the results. Currently, we have Tunisia won 2 of their matches and lost 1. Libya lost 1 and won 1. Which, if my math's correct, if Libya wins this 2-0, they would overtake and get second place. But if they lose a single map, I think no matter what, Tunisia will get second place. So, for example, Libya wins 2-1. Tunisia still has second place.
Okay. So Tunisia needs to win 1 map for second place.
No. Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, Gotcha. So basically, as soon as Tunisia secures that first win, they are locked and good to go.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be, like we said, it's for national pride more than anything, Black. The teams have all fallen to the... The teams have fallen already to the Titan, that is Egypt, who has guaranteed their slot in the World Esports Championships 2024. So congratulations to the Egyptian squad. It will be nice to see them yet again in LAN this year, Black. But this is the series. We have Libya versus Tunisia. I'm looking at their games this week, and they both lost 2-0 to Egypt, as we were expecting. And I'm going to take a look at the game time. Okay, Libya lost in 27 and 28 minutes, respectively. And then Tunisia, Black, they played for 35 minutes and for 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, they had a good game and then not so good game. But we know they're a pretty good team. Like, and the first time we saw them here, I think they barely missed out on the victory due to some, overextensions, let's call it that.
Yeah.
They were handily ahead after the laning phase, but they kind of just gave away the lead by being too aggressive at the wrong times. So if they reviewed that material, they should be good to go here.
Libya did play the Storm Spirit, which we saw quite a fair bit in the first 2 days, but not yesterday and today. Has yet to make a return onto our server here on the stream, and so has Tunisia in their losing efforts to Egypt. So I'm glad to see that this hero will be contested here, and so is the Ursa. So Storm Spirit and Ursa, 2 of the favorite heroes of both of these squads, as we will now take a quick look at the roster player names. Starting with, what are we going to start with, Black? Do you want to see the Tunisian lineup or the Libyan lineup first?
I'm a guy. I love to be surprised, so show me whatever you like.
I'd like to be surprised. Exceptional, Black. Well, I'll just read you both of the team player names. So first, Libya has Google, Demdo, Action, Kashi, and Steve. Kashi was one of the standout players to support from their side for me. Actually played really, really well. He sadly couldn't quite connect with the rest of his squad. As for not Egypt, what am I talking about? As for Tunisia, we got Cancun, Zanetti, Stone, Lorkites, and Conan. Tunisia, the team that we believed was the second seed coming into this region. We're now taking a look at some of the other teams that have played in this qualifier. I believe that was the Moroccan roster, Black. A team that was really, really good, but sadly, due to a few technical problems, couldn't quite convert into more victories. So yeah, Tunisia, Black. We thought they might be the second seed in this North African cone, but like I said, if Libya manages to pull off an upset, they would be dethroned from that second place.
Wait, so we saw on stream, right? Libya against Egypt.
Yes, that is correct.
How was that again? Was it somewhat close, or was it the double stomp?
So one map was close, 35 minutes, and a map was Libya.
Yeah.
No, that was a 27-minute, 28 minutes, but that could have been a bit faster. Egypt just kind of played a bit with their food, and you know how the current meta is. You need to get more resources.
Right. No, now that you say it, I recall that. So, I'm trying to kind of just make sense of it. Is it a 50-50 between them? Is Tunisia a little bit ahead? Is Libya possibly a little bit ahead? Just looking purely at the drafts, I actually think Libya is probably a little bit better. But when it comes to gameplay execution, I would probably give the edge to Tunisia. So I think if they don't get outdrafted completely, they should have it in the bag. At least winning one match, which will then net them the second place, should be in the cards for them.
Yeah, I think I agree with that analysis, my friend. That's why you are here, the prime analyst in the Dota 2 scene, and they both stand at 2-1 in this current draft. Sadly for them, it was one of those things that could have happened. Remember, we're talking in day one. If Egypt would have dropped at least a single series right now, Black, you know what we could be looking at? We could be looking at a 3-way tiebreaker, but and there's a lot of ifs that sadly didn't happen as Egypt went undefeated in this tournament. And you mentioned the draft, right? You said you took a quick look at the draft from Libya. So you prefer that to the one that Tunisia has. Why is that? What have you seen that speaks to you?
I mean, when they played against Egypt, it was super important that you get a decent draft, just because both Egypt and South Africa that we just saw, they have such a different approach to drafting that their drafts are going to be good pretty much no matter what. And I think Libya was actually the team that stood up to them the most in terms of finding a somewhat balanced draft. They can actually go toe to toe with the Egyptian draft. And that in turn means, because we weren't really impressed with Tunisia's drafting throughout the series, or throughout the tournament, really.
Yes.
They should, in theory, be much better at drafting. And that's the biggest weakness of Tunisia. Again, gameplay-wise, I think they're a little bit better. But if you're outdrafted, that doesn't mean much anymore.
Well, speaking of the draft, right? I've mentioned first pick, last pick, what do you want to get first. But one of the other sides that we haven't covered as much, you mentioned that you still prefer Dyer's side at the current moment in time. So have we noticed the pattern this week, Black, with the Dyer getting more of an upper hand over Radiant?
Well, it's because of the superhero storyline, right?
Yeah.
Evil has to win first, and then the Radiant comes around the corner and grabs you. Which is also, a little bit off track, of course, why I like Infinity Wars the most. Better than Endgame. Because I like a good evil villain story.
I love that. I love that as well. Like, I have to be honest, the evil villain story, and the evilest of villains, you could say, in Dota, hero-wise, is the Shadow Fiend. Finally has lost one game, and I'm gonna put you on the spot, asking you to predict. Do you think we're gonna get a Shadow Fiend in this best of 3?
I think we definitely will if it doesn't get banned. The question is just, will it get banned? I think we're gonna see it once.
Oh,
once. Maybe even in the first game, and it completely destroys, and then it gets banned.
I see. No, that does make sense. Do you think we're gonna trade maps and go to a deciding game 3?
Wow. Lots of tough questions today.
Of course, I'm the question man.
You're the question man, yeah. I'm the answer man, usually. Let me answer it quick. I think it's going to be 2-0 for Tunisia.
2-0 for Tunisia. Ooh. Black, ladies and gentlemen, coming in with the hottest of takes. I want to see Libya get at least one in, just to make it more interesting. But I do have to say, if I would have to give a percentage-wise before we see the picks, Tunisia is probably the favorite coming into this one, 60% to 40. So not the overwhelming favorites as in the Egypt series, but definitely might have the upper hand. And the reason I'm choosing them is because of some of the experience of the players that have had a bit more reps in. We talked about Zanetti, we talked about Cancun. Like we said, they are all really, really experienced. Well, not really experienced, but more experienced than other teams in this region.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. However, I'm always wondering, we had a similar question just now with Soup. Who are their practice partners? Like that's always a big question for myself. Like, who do they have to scrim with? Who do they have to practice when push comes to shove? Because you're only going to be as good as the opponents that you can scrim against, right? Like you're very limited by your environment. Like if your environment is just suboptimal, you're going to be suboptimal. So did any of them consistently scrim, for example, against Egypt? Is like my question, or against South Africa? Like, do they even scrim against each other? Like, who are their opponents? I would love to hear that. I'd love to know that. Obviously, we will never get an answer probably because it's classified information.
Well, maybe in the post-game interview, right?
Yeah, but even then, they might not want to give it away because strats and NDAs.
I see. So what you're saying is that when you were a pro player, you signed an NDA to not disclose any of your screens for the rest of your life?
I mean, what server can they play on actually? I don't actually know. Tunisia and Libya, what server would they be playing on? Is it Europe?
So I believe, well, to my understanding, I think
Tunisia's server here is Europe West. So
Tunisia is very close to Europe, and Libya is just slightly further to the east. And they're like on the part. My geography is not the best, right? But the Mediterranean Sea, it's the Italy part, and then it like there's a bit of a gap between North Africa and Europe. And Libya is still at the very top of North Africa, just slightly further away from mainland Europe than Tunisia. But I think they should both have pretty decent ping on Europe. That's what I think. I'm not saying it's going to be like you have one ping on Singapore, but it should be playable. Sort of like you play Europe West on NA East servers.
Right, okay, so you have a little bit of lag, but not too much, still playable.
Yeah,
sounds good. Then the question is, do they just scrim against European opponents the entire time? Because they will never face them. That would be the best practice in theory. Right, because you would never really have to face them in any tournament.
Yeah.
And they would never leak your strats, obviously. Other teams wouldn't know about your strats, so it would make a lot more sense if they did play against these European teams.
Have you ever thought about joining a team like for fun, Black? Like obviously, since you're no longer like competing at the highest level, have you thought about just joining one of these teams and try to go? Because you're talking to me the other day about, oh, you're so sad there's not a German team to play that plays in the Iesf. Have you considered maybe trying to run one yourself?
The problem is there aren't a whole lot of German players. Like there's Kuroki, there's Koikwa,
there's Fata.
He's not active anymore. I think he actually doesn't play and doesn't coach anymore. He's kind of gone. So then there's me. That's 3. There's 9, but he's also semi-retired. He only plays Dota very rarely. So let's say 3 people. It's quite tough for us to fill the roster, to be honest. Like Dota is not super popular in Germany anymore. However, a couple of, I don't remember what year it was, I did play some open qualifiers with a castle stack, and that's when I said I'll never do that again.
Okay.
Because we won the qualifier, but because we casters, we're not allowed to actually be at the event because we casters at the event. So we had to actually give up the game. We had the game won, and then we had to leave the game and give the enemy a default win, which probably felt terrible for them.
Oh, that's an interesting insight in the behind the scenes and the struggles. Because I assume you wanted to play. I
wanted to play for sure. I didn't know it was going to happen. When that happened, I was like, "What the hell are we doing? Like, you're also taking away my chance,
We gotta make something happen, Black. Maybe if not for Dota, we gotta sign up for some open qualifiers. What other games you said you play? Age of Empires? Sure, I'll learn it. We'll run some open qualifiers there.
Hey, open qualifiers nowadays are not the most difficult. I'm sure we could make it out round 1.
Yeah. Maybe we get a buy or something, as these two teams are finally getting on to this first draft of the best of 3 series. Black, Tunisia taking out the Clockwork. We haven't seen Clockwork since day 1. I think it's been banned every single game. Trient, Weaver, Tiny, and Libya. Then really interesting. TA is fine, but the Monkey King banned in the first phase.
We did see Tunisia run it, I think, once, didn't we?
Yeah. We
and they had decent success with it. And in general, in this region in particular, it seems like there's a lot of mid Monkey Kings for some reason. They just busted out against another melee hero and they dominate the lane. Which, truth be told, middle Monkey King is very obnoxious to play against if you're a melee hero. Dragonite. Okay, easy. I like that a lot. Easy hero, targeted stun, easy to push. Now the enemy has a Witch Doctor though, and you probably lost. GG.
It's not the Shadow Fiend insta win, it's the Witch Doctor insta win. As the DK does make sense, especially after the Monkey King ban, right? If you have Dragon Knight and they can pick up this Monkey King, he just completely destroys the dragon in the mid lane. So I like the start from Libya, but also Tunisia going for what is arguably the second safest pair of hands in the current patch, especially in our tournament, right? The Witch Doctor has been played a lot with the Voodoo Festration and has had considerable success.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, Dragon Knight in general, I love that hero a lot. It's just, if you want to win Dota, you pick Dragon Knight. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Like, he does everything you need. He does damage, he stuns, he pushes towers, he clears waves. What else do you need from a hero? Same as with the Witch Doctor. Like, pretty much most cookie cutter support there is.
But
so
what
I like both openings. SF is still in the pool.
So is the Storm Spirit, and so is the Ursa. Like I said, Shadow Fiend we want to see because it's very strong, and Storm and Ursa have been contested a lot by these two teams in the last couple of days. But the Shadow Fiend will be the first choice of the Tunisian squad to pair up and reveal as a core.
There it is, though. We got our boy SF. There it is. We said it. Dragon Knight hates. Well,
okay.
I mean, obviously, that's what we kind of alluded to before. Like, both teams know there isn't really that much at stake. So we're probably going to see a couple of interesting drafts down the line. Although, Witch Doctor SF is pretty damn tryhard.
Yeah, I think you see there's not a lot at stake. I mean, when it comes to qualifying wise, but I still think the teams will do the best to put on the best display for their country. As this Texas makes his way into the draft again, Black, we've seen this twice this tournament, and neither time I was impressed by it.
I'd agree with that as well. It's a very hit or miss hero. Vengeful Spirit, though, we have seen that hero dominate for sure. It's pretty good against SF as well. Interesting to see whether it's going to be a carry or not. But yeah, Tunisia, obviously, they want to secure second place. So they're going to be super try-hard in this game, at least. Rubik's a great pick here. All the spells are really nice to steal. There isn't really any bad spell to steal so far, I think. Nope, they're all pretty damn good.
And Rubik would have also been good for the Libyan side. Let's say if this was a vengeful carry, which we've seen, and it succeeded. So if Libya wanted to run vengeful carry and pick up the Rubik for themselves to, get the raises, the Requiem, even though obviously the Witch Doctor abilities would be amazing to steal. So Tunisia, a very nice thinking to pick this one up, as they haven't really wasted any of the reserve time. Their game plan seems to be very solid. What do you think about a Shadow Fiend safe lane and picking a Leshrac mid here?
I think they want the SF to match up against the Dragon Knights, so...
Well, that's what they're doing. CK now.
Yeah. They could just put Dragon Knight in the offlane, though. That works out perfectly fine as well. And then we might just see another Lina again against the SF, which is something we've seen every game, literally. There's not a single game where SF didn't play against Lina.
Well, every game where Shadow Fiend made his way through the draft, not every game.
Yeah, so let's see if Libya is going to stick to that.
Can you play Storm Spirit into Shadow Fiend? Like doesn't because before many years ago, Shadowfiend kind of used to destroy Storm, but I feel like nowadays it's not even, but it's a bit closer because of the water runes.
It's a little bit better, but SF is just so oppressive. And the problem is that with Remnants, you have to go quite close to farm. So you're going to get double raised every time. And it feels a little bit uncomfortable. Come mid late game, though, it's very good. Lifestealer, okay, interesting. Not the best hero against Chaos Knight. It's really good against Shadow Fiend. But even Witch Doctor is quite good against Lifestealer.
Especially as soon as you get your Academy Shard on the Witch Doctor, and then you just have the you turn into a Deathworth. It's really, really good. So it's Chaos Knight. Also, I would arguably say it's a traditional counter to Lifestealer. You used to see a Lifestealer, and then you pick the CK Reality Rift him, and you just destroy him. So I don't really know what Libya's game plan is here.
Not entirely sure. Yeah, as you said, Chaos Knight is a pretty damn strong hero against Lifestealer. Also here that builds into Orchid, something Lifestealer hates. Interesting. Just as I was praising their draft. Yeah.
They are banning out the Night Stalker, and the Brew was also taken out a bit earlier from Tunisia. I would think they might. I thought they might go for something a bit funky, like I said, the Vengeful Carry. Definitely, that's not going to be the case. As now they ban the Darks here, and Ember Leshrac will be the counter bans from Tunisia. I think the Leshrac would have been great for Libya potentially with a DK offlane, but this is wow, Black. I believe this is going to be a Vengeful Spirit offlane.
It could be Dragon Knight offlane, Hoodwink mid.
Nah.
There's a couple of options. We have seen a Hoodwink mid this tournament. It wasn't very good, but it was there. I think so.
I do remember what you're saying. I think the players picked it and then they swapped lanes. Remember that game? I think that's the game where a mid laner played position 4 and a position 4 played mid.
Was that game? Yeah, maybe.
Hoodwink
is a decent mid hero that can work if you're like a specialist at it. Against SF it's a little tough, but no hero can really lane against SF at all. Like, who's going to go there?
I think your best bet is still sending the Dragon Knight mid. Out of the 5 heroes on Libya's side, Dragon Knight at least has the Dragon's Blood that to kind of sustain himself from all the harass that might come from the Shadow Fiend. And then you got a good setup. You stun Dragon Tail into take his rotation blast off if the Hoodwink can come in and throw a bushwhack. So maybe rotations might be what the saving grace from the Dragon Knight. Maybe, I mean, it does make sense. But then Vengeful Spirit offlane is normally, well, this patch is fine, but not into a CK Witch Doctor.
Well, let's see. I would like to see Timbersaw here from Tunisia. I think it would complement the whole lineup very well. It's amazing against Lifestealer, against Dragon Knight, even Hoodwink as well.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. Interesting.
Wait, Witch Doctor core? Is there not Witch Doctor offlane? There's a chance for that, right?
Unlikely, but there's a chance for that.
We said we want to see it. Come on, if not now, then when? Black. This is the moment. Oh, wait, Zanetti is the mid laner.
Cancun is a carry. Are you sure? Isn't Stone the mid laner? No, Stone is the mid laner.
Is it? Is it? Oh, that's not what it says on my spreadsheet, but I think you might be right. And Conan is the position 4. I do remember that. 5, actually. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Q is playing the Rubik. I think we've seen Tunisia play Rubik a lot, and Q was doing quite well. So it is going to be a Bull Rush offlane Spirit Breaker. And Kashi on the Libyan side is going to play the... Wait, support Vengeful? I'm very confused right now, Black.
Well,
we'll have to wait and see, I guess.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not... Again, for Libya, there isn't really much on the line, I believe. Tunisia is really playing for that second place, so we'll see how both these teams approach the game.
Interestingly, the Hoodwink also went for the Facet tree bounce instead of the Scurry. Scurry is practically giving you a bit of extra range the more you scale it with your first and second spell. And yeah, we see this Hoodwink going for the tree bounce trick shot. So I've not seen it used that often because people usually prefer to get the extra range and slight damage from the Scurry Facet. Interesting choice. It might help him with farming a bit more on the support later on, because Hoodwink is one of these greedy supports that kind of just wants to farm, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. As for the Dire side, we haven't spoken about Shadow Fiend's facets at all, Black. So he has the Shadow Mire, which is 8% movement speed and attack speed debuff on enemies when you connect with a raise.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only one that everybody goes for. It just helps the lane. It's an incredible ability in the lane. You stack up a raise, and then another. Then as soon as you have 2 on you, you probably can't really stay in the lane anymore. You have to wait until the debuff is out, because if you get a 3rd or 4th, you're not moving anymore. At all. And obviously your attack speed is slowed as well. It's an incredible facet for laning. In particular, and then obviously SF scales super well into the middle late game as well.
Probably so hard also if you play into if you're a melee hero playing into that, right? You just get 2 raises connected at 16% of your move speed. Where are you going to run, right? Are you even going to run anywhere at that point? That is the question.
Yeah, that's why I said the DK middle it's quite bad against SF. So it should be a very one-sided lane. We'll see though, maybe it can work some magic.
Well, I mean, it's a good dragon. Dragons don't really do magic, but this is this very special Dragonite. One of the most consistent heroes in Tier 1 Dota for the last 10 months or so. Everybody's been playing this Dragonite Black. So let's see if Google can make it work versus the Shadow Fiend.
Indeed. Can you make it work? Ooh, if SF dies first, but it could be good for them.
Icky Bomb latching in, nice stun off the low ground. The Fade Bolt will connect onto 4. They're trying to get the trade back, and Kashi will fall, but it's a Shadow Fiend dying first. And now this body block from Conan is looking very, very nice. X, very low in HP, and one more right click from Q will claim the soul, the Hoodwink.
Dragonite got the first blood though onto the SF, so that's a massive golden fusion. But still, the matchup is going to be tough either way. Like a little bit of gold isn't really going to sway that matchup in too many ways. Also, Witch Doctor seems absolutely broken for his level 1 skirmishes because the AoE is so massive.
It's
did so much damage.
It's gonna get nerfed. I honestly, he's gonna get nerfed to the ground. But hopefully sooner than later, because I'm already tired of seeing level 1 Voodoo Festration. I think not seeing a Witch Doctor get Paralyzing Cask early on, or at least Maledict, is so weird. I would say a build-up where you max out Voodoo Festration is better, but I would still like to, nerf it to the point where it's not a level 1 spell. So they could go 1-0-1 and then 1-4-1. That's fine. But, it's too strong as a level 1 spell, that's clear.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's also some drawbacks to it, right? Because the old Voodoo Restoration is actually really good for your whole team, whereas the new one is just the damage ability. So it's obviously very different. And I'm sure a lot of people get confused as well.
Black, this is going to be exactly what you said. It's the Hoodwink mid, and that's why we saw the facet with the tree bounce. Because it's a core Hoodwink who will be farming as fast as possible, so doesn't need the extra range, as the extra slight bounce, if you miss the target, might be way better as soon as he gets more items on.
Yeah, it's probably much better as a core facet. But we'll see how good this mid Hoodwink is going to be. Because against SF again, it's not an easy lane. But it's much better than putting DK there.
Nice right clicks from Steve onto Q. Fade Bolt versus Sticky Bomb. Interesting trade-off between these two. Steve was still affected for a little while by the Fade Bolt, so dealing less right click damage as The most intriguing lane for me has to be this mid lane, right? It's not often we see Hoodwink versus Shadow Fiend mid, and yeah, I mean, it's just something new.
I would just like SF to be a little bit more aggressive. Really keep those stacks up on the razors, because that's how you win the lane, right? Right now Hoodwink is doing very well for herself. Oh, easy kill on the top.
Is under attack.
Vengeful Spirit going down. I mean, Witch Doctor is such an incredibly strong hero. Very, very difficult to deal with.
Down bottom, Zanetti was right-clicking action quite a lot with the Greater Bash, but I think this Lifestealer will have a hell of a time playing versus a Spirit Breaker when he gets his level 4 or 5. He already has a Bracer, wants to get the Orb of Corrosion completed, and that's when the Spirit Breaker will struggle. But up top, can they punish this Witch Doctor? I don't think it's possible, as Cancun needs to get to one more on top of Kashi so he can pop to the Maledict. And one wasn't enough, there was not a Chaos Strike, a proc. And now tanking some of the creeps, Google also using his sword to harass this CK.
And it's a little bit of a weakness, of course, of the offlane DK. You don't really have any pressure tool until you're higher levels. So the carry is always going to free farm earlier on. Still doing very well for himself, of course, is Cocoon. But then looking, SF is still doing very well for himself.
Steve bottom, ooh, a bash would have done the job, but so will a Fade Bolt from Q. It's 4 for 1 already for Tunisia to kick off this game. And, you know, Conan is gonna be fine. Paralyzing Cask available, and the damage from the Chaos Strike will get the soul of Kashi, but he does fall to the Breathfire, and now the denies from Google under the tower, not allowing Conan to get any more gold on the Witch Doctor.
Very well done. Probably CK doesn't mind the death too much, because he was quite low on resources. So he'll come back with full HP, full mana, and of course always nice to give your Witch Doctor some carry potential at higher levels.
Look at this Lifestealer though. Do you feel like it's gonna be a Radiance type build, like Radiance Manta, or do you want to see him going for the Facebook's Armlet? Because we often see Lifestealers queuing up Radiance, but then changing their mind up at about minute 8 to 10. What would you like to see from him, Black?
I like Radiance a lot against illusion-based carries like CK is, because until he gets the Bloodthorn, you have a lot of evasion against all the physical damage that will be coming in. It would be a very good choice, so hopefully he doesn't go away from it. Bonin again in trouble, getting right clicked down. One more will do it. Down he goes. We got another stun though.
Went down fighting.
Ooh, if Kashi dies as well, that's massive for the CK. Oh,
Nice stick charge. That was very good.
there's gonna be
Also
a
has the
relative though.
Lotus. Has got a Lotus.
Another
Is it gonna
stun
be
soon and
sufficient?
3.
No mana. Has a stick. Will pop the stick.
Oh,
Fog of War on high ground, and
bong.
yeah. Okay,
That's
Cancun
massive for
missed.
the CK.
He missed like
2
3
kills,
creeps
solo
for double
experience.
kill. It's very much. I don't even know. Like CK solo getting a double kill at level 4. This should never happen.
Well, now he's level 5 already. Very, very nice lane start for him, of course. Our SF is also looking very good after the initial first blood.
The Hoodwink is not doing that bad. Honestly, I actually was questioning this switch up of lanes, but only 6 last hits behind the Shadow Fiend. I think the Dragon Knight would have been trumped way more than this Hoodwink. So Stone, quite happy to see... well, Stone actually not happy to have to play versus the Hoodwink, but at least X did a good job. As we now move up top, we're trying to pursue Conan, who is so sustainable with the Voodoo Festoration, but maybe one more right click might do the job. The Chaos Ball stopped the stun. Kashi cannot get in range. It was all on cooldown anyway, and now Conan turns around onto the Dragon Knight.
Look at that damage. This thing's just ticking and ticking and ticking and
Is
ticking.
under attack.
Who's the core now? I look at X. I was just praising him, and now he's in the river getting chased
Hey,
down.
he actually killed the DK.
Beautiful Spirit Breaker. Dragon Knight dies up top. But in the mid, the Hoodwink falls, and Steve, level 3, will get chased down by Zanetti and Q. Can Steve at least deny himself to the neutrals? He's not even gonna attempt to, just buying a bit more time, but Stone will claim it from a low ground Shadow Race kill.
Very, very well done. Now we said gameplay-wise, they're definitely ahead, and they're showing that here. Like they're looking real good.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting choice. The SF went for threats. We usually never see that.
This is very interesting. It tells us he wants to go for... I mean, he's playing versus a lifestealer, right? He knows that the magic build is not going to be ideal. As they're setting up mid. Nice stun. Sticky bomb. Layers blast off. And this is what I wanted to say. Stone Requiem is not going to be able to be casted in time. And that is the rotate I predicted, Black. I told you about this during the draft phase. That's what the Hoodwink can bring to the table with his two long-range stun supports.
Yeah, and it was even pre-level 6 Hoodwink. So next kill is going to be even easier. Oh, if there's one more bash. Maybe he doesn't even need the bash. He got face boots. He's fast.
Action. He's trying to really juke there. The Nether Strike was already used as the Spirit Breaker. Somehow got level 6 before, but I think the Fate Bolt will claim the kill as he's trying to juke left and right, but the bash is coming in from Zanetti. Oh, it was a charge. Never mind.
Yep, and Kakuna at the same time also killing Kashi at the top. His arm is just around the corner. Our game is not completely out of reach, of course. 2k gold lead at this time is not unrecoverable, but it's getting tough. They need to somehow make use of the supports, really rotate together. Mid lane again. There's a charge coming in though, and Q's also already level 6. They took both wisdom runes, by the way.
That's why they have disadvantage levels. Kashi only level 4. The illusion rune, can you dodge it? No, it popped it way too soon. And X will die to the blast off Fate Bolt combo from Rubik. It's gonna be a double kill for the position 4, as Stone was also there to get some of that XP and gold on his SF.
Yeah, I generally don't like it when you take kills away from the SF, because his souls obviously increase by +1 every time he gets a kill. Which is very substantial, especially for his ult later on, and his right click damage. That's life. Can't have everything, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, charge bottom. This lifestealer is very under level compared to everybody else on the server. Even his support techies is also level 5.
Yeah, it's been a tough lane for him. That being said though, he's still decently farmed, not amazing, but still quite okay. Now Hoodwink jungling, I thought he's gonna make a rotation bottom. Both supports are coming bottom. So they gotta be a little careful on the Rubik. He's got a big streak to go.
It would be a great kill for the Libyan squad, as they're really trying to get closer, but I think you need to get Kashi closer to his level 6 at all costs. I don't know if that means Kashi should be mid right now. There's nobody mid, so maybe leeching some of that XP mid would be good for the Vengeful Spirit, as Venge level 4 is good. Venge level 6 has such a big power spike.
Definitely true. Level 6 Venge is one of the scariest heroes in Dota, honestly. Like that repositioning ability or saving ability on one of the teammates is absolutely crucial and can be pretty game breaking as well if used in the right scenario. But for now, Tunisia is just farming away. They know they're having a lead, they're just trying to build on that lead.
I like this from Google's Dragon Knight, using the dragon form as early as possible, helping himself accelerate farm, and now probably pushing the wave into the tower. We did see Stone having a shield rune on the Shadow Fiend, and X is gonna get stunned by the stolen Rubik. Kashi? Hello? Nice shot to connect long range onto the Rubik in the river, and now the sticky bomb will get even lower. Bushwhack to turn around, but there's no more follow-up. The Vengeful's dead for 10. The techies only level 5.
Yeah, definitely lack of levels. They need level 6 on techies, 100%, otherwise they just don't have the burst damage. And once techies is 6, that's the good news. He deals an absurd amount of magic damage, but it's already minute 11. So his level 6 is very, very, very late, unfortunately.
The magic missile stolen from Rubik is why we said at the beginning of the draft this is looking very good for the Tunisian side. It's a great spell to steal, and it's got so many other options that are equally great from the Radiant squad, as there's another smoke, and second smoke in about 30 seconds from Tunisia. Are they really gonna catch this Dragon Knight? Seems so.
Well, they have to pure damage from the Death Ward.
Oh yeah, Google should be dead. But the magic missile comes in nicely, but that means there's no stop for the Death Ward if needed. But Conan isn't even gonna use that. He was just walking forward and backwards with the Voodoo Restoration, trying to see if there's TP's attempts to help this TK, who was the most farmed hero for Libya.
Yeah, closely followed by Lifestealer and Hoodwink. 6k lead now in 12 minutes. It's getting to the point where just having enough damage output to kill a hero is going to become a problem. So they're going to stop the bleeding while they still can. The Hoodwink has a lot of work to do.
1,000 gold away from having the Maelstrom, and that is gonna be really good for X. But it's also minute 12, Black. It's minute 12, and we still have barely level 5 hit on the Vengeful Spirit, and Tekis doesn't have his 6. It's been so often in this qualifier when we see the teams not contesting the Wisdom Runes, and then they get punished for the next 10 minutes when their supports are completely out of the game.
Been a big problem for many of the teams, 100%. They're not really prioritizing the Wisdom Runes too much. And even if you don't get the Wisdom Runes, that's a big difference between amateur teams and the big pro teams. Yeah, supports will struggle every now and then, but you gotta make sure as a core that they actually get to level 6 as well. You know? You gotta give them a lane. You just gotta make sure that they get the ultimates, because without that, you can't do anything.
Masterpiece bottom.
No blink they got on the DK though.
I mean,
they actually want to fight this. They're going to turn around. We're going to have a charge.
they're under the observer on the cliff.
Oh, now they're the ones running away.
Okay, Kashi gets reality rifted and obliterated, and look at the Nether Strike connecting onto the Ketekis. He's now level 6, pops the proximity mine, but now the chain stun, he will fall. And then Requiem of Soul gets stunned by the Dragon Tail Stone. Hold it for a second, but the Death Ward will follow suit with the damage. And it's a Harpy Lifestealer trying to run away. Action gets completely, well, splattered into the floor. It's the Lifestealer, but the only life that was stolen was his.
Tragic ending for his story. He'll not be writing any books about that one. Stone taking the mid tower, going for the usual build up as well. The Kaya, Yasha, of course, in this patch increasing the cast speed by 25%, which is quite massive. Google still trying to figure out best way to farm his Blink Dagger. We're gonna go on him again. It's a lot of damage. Ow, ow, ow.
At least the Blink's in cooldown, so he can't keep on chasing, and the charge was not available. Nether Strike also on cooldown, so Tunisia is still very respectful of this lineup from Libya, because it's still, they have so many stuns, and until you get BKBs, you can't reliably you know, be killing them. You overcommit, you get chain stunned from the magic missile, blast off onto 2, bushwhack onto 3, dragon tail, and then the damage will come in eventually. You have a very solid lead, but not as big as we've seen in the rest of the tournament, and this is where we see it. Magic missile into bushwhack sharpshooter, bish bash bosh. Now the CK is alone, 1 versus 4. He doesn't have the Shadow Fiend coming in with the assist. Requiem of Soul available, doesn't use it just yet. Cancun below to half HP, and look at the proc from the Maelstrom of X's coming through. The bushwhack is pitch perfect to stop the Requiem from connecting, and it's gonna allow the Dragon Knight to get a double kill as Libya has awakened into the series.
Massive gold swing. It's over 5,000 gold the other way. It's what we spoke about before. It's not easy to stage a comeback, but once you manage to, the gold swings in the current patch are absolutely massive. Like getting 6k gold from this one fight like this. Look at DK. He's got his. He didn't even go for Blink. What did he go for? A Mage there first. Okay, interesting decision. Not a bad item by any means. But Lifestealer is very close to his Radiance now. This now opens up the game a lot for the Libya side. As we take another quick look at the Lifestealer kill from before.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, I was just predicting, telling you can't be too overzealous before you get BKBs because you get chain stunned, and then Tunisia wanted to show the viewers at home that's exactly how you get chain stunned and lose 3 heroes. As we just missed. I think the Lifestealer got caught farming in the dire jungle. So I wanted to say this Lifestealer would get more and more HP as he gets the last hits, but losing his life there is not going to be good. Google very tanky. Steve trying to get with a turnaround kill with the proximity mines, but now the stolen ones from the Rubik will allow them with the long range damage to get Zanetti's mega kill streak.
Again, very good trade for the Libya side. They're not fully online yet. Lifestealer will still need some time to farm up his Radiance, but once that's up, yeah, they're in a good shape to fight back. Tunisia has really given them a couple of opportunities to make the game a little bit more even again. But be careful, we know Libya can play Dota.
Absolutely. They've shown it a few times now. Is this Hoodwink will accelerate a lot his farm that he's been having the Maelstrom for a few solid minutes at this point, Black. And there doesn't seem to be any BKB in sight soon for Tunisia. The Shadow Fiend is going for a rather greedy build, I would say. But it's also a Shadow Fiend in this current patch. You really want to have these items to jump in and obliterate your team fights with the Requiem. So I don't necessarily hate it. I'm just saying that that's his loose condition if he gets caught multiple times by stuns.
It is, and stuns they have an abundance of on the Radiant side. So gotta be really careful. No BKB gaming means you have to play perfectly at all times. It's very difficult for even the best players in the world to do so.
Look at the commit, charge into Nether Strike, Shadow raises 2, 3, as the bashes continue to push the DK closer and closer to the range of the Stone SF.
Yeah, it always feels terrible to die like that. Stealing away the DD rune as well. Well, amplified damage rune, sorry.
Yeah, of course, how dare you, Mr. Dominic. Now, oh, look at his hoodie, he's got a Crystallis as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting item build-up.
Level 12 already as well. That's pretty solid, I would say. This is what you usually see on the position 4 Hoodwink at about minute 35. When you're mid laner, you can get out way sooner. But Dota Plus doesn't really care about all this. They think 9k gold lead, they've got the SF, they got the top 3 network farmers. This is going to be easy peasy. Oh, Stony actually uses the amplified damage. I thought he might keep it for a while longer, but, maybe wanted to bottle up or something.
Yeah, that's why we don't do the thinking, we do the casting. Because we don't know what's going on in their heads. Maybe just wanted to do the calm a little bit faster. Now that it also amplifies spell damage. Who knows?
And now they're getting in the pits, that's why they used it. They were not afraid. As we take a look at the inventory of the Spirit Breaker, who's got a full Octarine completed on top of the Midas with pre-minute 20. Unbelievable. The charges are going relentless, non-stop, I can even say. As I look at him, just charging to clear the creep wave. And Zanetti is having a really good game with a 5-1 and 8 scoreline.
He's been playing very well. Entire game pretty much. He had one overstep in the mid, but nobody plays perfect, we already said that. Everybody's allowed to make a couple of mistakes. Of course, some are more crucial than others. It's definitely actually very costly because he had a nice streak going the other way. Are they gonna try to continue to push the top lane? It's very risky. SF is close to his BKB, so they probably want to wait for that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think they got on the Chaos Knight.
I think they want to set up to steal the Tormentor as well, which is gonna be it's gonna be a big painful loss for Libya, who would like to have the double magic missile or the reactive taser on the allies from the techies. So if they're gonna allow this tier 2 to fall without being contested, okay, 45 gets used, buying themselves a bit more time, but the Lifestealer doesn't want to join up. I think he's just purchasing his Radiance from the opponent secret shop.
Very interesting. BKB is now completed as well on Stone, which means it should be a lot easier to fight. Venge can still cancel it, of course, with the swap. But yeah, gold lead perhaps up back to roughly 9k. 10k now. Slowly maintaining and building the lead as they have before. Now who's gonna get the shard?
Another shield rune. I feel like it's like the fourth shield rune I have on this Shadow Fiend. And it's good that they managed to get it from themselves. Reactive Taser on teammates is going to be really good to stop some of the right clicks of this CK.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What is the CK going for? He could also use a BKB, maybe even a heart. We've seen that a couple of times. Stone is clicking at the tower. There's really a whole lot I can do to deter them from this, I guess. Although this is the problem now. You know, now you really wish you had the old Witch Doctor heal. Heal up all your teammates.
But like, if you don't go for the Voodoo Restoration, you still have the actual heal, right? The Aegis just dies. Acre shot damage, sometimes you don't calculate because you're not used to a Hoodwink dealing so much damage. Usually that's a support, plus the Wave of Terror from the Vengeful reducing a lot of your armor. So now the smoke up, the blink is available for Google. It's just the Lifestealer's not with them, but the Shadow Fiend is walking into the Lifestealer. Stone has an Invis rune and a Rage under the Sentry. This is a big mistake, overstepping into the vision on the high ground, and the Shadow Fiend falls back to back. He had the Aegis 20 seconds ago.
3k gold the other way. Massive death. This is why you have to be so careful. Like the rubber band mechanic in Dota and the current iteration of Dota is so massive. It literally got just 1200 gold off that one kill. Now they get map control. They're looking for more. Lifestealer is in prime shape fight now as well. If he doesn't get orchid. Careful, that was a support.
We should be
fine.
We should be fine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it's gonna be Conan getting the Voodoo Switcheroo, which is, by the way, one of my favorite shard names, I think. Voodoo Switcheroo. Just sounds cool.
That sounds like an open AI or ChatGPT kind of name. Hey, give me a good name for this ability.
Oh, he's still holding the Grease, by the way, the Grish, the Gri, the you know, the item. He's still holding it for now. 631 gold, and he died twice. That's why he doesn't have much more gold. 24 minutes for 600 gold. I don't know, man. That's not ideal.
I'm gonna hold it next time I play Witch Doctor until I get like a whole item from it. I'm gonna keep running into the opponents and keep dying all the time. I'm gonna fill it up with some goody, juicy gold.
I like that.
With the minefield.
Goody, juicy
a lot of mine.
gold.
Don't go up, don't go up.
Google almost connected there onto the Chaos Knight as we're gonna get a quick pause. Hopefully to sort out any minor issues that might have occurred. But, you know, the early lead that Tunisia had was about 6 to 8k at minute, what was it, 11? And since then, Libya's holding on to that, only 7,000, so Tunisia cannot manage to get further ahead, and it doesn't surprise me because look at it, Black. It's a Radiance Lifestealer farming, it's a Maelstrom Hooding getting a lot of last hits. They are quite good at flash farming, whereas the Chaos Knight is good at killing creeps, but not mass creeps.
Sounds about right, but the biggest, well, gold influx has really been the high kill streak kills that they've gotten.
Yeah, I see.
Because, I mean, they killed the Spirit Breaker, right? He was worth 1,000 because the Iesf was worth 1,000. Even the Ruby kill was worth over 1,000 as well. And now that all the streaks are gone, it probably won't be as, you know, impactful to make consecutive mistakes. But what do we see now? Smoke movement out.
Radiant's middle
What can they
tower is under
catch?
attack.
Blink Dagger on Chaos Knight, so he's leading the charge. Can he catch anything? Or is it charge on the Hoodwink?
Oh, caution. He stopped the Reality Rift. He could have connected that, but the Glimmer came after the Reality Rift got pump faked.
I'm surprised he didn't try to jump the Hoodwink there.
I'm also very surprised for similar reasons, but now the telekinesis into the death ward. Look at the damage, Black. It's coming through and it's coming hard. And that's going to be the Vengeful dying and the X Hoodwink following soon into the grave. 40 seconds ahead. Does have the buyback. Does have the buyback.
Nah, that's a nice symphony of skills. Actually, the Witch Doctor jumping in first. He's like, well, CK, if you're not going to do it, I will.
I love this build.
It's very interesting. Very, very ballsy. Like, he knows he's the boss of the gym.
For how long have we been saying we want to see a Witch Doctor core black? It's been at least, well, at least this qualifier. We've been begging for someone to do it. This is, I think, as close as we're gonna get it, as we get the Infest bomb. They're getting ready to set up. Google jumps ahead, but the disengage comes in time. Tunisia will not get caught on their back foot, as they are now retreating, going to hit some more creeps and squeeze out even more of the map. Potentially, even waiting for the next Roshan, who will be up in, well, anywhere between 4 and 7 minutes.
Yeah, also got the tower, which of course gives you more map control. We see an instant smoke out, which is pretty predictable because all the lanes are pushing in right now. Generally, before you smoke, you want to push out all the lanes so the enemy can't predict your movement as easily. So this smoke shouldn't really result in any sort of damage. Any item updates? So CK is going for that BKB, of course. Very nice. Axe next on the Shadow Fiend. Got a couple of good items coming up. For the Lifestealer, Sanj Yasha. Okay, it's pretty standard nowadays. Going for the Agons next, actually, which is very interesting. It allows you to infest an enemy and they're disarmed during the duration.
That is one of the reasons this Lifestealer was played so much in 7.356D or 7.3.5D or whatever the patch was, because the Aghanim was such a I mean, it was a really strong item. What else is there to say, right? And if he could get on top of the Shadow Fiend, he could really punish him, as he does not seem to intend on getting a Black King. Oh, he has a Black King. But never mind. I was looking at the quick buy. Shadow Fiend has a BKB, but even still, I believe you can still pierce him with that.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I did it way before any pro did it, you know. My stream was laughing at me, or that build sucks. I was like, nope, it's the next big thing. And then it became the next big thing. Such a fun way to play in pubs too. Oh, careful, Sinetti. Okay, playing it cautiously. I like that a lot. Hoodwing showing bottom. Now it's dangerous for them to be top. Play too many lanes at once.
Kashi would love to finish his Solar Crest so he can protect his Lifestealer a bit more. Also, he would love to get his level 12 for that extra range, Nether Swap and lower cooldown. He really needs to stay around like someone claiming it. Minute 28 Wisdom Rune might get him, well, would get him his dream of having the double points in Nether Swap. But who's gonna claim that? Let's see. X seems to be heading that way with the Hoodwink currently.
Snatching it, of course. That's what we core players do all the time. Roshan is already up at the Dire's side. They don't have great Rosh killers though on the Radiant. They're gonna attempt it anyway. It's gonna take a while.
I mean, this is a very fast spawn, I gotta say, Black. It's incredibly fast. The Roshan timer reset about, what, 25 seconds ago? So maybe Tunisia will not expect it. Of course, they will hear the roar, because this is the second Roshan, but they're taking their sweet time to go in that direction, and it's below half HP. They do have the teamfight spells, but they don't really feel confident enough to come contest. This would be massive if Action can get it.
You can't give away Aegis and Cheat for free.
I don't know what you're doing.
You have 30k gold lead. Interesting.
It's too late.
I don't know why they're so afraid. Maybe they don't know how far ahead they are.
Wow.
Very interesting.
Highway robbery coming in from Libya, as Tunisia right now, though having the lead, like you said, in the net worth department, they will be having to play on the back foot well for the next 5 minutes. And if you're Libya, this is not looking too bad for you. You do have a Lifestealer, a Dragon Knight that could take you in the ultra late game. We've seen the DK be played from position 1 carry over the last few months, Black, right? So maybe if they continue to scale, they might have the upper hand later.
You also got a Hoodwink on top of that, right?
Yeah,
It's scaling very well. Actually, a Hoodwink is super late game, can deal some absurd amount of damage as well. So yeah, I don't like that they're taking the foot off the gas. I really think they should be pressuring more and making sure that the network fleet they have is not actually dwindling. Because they're way stronger right now. Yeah, the Aegis is a bit annoying, but even with that Aegis, I don't think they're gonna lose the fight.
They're smoked up. They know they've got the advantage. The lead is there. They're putting a very unconventional observer ward that doesn't ever get deworded in that angle, but nobody wants to come defend tier 2, and you shouldn't. If you're Tunisia, you should let it fall, and that's what they're doing. Very good calculated play. They're trying to actually push the waves mid and bottom, so they force some TPs back. That would obviously mean you're buying more time of the Roshan, and Cancun still feels very confident. I believe he's working towards his Bloodthorn as well. He will have level 18 soon. And look at Zanetti. If we're talking about confidence, this Spirit Breaker, how often do you see a Spirit Breaker like hitting your tier 3?
Easy tower. There's disengage. They have a swap. Oh, Q actually got destroyed in the backline.
Yeah, but that was a BKB on the Dragon Knight, and if I'm not wrong, that was the 9-second BKB to only kill a Rubik. It's a victory, but it's not a big victory for the Radiant, as Rubik will be back in 30 seconds and BKB in cooldown for over a minute, and you wasted the biggest one of them for this. I don't know how I feel about that, Black.
Probably got a little bit spooked because there were a lot of heroes backing him up. But, you know, it's kind of like a black hole. Better use it than never use it. What are we seeing here? Spirit Breaker. Woo! Choo-choo! Pushing in the bot lane once more. Easy push out there as well as they're pushing out the top. But again, I don't like that they're necessarily dodging all these fights. I still think they're stronger overall.
You think so? Even if they're playing into Aegis Cheese?
Yeah, I do believe so, especially now that the BKB's on cooldown.
Okay, I mean, that's true. Google did use his BKB, that's a good point. Action now. Oh my goodness, jumping in. Speaking of action, it's Cancun on top of X, but he gets invis as the Glimmer Cape comes in, and the BKB on the Scales Knight. And look at the Aghanim Shard. Invested Scepter from the Lifestealer, and that was a beautiful swap from Cancun's CK. Well, to Cancun's CK, but the Death Ward does so much damage! That was a Dragon Knight, and that is another strike as the Lifestealer is about to fall. The cheese was even used from the DK, and he still dies somehow. Unbelievable damage flying in out of this Witch Doctor. It's now a killing spree. Triple kill for Stone, but no. My apologies, the cheese was not used.
That's what I've been looking for, though. Like, they're so strong. I don't know why they're scared to fight. Like, they're way stronger at pretty much any point in these fights. Iesf is incredibly strong. You have CK to tank. Yeah, sure, he died, but you got a 1-for-4 trade. It's super worth it. That is actually one of the biggest weaknesses, I'd say. As we look at the replay here again, you see CK tanking up a storm, getting swapped back in momentarily as well. Zoom, here we go. But what do they have left? Nothing. Iesf's ult even just clips them on the side and still does a massive amount of damage. Spirit Breaker came in quite late. Like, it looked a little bit discombobulated, but if you get all the pieces together, like, their team fight is amazing.
I wonder why. Why did we go for that overcommit when we had no BKB on the Dragon Knight? You still had Aegis for a few more, like another minute and a half or so at that point. You could have waited for the BKB cooldown to reset and then to try that. As, my goodness, Zanetti, how are you so farmed on the Spirit Breaker? I mean, I know the answer, it's many kills and Midas plus charge gets creeps, but it's crazy to see Spirit Breaker be a hero that is turning into... This is not a rescout car, it's kind of like just a, you know, like sniper bullet. That's how I see the Spirit Breaker nowadays.
Well, what's the speed of the fastest car ever? Like 700 km/h? Around there?
As in, reached by a car, or like that could reach it, hypothetically?
No, it can't actually reach that speed. What's the fastest car ever?
I think it was about 500, I want to say. I think under 600 kilometers per hour.
Under 600, okay. So, Spirit Breaker obviously broke the sound barrier already.
Yeah, of course.
So,
you know how they do those tests, Black? For car speeds? They fly out the car in question to, like, somewhere in the middle of Alaska or Antarctica. Like, somewhere on ice, right? And that's where they do it. because obviously you get a bit of an advantage from,
Radiant are scanning.
you know, the surface being perfectly clear. And
So they're
then,
cheating.
well, they're trying to measure it. It's the best way of measuring it, I assume. And there's no traffic and no turns, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. So basically cheating.
Yeah, of course. Just like Witch Doctor is.
Yeah. Okay. I get it. I mean, sometimes in life you gotta cheat, you know. Nothing that can be done about that. Just like Spirit Breaker is cheating. Like, what is his movement speed? 1.4 thousand. Rookie numbers.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, 18k gold lead. They're really, really afraid, actually, still on the Dire side. Like, they don't want to commit to any mistakes, I guess, which is why they're so cautious. But really, they're way stronger than the enemy team. Now they're finally smoked out.
They're going for it. There's a light here. It's going to be the Requiem of Soul, but destroying this Leister that doesn't pop the Rage, and Rage to get a double kill as Google Kakashi. It's only Kashi, not Kakashi falling. That's the wrong reference. And now the Guardian Greaves from the Witch Doctor to keep his teammates even healthier. He still has the Gree, but no buyback for any of the Radiant heroes, as this first set of racks will fall, and I don't think it's going to be the only one.
Ooh, nice.
Jumping ahead.
Nice dodge there.
Konando is fearless in the Witch Doctor. X is trying his best to hide in the tree line. BKB scurry, TP out, back to Fountain, forcing the BKB out of stone, and he gets back to safety. That is a bit of a small victory. They're buying themselves a bit more time, but the Witch Doctor blinks away as he was about to get farmed and hit. Now Sharpshooter and Raze connects. Gleipnir doesn't matter. X falls, and the second set of racks will most likely be played.
Happy that they finally found it in them. Courage to fight. Oh, the bounces. Those are sick. No buyback revenge. Take his has one. See if he commits it or not. But yeah, this game is now reaching the unwinnable territory.
Tier 4s are getting knocked at. And this is one of those moments when you don't have the big teamfight AoE, you don't have the Enigma Black Hole to, you know, hit 4 and hopefully kill them all. It's you're gonna have to give away mega creeps and try to play from that angle behind, but this is pretty much Tunisia guaranteeing themselves the first map of the series and second place in this qualifier. But as I say that, the buyback from the tech is they're actually separating, and Cancun will fall, especially after using his BKB.
And Roche is up.
Oh, never mind. I just jinxed them.
Critical error they made. But even so, I think SF actually has everything he needs in order to fight that still. Level 25 now. He's really strong.
And the Axe is completed, by the way. I mean, it's been completed for a while. He also not only has level 25, but another 5,000 gold in the bank, Black.
Ooh, Zanetti!
He's too confident!
Greedy.
No, look at how much gold that is! 1,800 gold swing from a single kill. This Spirit Breaker is so massive. Well, was before he fell. And that is a back-to-back position 1 and position 3 dying from the Tunisian squad. And they're not even going to check Roshan. They want to test if they have buybacks. They want to force a Spirit Breaker buyback here.
But be careful though, they committed their own buybacks as well. So if they get caught,
Well,
this is not a team fight.
Leicester has a buyback. No, they only use the Tekis buyback. It's not that deep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're forcing a 40. I think this might be enough. Take the 40 and then go Roshan. No? They're not leaving, Black.
And one of these have to equalize the Rex count, they say.
This Rubik is essentially a full dragon, by the way. It's a dragon form and the Dragon Ball. That's funny. And now the Requiem of Soul coming in, but the Rage comes in at the right moment in time, and now Cancun cannot deal enough damage as he invests into the opponent's Shadow Fiend. Google is jumping ahead, and now they're trying to kill the Shadow Fiend. He doesn't have anything, but he does have the refresher. Where did he buy that one? Nobody saw it coming, not even us. And that is what's needed to turn the fight around and get 3 kills. Now, Action tries to run away, but he doesn't have any other rage for 12 seconds, gets pursued, does have the infest as we're jumping away back to see the replay.
Enduring himself. Is he gonna get out on the life stealer? Or HTTP. And he's out.
But he dies! Oh, it's not him, sorry. I got Okay, amplified damage gets picked up by the Shadow Fiend, and I think they will beelining for these top racks to get the Mega Creeps, or at least, I think we should get Mega Creeps and then Aegis, right? Buyback from the Dragon Knight. This should maybe deter them from going for the tier 4s.
Or just go. Hack it.
Action down to half HP, the swap coming in the last time, but the Nether Strike pushing him back into his teammates, the infest onto the DK, but he falls, and it's gonna be the lifesteal 1 versus 5, bashed and done and dusted as Tunisia. With the first map victory of the series, they claim the second spot. Well, the second spot, the second place of this qualifier.
Yeah. So practically, I'm just still gonna play it out, of course, but practically the series is now over. The decision has been made. Tunisia second place, Egypt first. Any chance Libya can stick a third over Ivory Coast, or are they already third confirmed?
I think Ivory Coast won a single match, and Tunisia and Libya both won 2. So no matter what, Libya is gonna be on the podium.
All right, so Libya third, Tunisia second, Egypt first. Gonna be our final standing for this.
Yes. Again, but this is, maybe I might be wrong here, as I don't know exactly which one I'm following, but it says Libya and Tunisia have 2 victories and 1 loss, right? Before coming into this game today. Does that make sense?
Libya beat Ivory Coast, and yeah,
And
they all beat Ivory Coast, and Morocco lost all their games.
Wait a minute. So this means, in theory, Libya is still fighting for second place. Then, right?
Well, if they both have 2 wins, then yeah,
Ah,
it would mean exactly that.
what a plot twist, ladies and gentlemen. So there's still plenty to play for in this silver medal matchup of the North African qualifiers for the Dota 2 Iesf, as we will be sending it to a short break, but we will return with potentially the last map of the 2024 African qualifiers. Stay tuned. back, Blackie.
course. Unfortunately.
I forgot my water. When we are back with the second map of the North African Dota 2 Iesf qualifiers between Tunisia and their opponents today, Kenya. Black Kenya back against the world. Libya, what am I talking about, Black? I'm so tired. Kenya is not even in this side of the bracket. They were in South Africa. Libya is the team that we're actually covering here. Tunisia and Libya. Libya with the backs against the wall after dropping the first game of the series. And we are just moments away from hopping into the second draft of today. So I gotta ask you, looking at the picks, right? In the game number 1, the Lifestealer, the CK, and all of that, what do you want to see from them bringing to the table for the next one?
For Libya, you mean, right?
Yeah, of course. To change it up so they can maybe take us to a game 3.
Okay, what would I like to see? Honestly, the draft was not terrible. It just didn't like synergize super well. So if they want to keep in their comfort, obviously, which is just what they showed us with these lanes and everything, it can work out. But a lot of these heroes, they weren't really meta to begin with.
Yep.
And you got to make sure that you actually pick heroes. I keep saying that because it's so important to win the lane. You don't win the lane in Dota, Dota becomes incredibly hard. So I'd say just focus on your early game, focus on strong lanes. Because if you win 2 or even 3 lanes, the game becomes incredibly easy to play.
That's a very nice thought process. Win your lanes, win your games. That you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, our squads are actually going to convert them as well. As I really want to see some spice. I feel like it's been so long since we've seen these teams in day 1 banning the Broodmothers, and I think we even saw one meeple ban at one point. Let them cook, right? Like you said, they are not going to qualify to the World Esports Championships, and yes, second, third place is a big difference, but let them pull out a Tinker. Let them pull up the meeple. Come on, guys. It's now or never where you get to shine in the bright stage, especially when you one game down. What else do you have to lose?
I agree. If you got something up your sleeve, do it now. There's no other time to do it.
No Templar Assassin and no Shadow Fiend. I'm glad to not see the Shadow Fiend again. And you predicted that. You said we're going to see it game 1, and that will be it for today.
Yeah, it's an incredibly strong hero. Every time the hero is in the game, you just see how overpowering it can be. The Requiem of Souls ability is way too good now. It's been buffed way too many times.
Random thought, Black. What do you think about... I mean, it's completely unrelated to our conversation. I was just trying to think of other combos, like classic, Void, like Chronosphere, Requiem outside of Chronosphere. I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts of the second facet on the Faceless Void, the one that creates the parameter that slows everything down? Do you think that's just a meme from Valve?
Oh, you mean the time zone thing?
That's
the projectiles.
The one. Yeah.
Good question. I think it might just be... I mean, I can see cases where it actually outshines Chronosphere.
Okay. Such as?
If you're like a support void or something.
If you are a support... Yeah, that happens. Of course that happens.
We've seen some support voids. We have. +5 voids. We've seen that. But other than that, like Chronosphere is just a hard stun for 5 seconds, which is always superior. Like, how can you outshine a 5-second disable through BKB? You know? It's like, the fast, it doesn't make much sense. The cooldown is way too long. Yeah, it's I mean, like the other spell is the other fast is just also kind of ridiculous though. You literally have 1 second of immunity. Like what is that? How is that allowed?
I don't think it should be allowed. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a random thought. We're not gonna see a void here, guys. Don't worry.
I hope we do. Now that I look at the facet again, Dude, that facet is so broken. You're just immune to damage for 1 second. Why?
It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. I think it's too much. I think. Let me think about that one. I'll come back to you, Black. I'll see. I'll try to understand what the thoughts behind putting that in the game in itself were. As we're gonna get the Timber Saw and the Tiny, this hero that you've been saying as well. Such a strong hero. Teams played it in day one, and then I think we had one game since, so I'm glad to see Tunisia get their hands on it here. But the Timber Saw is really good versus the Tiny.
It is. At the same time, though, you can always just shift it to a support Tiny, and then you don't really care about Timber Saw at all.
Makes sense.
I want to see Medusa. I keep saying that. Medusa lanes so well into that Timber Saw. Incredibly easy lane. And especially the way these teams play, like more defensively and a little bit slower. Medusa is the perfect hero for the match.
Medusa into Timber Saw, yeah, that's nice. I think that's nice. They're taking a bit of time to get their a second ban here for Tunisia. Well, to start their first set of second bans, as Libya have taken out the Monkey King yet again.
Monkey King, of course, a very strong lane against the Timber Saw. So they wanna, I guess, guarantee that Timber has a decent lane. Io. Wow. That's a new one.
Is this like a counter pick to the Tiny, so you don't get Tiny IO'd?
We haven't really seen Tiny IO though in a long time. Like Tiny isn't really reliant on IO anymore. IO is always a strong hero in my opinion. The hero concept is pretty busted. So I mean I like it. Witch Doctor and Rubik, that's a very strong support duo. And obviously, if you have problems with someone being too tanky, just pick the Doctor with the pure damage Water Maledict.
How is this hero still making his way through the draft? This time, it wasn't even first pick. It went through the second pick phase. I don't know.
It's an incredibly strong hero. For sure. We'll see. How much you can do this time. But it also kind of locks in Tiny as a carry.
Is AA a way of countering Witch Doctor? No, because he doesn't heal his teammates anymore. No, that doesn't make sense.
I mean, you don't really need to counter Witch Doctor. You just have to accept that
he
does what he does.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I see that. Okay, Jakiro. We saw this in the first series of the day. The hero didn't look that bad, but we have the Io Marcy combo, which I've seen a lot at the end of 735. I haven't seen it at all on 736. On the end of 735, the teams in South America loved this combo. Io Marcy completely was dominating lanes and converting into victories. So it's not a bad look for Libya. The only doubt I have is you're running this into a Tiny. And the point of an Io Marcy is to jump on any of the cores of the opponents and just burst them with the Unleash. Tiny is not that easy to be killed.
Definitely not, yeah. With the craggy exterior, it's the combo I've seen as well. As you said, there's definitely potential there. I mean, Timber Saw has a ton of damage as well for the Tiny, so maybe he'll be helping out there. But yeah, I'm very excited to see this because none of these teams have showed this at all. And as we said, if there's a time to pack it out, now's the time.
This Tiny doesn't really have a steroid yet either. In the form of the Ogre, who's not going to make his way here. It was banned previously when we saw Tiny to not allow him have it. It's going to be the Centaur. Oh, that's good. That's good. Especially as you want to, you get relocated on, Stampede run away. That's perfect.
And he's a Blade Mail builder too, which could potentially be good against the burst damage that Timber Saw and Marcy deal. Although picking Centaur into Timber Saw is also very brave, because obviously Timber Saw's Q is going to decimate you. Rubik Centaur lane, amazing though. It's very hard to stand toe-to-toe with Marcy Io though. They heal each other. They give each other bonus damage, bonus region, bonus attack speed. It's a very strong dual lane combination. And I wonder, wait, like if they really heal each other that much,
Yes.
it's gonna be incredibly difficult to really do much against them. And they're both university heroes. They're very smart.
So you really prefer the Libya draft this far? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if I prefer it, but I like to see it.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, I agree
Yeah.
with that. That is a good statement. And they seem to have a bit of a better game plan than previously. Io Marcy running in, it's quite a classic. Well, classic. Marcy's a rather new Dota hero. You know what I mean. It works out very, very nicely. And I don't think Centaur deals that well with them either in lane if you're pairing them up together, which I assume you will.
Yeah, I don't think Centaur does. And again, it's just this infinite amount of sustain sounds very scary on paper in a lane. I haven't seen this lane in a long time, but just in theory, it should be ridiculously strong. What do we need from our mid lane from Tunisia?
A lot of mid laners have been banned out, including the Huskar, like Lesh, Puck, Storm, SF, Templar, Monkey. It's maybe a Wind Ranger.
Libya's draft is very scary because they have last pick as well. And their two side lanes are looking very strong. So I really overall like this Libya draft. If they get a strong last pick, they might have outdrafted Tunisia. Let's see what they last pick, though. They have 30 seconds left.
It's really confused as well. I think this is the most uncomfortable we've seen them in a draft since day one when they played Egypt.
Isn't much left.
They could switch Tiny mid and go for the Medusa here. I wouldn't hate that.
They could do that, yeah. I wouldn't mind that at all either. I don't like the fact that they lane Tiny against Timbersaw and they just like accept that.
Wow.
Oh, Void Spirit. I mean, we've seen that earlier today. It looked very good there. It has, of course, the silence with the axe. But there's a lot of counters to this hero.
Yeah, but there's not that much reliable lock. I think that's why they probably went for one of the Spirit Brothers.
Yeah, pretty much none. I mean, they could just pick Ember Spirit if they wanted to. Like, Ember Spirit is really good here against the Void Spirit as well. What other options are there? I mean, you could just go back for like a safer choice. Like Dragon Knight does very well. Invoker is playable. They have a decent amount of options.
Invoker is very good here, actually. I mean, he's gonna dispel the Void Spirit. He can dispel or halt the Stampede or disengage or engage. Invo is good, and then you get a bit more extra global presence that you get from the Io. So Io, Marcy, relocate, rebound on top of someone, Sunstrike. Alacrity on top of the Marcy sounds pretty good to me as well. More team fight from the Meteor, Tornado, and all of that. With you get the shard for the EMP. You pull them back into the Macro Pyre. Oh, Timber mid then.
Could be Night Stalker mid.
Could be. Yeah, they both work well. And I think Night Stalker V is very good at chasing down the Void Spirit.
Yeah, it looks like Timber mid though. Which is... I don't like that at all. Like, they had the perfect counter to Tiny in the lane, and then they decided, well, I don't want to do that. And now they actually give Tiny a decent lane against Night Stalker. I don't know why they did that. They kind of just... Like, Night Stalker lays perfectly well against White Spirit. There's no problem there. I like the pick. I don't like the way they set up the lanes.
We have seen a team that picked heroes. I think it was Egypt, if I'm not wrong, in day one, that they put their offlane, their mid, and their mid on the offlane. So maybe that's what Libya's doing here, and it's just more of a comfort pick. Action likes playing the Night Stalker, and X likes the Timbersaw. I could see that happening as well. But overall, I think they have the slight advantage still. I think they could have done it even better, but pick-wise, I'm going to give them a 55% edge. And I'll say that they could take this to a game number 3. That's my prediction.
I like the draft as well, and it's pretty unconventional, so I wouldn't mind a game 3 as well. Winning this game, would breathe some new life into some people's minds, potentially, because you don't always need to just follow the meta strictly to win Dota. That's what the game's always been about,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's see. So Medigun.
But
He didn't actually go for Medigun.
you also have like this Night Stalker Dark Ascension chasing around the map with the IO potential relocate of the Marcy. So it's going to be really, really cool to see how they manage to synergize together.
Yeah, as I said, I haven't seen this combo in quite a while. All allied couriers gain 3 bonus levels and 1 bonus health. Such an interesting innate ability.
Smoked up only from the Tunisians. Black, they are setting up for the bottom bounty rune, but so are the Libyans. So is the Libyan squad. As I mean, man, only seeing Conan back on this Witch Doctor makes me wonder why let it through. Hopefully, Libya will not end up regretting that mistake, or well, forgetting about the Witch Doctor. Yeah, that's a mistake in itself.
30
As
seconds to battle.
wait, I was just realizing, am I losing my mind? Oh no, it's fine. Action is in offlaner. I was about to say they might be sending the Marcy IO on the offlane, but I don't think that's the case. Just ignore me, guys.
Yeah, I've always been doing that.
Oh no, thanks, bro.
They're just walking up the hill. We know
What
how
is
to
this
Witch
play?
Doctor here.
His fire connects onto multiple players, but look at the sustain, the heal, and the damage from the Dr. X. He doesn't have the Timber Chain, and he will end up falling to Cancun's tiny.
4 bounty runes though for Dia, so they actually end up winning out on that.
Oh, I like that. That's good. But okay, now the Observer word gets rewarded, so they get something back in exchange. Still, falling on the Timber Saw here, very overconfident from X. I don't really understand why he was so far up by himself. But let's see. Timber Soul Void Spirit is one of these lanes that you don't see that often in mid lane, so hopefully none of the 2 players is familiar with the matchup, so it's not going to be able to run away with it that easy. But this is going to be, like you said, Cancun punishing this Night Stalker bottom as you expect.
It's a tough lane for Night Stalker, and we'll see how he comes out of this laning phase. Out of, as I said, 30 other way around much more. But you see the sustain in the top lane. Ridiculous amount of heal.
Timbersaws very nicely doing, like holding the creeps to not get under the tower range, only missing 1, but that will mean he is going to maintain the high ground advantage, which is not that important when you're playing in a melee v melee, but still something nice to be under the range of your tower.
Google has... Okay, now he did it. He forgot to put the sidekick on his ally. Now they both have life leech and bonus damage. And of course the extra heal and attack speed from IO. This lane in theory sounds very, very potent.
This is probably the least amount of action we got in kill-wise at minute 2 all day, which, again, minute 2 you don't see that much action usually, but today we've seen plenty of it.
Yeah, surprisingly. Because the lanes are usually a little bit slower, as you said. Not today. Our lane's looking tiny, is doing very well. Night Stalker is also gonna catch up under the tower here. Wow.
I'm really surprised to see Zanetti actually getting so many last hits already, because I've seen Marcy's at level 1 to completely punish Centaurs, but maybe that's why they're pulling the wave now and they'll get back as Kashi falls to
Radiant's
Cancun and
bottom
Conan.
tower is under attack.
Man, this Witch Doctor is way too strong for less support level 1 and level 2. I hate it so much, but at least he's running out of mana for now. Something is coming on the courier to him, though.
Well, you know what you're getting into. You know, it's not like it's a surprise we're gonna pick it.
Can you see a Timber Soul solo kill this Void Spirit if Void Spirit just got caught without the pulse?
Yeah, but usually it takes like level 6 for that to really happen. Because that's when Timber gets the slow, gets the burst damage. But either way, solo kills in mid lane in an even matchup like this, they usually only happen if one player massively missteps. Oh, look at the pressure they're putting on top lane. There's so much damage. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting to see. As we have another blood grenade on to Kashi bot. Wait, is this a replay or are we... I swear this has just happened like a second ago. What?
It's a live replay.
What? Kashi? Am I... I'm genuinely confused. Was that a replay or did we just repeat the same thing step by step?
Same thing, step by step.
That's crazy, bro. Like, the key of being good in competitive anything is learning from your mistakes. You can't be doing this type of stuff. Also, why is X trying to chase Stone down? You're never catching up to this Void Spirit, my friend.
Oh, just give him a couple of slaps. You know, show him who's the boss of the gym.
And because of that, he missed 2 last hits. Is that worth it?
We don't talk about that. We're talking
of
about
course.
authority here, you know?
Asserting dominance, I see.
That's right. You walk into the room and you're the boss.
When is the last time you worked out, Black?
Today.
Oh, wow. What'd you do?
It was chest. I do like opposite workouts nowadays, so today I did chest and back.
I like that. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. It's super time efficient too. Definitely recommend that. Can't say you don't have time for the gym if you're just doing quick workouts, you know?
Well, how is your recovery like? And you'll see where I'm going with this question in a second.
Well, Kashi did that again. He kind of just ran to the tower. But despite all that, the team's still holding the gold lead, so...
Tell me how's the...
not all
Bro,
bad.
I was going for a good joke, man. You can't just ignore my question like that, Black. I'll cry.
Right. What,
Anyway.
I thought you were gonna talk about the game first and then bring it up. What's up?
No, it's fine. Keep going, because Google is really gonna probably get the skill on Q. Actually has the Lotus and the Fairy Fire, so no, Google will be fine now. Thanks, a few tower hits. The joke I was about to ask is about the recovery, or if you should change the name of recovery to restoration, because we only see voodoo restoration. But like, I can't even. Just let's fine.
Let you cook?
No, it's okay. It's fine,
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen.
I'm letting you cook for now. My Timber is 6 now, so double chuck him. Ouch! It's a pain. Yo, Conan, you're burning.
But look at the heal, bro. He's healing so much. He's gonna survive. Okay, finally the Twisted Chakram comes in flying around it, but it's gonna be at the price you have to pay with your own life as a mid laner. X, I know you hate the Witch Doctor. I feel like at this point we all do, but you can't throw your life for it. At least not like that. Not like now.
I'm gonna keep saying it. Despite all that, they're still holding on to the gold lead, so they're still in a decent position. I can't believe they both just stood in the chakram like that. They were like, ah. He barely died. The Twisted Chakram is also ridiculous, by the way.
I think
Weird
it's
addition.
very funky. I think it's funky. It's really good, but I like the visuals of it. Minute 7 Wisdom Runes is gonna be quite a good. See, anybody is gonna steal? No steal will be attempted. Kashi will get hands on the Wisdom Rune, so will Q for the Radiant side. So equal trades means that the Libyan support will not be 3 levels under at minute 15 anymore.
Goodbye, Night Stalker.
The
Kashi
Walker.
careful, Kashi careful, Kashi careful. You died at this too many times.
Okay, it's happening again, Black. It's gonna be one more click and then he's gonna throw the tree, which is exactly what Cancun has done. 3 times now? I think this is the 3rd time he's killing the Jikiro, and there's like 4 times now, my bad.
Radiant's
it's
middle
a
tower
little
is
tough.
under attack.
Still tough. Kashi's definitely not respecting the damage potential. Centaur though, he's getting absolutely nothing.
As
So
he
as we
should.
expected, this lane
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
As he should. I don't think he should have got... I mean, like I said, I was surprised when he was up to 12 last hits, and I'm glad to see that Google realized, oh yeah, let me actually do my job and completely zone him out. Whereas down bottom, the Night Stalker, despite falling now, he's doing, well, considerably better in the last hits department. And you are down 8-1 kills, but look at the last hits. They are doing better than they ever have on Libya. As I say that, action... Okay, never mind. The caster's curse real. He gets instant rotated by stone and dies.
Action got some action.
That's good. That's funny.
You didn't sound like you laughed though. Okay, I'll take it. As one guy that I really respect once said, as long as I can laugh about my own jokes, that's all that's important.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's definitely not how you become a sociopath. I'm joking. I think that's a good philosophy. As we see Google trying to put pressure on Zanetti, and one more last hit will get him in the range of one more last hit now will get him in the range of having the unleash, and that's when the Centaur is not safe. I don't think that when we get the unleash and level 6 under IO, nobody else on the map should be safe unless they're playing with their team.
It's very scary. Yeah, like she deals so much damage, especially once she gets armored as well. Like her damage output is absolutely ridiculous. Might be the highest in the game for that portion, to be honest. Oh, action again, Witch Doctor behind you. Oh, don't pop darkness. Oh, pop darkness too. I think he's dead anyway, isn't he?
Maledict, depends how many points in Maledict, but look at the turnaround. They're jumping in, they want to get stone, and they're actually not focusing a single target. Now action turns around and gets the kill to the Witch Doctor. It will fall to the reset of the Maledict. Stone very low HP, but has to jump away, and now they relocate out. Kashi! Okay, this time, Black, I'm gonna go as far as say that this is not Kashi's fault.
Nah, he probably felt a little bit baited there. Oh, 3-man storm at the top, but there's no support coming. Oh, now there is.
I don't
Tiny
think
is coming.
There's no more unleash. I don't think he can kill this Centaur.
What are we going for? Who are we going for? Can't decide. Who are we going for?
That was some nice separation there. 11-2, 10 minutes in the game.
Oh wow, the mastery ability means that you don't want your couriers anymore as a melee hero. Interesting.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because all couriers get +1 health.
Wow.
Radiant are scanning.
Huh, that's
Small
interesting.
bonus. I wish she had a better innate ability though. Like,
I feel like this is definitely a placeholder, right?
it has to be. Like every creep kill gives you 1 damage or something.
Yeah, that's definitely not OP, Black.
Oh, the health one is not OP? Okay.
What do you mean? Okay. 2 HP or 1 damage? Like, what?
Alright, give
are
me
you
like
saying?
0.2 damage then, whatever.
Okay, that's different. Fine. Maybe 0.1 or something. Maybe then. Maybe I'll see that. As we have TPs in mid, Stone is trying to solo kill X's Timbersaw, and he might just be able to do it as that was a beautiful shadow step. And Stone gets turned around, actually pops the Resonant Pulse, does not have that much more mana, but Q is up there, and we have the relocate coming in from Stone,
Ooh, run.
missing the rebound, and that's what we wanted to see. Stampede, but not enough, as we got a beautiful pick off. 1 for 1, but a lot of stuff has been used from Libya, and now this Jakiro is getting low in HP. I don't know where he's taking damage from. Oh, he's in base. He TP'd back to safety. Fine.
Yeah, Witch Doctor attacked him very viciously with the ward. I think Marcy's underrated. I want to see more Marcy.
Well, do you think she's underrated as a core or as a support, or both?
I think... Man, I just can't get over the fact that her innate ability is so useless.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Black. Can we also talk about the fact that we live in a timeline where this Witch Doctor, gets caught? I don't know where he was TPing, but that was a hell of a long TP, and he ends up paying with his life. This Witch Doctor is going for a build with not a single point in Paralyzing Cask.
Yeah, which is not something I agree with, to be honest, at least 1 level.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's something you should always get. Like, just having the stable is, you know, it's a necessity,
Dire's bottom tower
basically.
has fallen.
Our bot lane Tiny is gonna be in trouble.
No unleash yet. I don't think he dies here.
Yeah, just throw away Google
5
and
seconds
run away.
though? This is one of the disadvantages of playing with Io, right? He's always next to you, so he leeches a lot of XP. We saw the Marcy, despite playing very, very well, she's only level 7 to the 9 of the Tiny.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're gonna relocate. We have a War Stomp soon, Hoof Stomp. Ooh. Google missed playing a little bit. He just backstepped. No, I think he actually rebounded off and away
Radiant's
from the
top
Centaur.
tower is under attack.
I mean, I did tell you this was gonna be what's happening, right? You're gonna get relocated, and the Stampede is the key counter to the IO, at least for the foreseeable future, until this Night Stalker can get on top of the opponents.
Yeah, that's definitely a good answer. For sure, Stone now level 11, Mage there unlocked. Tiny farming very well as well. What is his next item? Just gonna go into the shard, of
Dire's
course.
middle tower is under attack.
One of the best shots in the game.
A core Tiny, right? If you're a support Tiny, then maybe not so much.
Yeah, for sure.
The horsepower we see in full effect for Zanetti. He has very low net worth, but because he skips boots when he has horsepower, triple bracer, blink dagger, more than sufficient for him. He's still the lowest core net worth on the server. Timber has the Kaya, starting to build his Eternal Shroud, but he seems to be wanting to jump in. Okay, it's gonna be the Jakiro tanking the gank of the Radiant side.
Yeah, he's just... Kashi, I feel bad for him. He's 0-8 right now. He is definitely the guy with the target on his back. Also, as I mentioned before, look at Rubik casually rocking 43% magic res. Why not? No items.
Oh, jumping from action has the
Nice.
blink dagger, but the Stampede. You need to be on top of the Centaur now, turning around, trying to get the Witch Doctor. But look at the Zanetti jumping in, hold stomp on 2. And now the damage is coming in. It's so much burst. Oh, everybody seems to fall, but X is still alive. And the Jakiro with the Macroplier killing 2 in the backline. And the turnaround with the Dark Ascension from action, getting the Rubik. And finally, player advantage, but double avalanche. No more toss. Ice Path to slow them down. Stone doesn't want to stop. There's one more shrouded step. Jumps ahead.
Wrong direction, unfortunately. Guessed the wrong way. Ultimately, it looked pretty horrible for them, but it still went their way in the end with that nice trade. If the Night Stalker and Timber die there, it's gonna be a disaster. But that didn't happen, so they're gonna be very, very happy.
Yeah, 1600 gold swing actually coming on top for the Dire side. Very, very good. And I was surprised there because that was a perfect Who Stomp turnaround from the Centaur. In the end, Zanetti, despite doing his best efforts, was still turned around.
What's Knights are gonna look for next? Probably BKB. I still like the chances of the Dire draft, to be honest. Knights are gonna be a huge problem. Because you don't really build BKB on Void Spirit.
I agree.
And you're very, I guess, Stampede reliant to get away from the Night Stalker, which is not the best thing.
Feeling good, man.
Feeling good, man.
Rite of passage. Oh, yeah.
On my way, says Action. It's going
like
for
this.
a phylactery? Oh, well, goodbye, Kashi.
This Witch Doctor is currently about 20 gold away at minute 16, so 8 minutes before last game, to the Gree, right? For the Gree to have more gold now than he had last game, because last game they were dominating and he didn't die, but now because he died he's getting more money from the Gree. It's a weird world out there, Black.
I love that item, though. Like, I would literally not sell it until it's worth 5k gold, probably.
Yeah, so never basically.
Yeah, because I'm greedy. Very greedy.
Really good, Black? Are you really that greedy?
Yeah, especially in video games.
Oh, that's fair, I guess.
Oh, Action.
Chinese Dota carry, man.
actually gonna get away. He has a nice position in the trees. He's gonna get unsmoked, blink away.
Nice.
Oh, they see him, they see him, they see him.
They're
Relocator coming in.
relocating. You wanna
Oh, you
go
gotta be
back?
careful.
Okay, they're not catching. The Stampede is very good. Very, very nicely placed. Action will get the Witch Doctor though, so it's... Hey, it's a small kill.
I thought, to be honest, they're just gonna go on that relocate and blow them up.
Oh, he's got the tiny. Cancun gets caught. Google is there as well. Gialish gets popped. He's gonna rebound himself in, but no. It's not gonna be a connection. As now the Shadow Blade Tiny tries to turn around. There's no more relocate out. And Google is on the... Well, he gets spotted by the tier 1 tower. There's still a tier 1 tower bottom. Wait. Every single tier 1 is still standing for the Radiant side. I just noticed. And the jump in, no more Dark Ascension, the darkness is gone, the light has arrived as Cancun, Q, Zanetti, and Stone are on the prowl. What a cost, what a damage, unstoppable. 6 kills, 7 assists, no deaths for this Tiny.
Yeah, we mentioned before how strong Tiny can be. It's definitely a very good Tiny game still. Has an amazing farm for him. And what's really the power spike of the Marcy? So BKB is next. I assume it's going to be a lot stronger. Like, everyone's just running away from her. She doesn't get to hit. But they're going Roshan. Okay, they don't have the best Roche lineup, but I guess if you just hit him for long enough.
Radiant's top tower.
They don't have a tier 1 tower for the Dire to contest anymore. They're scanning, Radiant scanning, passively, but
Radiant's top tower.
Dire side has nothing to do with it. 4 of the heroes are farming in their own jungle. Who takes the Aegis here? Do you give it to Cancun to maybe start hitting some more towers, or do you want to take it on the Void Spirit?
I think Tiny is good. Because he's ultimately the one hitting the building, so he'll be positioned up front, but they decided to go with the Stone instead. Which also makes sense. He's more of the playmaker right now. And not nearly as survivable as the Tiny is, of course.
I guess he's slightly more elusive, right? He gets in and out. He's got the Dissimulate and the Astral Step.
Yeah, that's right.
This Io's building an Orchid. Huh.
Interesting, against the Void Spirit as well.
That's good, yeah, that's good. You said he doesn't like building BKB on the Void Spirit, so...
Agents of the Void.
And he continues to farm away. We got Phylactery on Nightstalk. I don't know why. What's that for?
It works pretty funny with the Void. It's extra slow. It's a good nuke. It helps you scale up a little bit, but he's going for a 2-4-4 build, which is not something you see when you want to build a Phylactery Nightstalker. That's kind of strange.
Isn't BKB just superior, so you can actually jump in and not die?
Yes, but is it about superiority or about having fun, Black?
Yeah. I like to win my games.
When is the last time you won a Dota game?
Like today.
When is the last time you won a Pro Dota game?
A long time ago.
See, Libya won one yesterday. That's all I have to say.
You got me there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, actually, no. I beat you yesterday.
Radiant's
That
bottom
counts.
tower is under attack.
That was a competition.
No comment. No comment. Hasta luego! As there's a smoke attempt. Why is Libya smoking into an Aegis? Oh, it's because it's nighttime, Black. That is why. I think they've got what it takes with the Night Stalker, and they might just get on top of Zanetti. Blink away. Thunder God's Wrath? Nope, no Zeus, no Invoker. He will be fine, but at least they get his curry. No, action doesn't stop. The action is relentless. It is like a Tom Cruise movie. Going in and they're gonna take Conan's life instead of relocate. Do you really want to get the Centaur? Blink is available and he's gonna go into base. Okay, that was a lot of stuff. Action! Action! It's going in! Behind the tier 3! He gets it! The Phylactery, the wave, the high five, the blink dagger. He just gets away, and now the massive tips as Libya really like asserting their dominance in this map number 2.
Yeah, definitely feeling themselves a little bit. They seem to be having a lot more fun than they did in the other games, which I think I mentioned before. it's very important to just kind of relieve yourself of the feeling of pressure, you know, like play like you play pub game, just have some fun with it, don't pressure yourself too much.
Don't pressure yourself, or did you say pleasure yourself?
Pressure.
Oh, pressure. Oh no, sorry. I mean, I'm just asking. It's a late evening. Like I'm not hearing as well as I once was. I'm not a young lad as I were when you met me, Black. I am actually. I'm joking. And mid, Stone has an arcane rune, so he doesn't care if he uses a few of his astral steps to get in and out, scout some of the opponents, spotted a timber saw. How much longer do we have on these stages? 90 seconds. Not that bad.
What does the Void Spirit say when he has no charges on ult?
I lost my legs. I don't know. What does he say?
I'm out of steps, bro.
That's good. That's pretty good. I like that. I'm out of steps.
Bro. Step, bro. You get it, right?
That's...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wouldn't he say I'm out of astral step, bro? To like make it as a step, bro, not steps, bro.
Whatever works for him, I guess. He's a pretty magic
He's got
one.
a lot of bros. The Storm Spirit, the Ember, the Earth, you know. It's a man with a lot of bros.
Yeah, and the top tower is a tower with a lot of damage been taken. If Tiny decides to go and hit it still. They don't come back soon, the Tiny's gonna destroy it.
They have what it takes to fight here. I mean, the Dark Ascension is available. Oh, the Night Stalker still nighttime for 30 seconds. The Aegis is not 20 seconds until it dies.
Just giving up the tower like that.
Okay, what an ice bath. How did Kashi get there? Now look at jumping in the background, trying to get away from the Stampede, coming in to save him and then turning around. The Void Spirit, he needs to stay alive for a few more seconds and he will die. As the Aegis is expiring, like Google 1v1 in Cancun, the phylactery damage coming in, and the Tiny has fallen. Both supports are dead, so nobody can help Google, but he's still punching the way, managing to get another kill, and now the silence. This Void Spirit can he survive, but the beautiful hoof stop from Zanetti, it's a 2-for-2 when it comes to double kill, but Stone, no more astral step. He is running out of bros, and X is looking forward to claiming another one double kill, and it's a full team wipe from Libya. And that was essentially 6 kills, Black. They also killed the Aegis before getting the other 5.
I look at Google and Cancun fighting it out. You can never in this game ever fight versus a Marcy 1v1, right? It just doesn't work. Unleash Marcy is probably the most DPS hero in the entire game. And he was caught, no Shadow Blade, couldn't get out. Ultimately just ended up dying to the Marcy. You have to be very, very careful with your positioning as a Tiny. Because you're ultimately still the guy that needs to punch them. And we've seen Timbersaw time and time again take over games. He's such a strong hero.
He's mid. They've started to claim some of the tier 1 towers, but Libya, they're still at least, what is that, 2 to 4, they're still 2 towers behind when it comes to gold. Stone picks up the shield rune and jumps on top of X. X really wanted that rune and he might just get punished right now.
Oh, they're really getting in too?
Hasta luego! Perfect. If we ever get a voice line in game, Black. Do you have a voice line in game?
No. I wasn't at big tournaments when it was introduced.
If we ever get a voice line, we should do it like that. One of us does the half, and the other, like, you know, like we give it a bit of a dynamic.
Like Ogre.
Yeah, or like Techies, or like Jakiro.
Okay, I can see it. Are you the card?
I'm the card. Fine.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Oh man, the range Rex falls, the melee will follow, the Timber doesn't want to buy a bag, and I don't think he should actually. It was his mistake, and he has punched beautiful ice path on top of this with the shielded stone. Stampede coming through, rebound, connecting onto 2. Is it actually believable? The sentry coming in on top, and now Cancun will just die. Tiny has no more chance as Steve is the one to claim the last hit. Beautiful toss around. I mean, that's not a toss. So what do you call that spell? It's the dispose. Phenomenal dispose to get the Rubik and
same thing.
Aghanim's what? Ags Marcy?
X-Mars is really strong. Like the Unleash Silence pulse.
But before
Really
Basher?
strong. Well, it's not even going Bash, it's going for Nullifier next.
I mean, that is the build-up. It's usually Armlet BKB, well, Armlet Basher BKB Nullifier, and maybe then Axe. But I mean, hey, if it works for him, that I'm happy with that.
Hey, look at the
Bottom.
Witch Doctor, man.
Bottom, bottom. Oh, it was just a relocate that didn't do anything. Okay, fun.
1.1k gold in the Grease.
What is he building next?
Hopefully Aghanim. I would love to see Witch Doctor Aghanim.
He doesn't have the Greaves, though. He's not even getting Greaves. As we see, a quick fight recap. And
Nice double stun by the Master there.
I gotta say, Cancun kind of hasn't added items in a while. He's somehow still top network chart, but I feel like he's missing an item at this point.
Yeah. Surprising, isn't it? He looks richer than he is. Or rather, he's richer than he looks.
Yeah, he looks richer than he. That's true. They are.
He also needs level 18 for level 3 grow, of course. It's a big spike for him.
I'm very surprised that this Dota Plus gives them an 84% chance still for Tunisia. Because, yeah, they claim the set of racks, but I don't think their advantage is as big, if even existent at this point anymore.
I think I agree with that.
Where did he be? On the lower, okay, Jakiro, Glimmer Cape, Sentry's coming in a bit too late, they have to disengage, Kashi, still alive, and look at the Night Stalker jumping in onto the Rubik Stampede, will be too late, but no! The rebound, he's stuck on the cliff! Oh, I mean, it's a Rubik kill, but you forced double BKBs and you wasted a lot of time there.
Wait, Dota Plus 84% chance to win for the Radiant?
Tunisia. Yeah.
How's that even possible? That's definitely faulty. I like the chances for Dire right now.
So do I.
Oh, that's very curious. Maybe Gavin didn't get his monthly payment yet.
It might be...
Ooh, double damage Tiny. That's gonna be huge. That's basically plus 400 damage.
This might actually give them a higher win rate probability chance that is justified.
They're going in.
They don't have relocate.
Look at the damage. Oh, they can't. Don't let him get away.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Hasta luego. And now he's getting a Daedalus. And, I mean, thankfully he didn't have it before the amplified damage, because that would have been over 1,000 per hit. But, oh my goodness, they walk into the pit and Roshan spawns ahead of the feet. This is going to be a great one, as now it's on the Dire side. And it's going to help them play the cheese as well.
Who do you think is a nice, like, who enjoys a nice cheese on the Radiant side, though?
As in, Voice Spirit.
I think, but he's not from here. I don't think he can appreciate a nice cheese.
Oh, you meant, okay, I get it. I thought you were actually, okay. I think Witch Doctor makes cheese in his free time. I don't know if he eats it.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Obviously, Tiny can't eat cheese.
Of course not. What is this
Well,
IO doing?
Interesting. Well, IO, you know, IO.
IO, you know what IO means in Romanian? It's kind of asking, you wouldn't guess this, I'll explain. No. It's you basically asking someone if they have a something. And so you say IO, as in do you have a, and then you would add what something.
Oh, okay. Well, IO doesn't have anything, right?
Yeah,
He has
exactly.
Orchid still. I can't believe his Orchid actually. Like, that item is so useless on IO.
No. There's like a level 25 talent that's pretty cool for that. Attack tethered allied target. Yeah, he's only level 10 now. 15, sorry. So he needs 10 more levels. But this Timber Saw, I don't know what you're doing there. The reactive armor that's coming in has got Axe. We have Google jumping in the front line, trying to connect onto someone, but everybody's trying to be kiting him, and the BKBs to run away from the Dark Ascension. Look at the crits. Hitting on top of the Jakiro, the Avalanche will get his soul. The two of the Radiant supports have died in the back line as the magic damage is not sufficient. Cheese gets popped by Stone, double silence, Zanetti tanking everybody. Another Astral Step, then the Relocate on top of the high ground. Timbersaw tries to get away, and now the Shadow Blade Tiny will start hitting the tower. Look at this action.
He's all by himself. That we could be ready. Now Tiny,
bro.
Tiny can't do it by himself. There's no way.
Okay.
84%. What?
And now there's no BKB on this Tiny. There is no vision. No vision. Where's the vision? No, not like this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no.
And now you saw the strength of the Night Stalker Black. If you can take a quick look at the fight recap. Night Stalker dealt less damage than the Timbersaw, but still 5,000 is a considerable amount. And that is from the Phylactery into Kanda build, where you spam the Void. And it's really good at one point, which is what we saw there.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be doing work. He's definitely here to can make use of the damage component of it. Where did the fight go so wrong? I guess they just couldn't really finish off any targets. Like, they were all really low, but nobody died.
All this time, while we were watching all this action up front between these beefy core heroes, it was action in the backline killing two supports and then coming in to take them by surprise. Here he disengaged, went back, look at his rotate, you can see the shadow of him going all the way around, realizing what his job is, and now jumping in after Stone used all his Astral Steps and the BKB ran out on top of the Void Spirit, and he's just gonna melt the Void Spirit in 1, 2, 3. It was 4 hits to kill the Void Spirit there.
Yeah, Void Spirit is not very tanky at all, especially once BKB expired. It's a tough game for the Radiant now. The damage output is not the greatest. Like, Tiny just doesn't deal a whole lot of single target damage, right? So where's it gonna come from?
I'm looking at the scores right now, and other than Kashi, who has been dying, well, a lot. That's probably the best way of putting it. He's 2, 12, and 8 on the Jakiro. Everybody else is having a pretty solid game on this server right now. Cancun shining with 11, 2, and 10. But I feel like this Tiny's become a bit of a non-factor. And I don't know if it's because, like we said, it feels like he's missing an item. The BKB he didn't build. I don't know.
And once his Deadless is online, he should definitely be doing a lot more damage. I think his Courier got killed as well. I don't know if there was anything on there or not. Because if his Deadless was on the Courier, then it would make sense why his damage is so low. Right, Nullify done now on Marcy. She's packing a punch. Timbersaw is giga tanky. Nightstalker starting to scale very well as well. It's scary times for Radiant.
Well, that's not what Dota Plus thinks, because Dota Plus still gives them 73%. And I understand they've got one set of barracks up, and, well, all the other tier 2 towers, but I think this is slightly delusional from Dota Plus. I don't know what else to call it. And look at this. Steve pairing up with Action, realizing that this Night Stalker is now a killing machine. They spotted the Void Spirit, wanted to go on top of him, but now they will reveal themselves to take the Watcher. And Q... Okay, that's fine.
He's fine. Playing with fire a bit. Same as the Witch Doctor, who's still holding on to his grease.
How much does he have?
1.3.
Oh, this is looking good. It's looking better.
But honestly, 35 minutes, that init ability sounds not that good.
I told you it's not. I told you it's a gimmick. If it would be 1.5, what it currently does, so instead of 1.3k, he would be up to 2k. That doesn't sound as bad, right?
Yeah, the numbers definitely need some tweaking there.
But I guess the hero wins every game anyway, so probably that's not going to happen for a little while until they nerf the Voodoo Festeration, and then we wait another patch until they change the Gris.
Or they remove it completely and actually give them something else to work with. What's the plan, my friends, on the Radiant
Dire are
side?
scanning.
So Daedalus is almost complete. 200 gold for the Tiny. Then he's gonna be packing a bit more of a punch.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, his damage output in general is, you know, not bad.
But I
650.
don't think his damage is the problem, Black. I think he needs a BKB.
That also against Timbersaw, yeah. At least he's hitting hard now, right? If there's some crits,
There's smoking.
damage should not be an issue.
Oh, how are the buyback looking like? Only one for the IO and the Timbersaw, so two for the Dire side, and everybody else is pretty poor. A victory here in the next team fight could mean a lot of objectives being taken. They're pinging the top high ground as they spot the Timbersaw, and I think action was seen bottom. The courier gets killed. It was the Marcy car, but nothing was on it as she has the completed nullifier. Okay, Google. If you can only get level 18 before the next fight, this is going to be really, really impressive.
But again, they're not on the high ground.
Radiant structures
They
are
can't let the
fortified.
Tiny just get away with hitting this. He's no BKB. He's so cocky.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're forced to fortify. This is kind of a big victory for the Radiant side, as they will still have their tier 340. Libya, that
Smoking
was
again.
tier 440. Oh wow, a lot of smokes invested here. Really want to put the pressure on them, and I think Stone, Google, Stampede jumping into the IO, has the buyback, but then turning around, BKBs, they're trying to kill the Tiny. Who's gonna have more damage? Who's gonna sustain each other? You do not have the IO to be there, but as I say that, the Timbersaw comes in, and the Marcy falls. It carries out both on the deck, but the Timbersaw is up front, in front of everybody in action. They deal so much damage. Look at the right click. This is just a simple Night Stalker. We thought he's not good enough, but the conduct allows him to get 2 kills, and it's gonna be Stone amping the amplified damage rune, and he will get at least something for losing his entire team there. Black, I'm gonna say something that I didn't think was possible about 20 minutes ago. We
What's
might be
that?
going to Game 3.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
I
tower
took it very
is under
lightly, in
attack.
fact. I don't really... I mean, okay, there was an IO buyback, but even if IO didn't buyback, I think they would have won that fight pretty easily. And now they should be equalizing the barracks as well.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Unless Witchhacker can work the magic. Ooh, Stone! Solo killing the IO.
And that is a dieback. That's a dieback on the IO, Black.
Yeah, and he's gonna be cutting the creep wave too,
Dire's
probably.
middle tower is under
I've
attack.
already seen
Dire's courier
Void
has been
Spirit late
killed.
game lately, so I'm not
very
sure
good.
how strong he is though. Is he very powerful, yeah?
I think so. Maybe again, not. He does have a BKB now, right? So that's good for him. He's not gonna get as punished as he's had it for a few fights now. And jumping on the Jakiro,
Hey, that's
he's
so
gonna be
cocky.
caught.
You gotta-
Has the BKB. Has the BKB. Use the BKB. Astral Step. It's actually the Dissimulate. He went down south, and now Astral Steps away back to safety.
He is so cocky. I like it though. No, play with your food.
Dire are scanning.
Crystalis. Where's the Basher? Like, I get it, you need a Daedalus, but why no Basher on a Marcy? I don't remember last time I've seen a Marcy not getting it at any point.
Wait, tier 4 for Tiny. What's it gonna be?
Dire's
A
middle
feather?
tower is under attack.
Aviana's Feather.
He just wants the evasion, I guess. But not the best item.
I think it's quite good when you're getting chased down Night Stalker because you start flying around yourself as well. But look at the mass TP on Zanetti as well. How did they spot him? I am not aware, but... Oh my goodness! 4 bounty runes, 108 each! That's gonna be a heck of a gold influx towards the Dire side just now, Black.
Yeah. Jumped up to 6k gold lead from like
Dire's
3k.
middle tower is
Big
under
smoke
attack.
again though. And Roche is respawning at 30, so this fight is gonna be very, very important. Did you kill the Night Stalker? Oh, Night Stalker.
What a jump in, and he has been such a pestering
No
little
buyback on him.
opponent, and he has no buyback for the Night Stalker Timber, so you need to get out of there, my friend. You need to buy himself, so your teammate, more time, and hipping
Coach
on
time.
Yayo.
Response in 10.
Where's the relocate?
Just like last time. Walking in just as it spawns, probably. 3, 2, 1.
Patience from Zanetti will pay off. Yep, I thought he might just get out of the pit, but no.
Do I want to see Centaur Axe, the card, and Tiny's on it with the tree? Tech range is gonna be ridiculous.
I think that's gonna be hilarious.
But I don't think it's gonna happen. Who gets the axe though? If not him. I honestly give it to the Witch Doctor. That guy's gonna carry.
No, I think they're gonna play it safe and give it to Cancun. I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this. No, it's Zanetti. Let's go. Hog champs. The horse
And then
gets to work.
Witch Doctor gets the next one, and then you just put him on the card, and he puts the ward out.
I don't think we'll be seeing the next one. But maybe you're right. Maybe that is the next level play. Have you tried that workhorse plus Enigma black hole?
Of course, yeah.
It's lovely. Coming to your to an
Oh, X,
international.
you were so cocky there. Wow.
Okay, what is he doing? X, hello? Pop the axe, pop the axe, pop the axe, pop, he's dead. Or maybe not, I forgot he's got the Bloodstone, he's turning around, no more trees, but it doesn't matter. Goodness me. Went from about 28% to 80 in a split second.
Very balanced, of course. Why did you run your own ward?
It was blocking the camp, I think.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In the
Oh,
river.
the jumping in. I didn't see that. The jumping in. Silence. BKB Stone has to completely disengage out of there. Stampede gets popped. They were even trying to get Q. And look at action. Is coming for the satisfaction. The relocate. Okay, you must really hate this Rubik as Google throws everything in the kitchen sink to get it. And now no more BKB for the Void Spirit. Gets pursued, but the telekinesis. Can we save our own Void Spirit? He goes the opposite way. They're in the fountain, essentially. What is happening, Black? They went too deep and they're getting punished.
Why are they all here? They just relocated into the enemy's base and didn't have the tier 3s down. It's a huge blunder.
Your kind will help you choose a better path.
Man, that was a bit too much, and I understand why they wanted the Void Spirit, because they knew the BKB was used, and still overstepping beyond the tier 4 towers. And look at Conan popping his ultimate, just dealing as much damage as possible in stone, still surviving despite all of that.
No buyback on the Night Stalker, who's probably the biggest piece, and no, oh, they actually have a glyph again. Okay, wait out the glyph, and then it's go time. Although stone's not there. No, you can't kill X. X is very strong. Or Timbersaw also just gets a free 20% magic resistance talent. It's ridiculous.
X is gonna try his best to buy his time. Google jumps in and again focus, try to be on the Void Spirit, but this Timbersaw is not surviving anymore. Bloodstone or not, he falls. 35 seconds in cooldown. Google, what are you doing? You can't be taking on the entire world by yourself. Nullifier comes in, Zanetti tossed in beyond the tier 4s. A buyback from the Timbersaw, but there is no more Marcy and Io. Night Stalker, 15 seconds until he's back to life. I think this might have been it, Black.
Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Very, very likely. Looks like the throne should be going down in just a second. Tiny just does way too much damage. Night Stalker goes out, maybe.
He's going for it. There's no more fortifies though. They're trying to throw the Abyssal to the left. They're focusing the Witch Doctor, but he's so beefy, so much heal, and the damage coming in. And Night Stalker's dead. Conan turns around with the death ward into the Timbersaw. 1 versus 4 buyback from the hero to try to help. They're dealing damage. They're breaking them down. They get the kill, and the Tiny has fallen, but he has the Aegis. 3 seconds until he respawns. He just needs to focus the Ancient. Can he do it? Conan doesn't care. Wants to slay this Timbersaw, who is completely out and gone. Die back for him. The hero will follow suit. The Warhorse into the Ancient Fountain. The enemy fountain will be the end for Libya, and the Iesf North African qualifiers are Tunisia claim the 2nd spot, which doesn't take them anywhere, but silver medal is a silver medal.
Silver medal, silver medal. Pride has been restored, or if it hasn't been lost, it has been kept. You know, it's a very important thing for man. We need our pride. We need our honor. Well played to them. It didn't look very good for quite a while, but they managed to keep their composure, managed to keep their cool. Well done.
Congratulations to Tunisia for having a great performance and fighting tooth and nail in that second game, but also for Libya, who put on a great display of Dota 2 for us, Black, today. It was a pleasure to see the North African region actually put on some entertaining games, I would say, and despite all of them still being a few considerable steps behind Egypt, Egypt is going to represent them and do their best at the World Esports Championships at Riyadh later this year.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, everyone that didn't make it to the through the qualifier will still cheer for South Africa, because again, you know, them doing well, it's not going to bring more. It's not just going to bring more exposure towards the region itself, but it could also mean that they find a chance in a better team that then can, which they can bring back home afterwards. Then, which will make the region as a whole better, and it's basically just a snowball effect from there, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's sad, because I feel like at this point in time, these teams would probably also benefit from playing on LAN, right? If you get one team that plays on LAN time and time again, which is what both the Egyptian squad and the South African squad have done, their level will increase, and the others will grow up, but not as fast, because you know best, Black, how much progress you can do when you're playing in a LAN environment to online, right? You grow when you're scrimming online, but when you're actually playing tournaments in person versus other teams in front of an audience, those are incremental steps in someone's career that you otherwise can't really emulate in an online environment.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, LAN environment, so many great players that were amazing online completely, you know, disappeared on LAN, just because it's such a different environment. There's so much more pressure, so much more stress. The audience can be very overwhelming, and that's really where you can see whether you can be a champion or not.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a saying, right? Champions are born, and I very much believe that. I don't think people can actually be molded into one. You know, if you go to a LAN and you absolutely can't handle the atmosphere, that probably means you're not cut out for it. But vice versa, there's some people that feed off the energy of the crowd, you know.
Of course.
And they become way better than they were online. And these people, those are the real champions.
Pressure makes diamonds, right? That's what they say. So if you play with an audience, that's where the pressure is highest, and when you turn from just a measly rock to an actual diamond. But for everybody at home, stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because in just a few moments we are going to be joined for the winner's interview of the series, and it's going to be none other than Zanetti from Team Tunisia. It's going to be very exciting, so yeah, stay tuned, don't go anywhere. He's coming in just a few moments as we take a quick look at the replays. And man, I really thought we'd go into a game 3, but in the end Dota Plus was right, Black, apparently.
Yeah, Gaben knows. We don't know anything. I also love the car dive into the fountain.
Yeah, that was fun.
Look at the tiny attack range. He didn't even have a tree. I wish he had a tree.
I think we got robbed from getting Ags on Tiny as well, and then tree volley into Workhorse.
There's lots of really fun combinations with the Workhorse. GM ult sounds like fun too.
Yeah, that's good. That is really fun, actually. I mean, look at this dive, bro. I don't even know what they doing.
This dive literally turned the game around. Like, I don't know why they do that against an Aegis team as well. That was absolutely game losing. Like, they were in the tier 4s, just in front of the tower, in the position they were in. Yeah.
I've got a potential explanation for that, right? This has been a long week of qualifiers, and if you are a casual team, which is a lot of what these teams actually are, even from South Africa, we talked about, and they said the same thing. It can be tiring. And you might be a great Dota player, you might be a decent Dota team, but after you play so many games back to back in so many days, fatigue comes into play, and then you just become too hot on your heels. You feel that the momentum is in your favor and you want to take advantage of it. And sometimes it doesn't pay off, like in that absurd dive behind the tier 4s towards the fountain of the opponents. So maybe that's exactly what happened for the Libyan squad. But nonetheless, it was very, very cool to watch. And if they did pull it off, like if that dive worked out and they managed to get the game over the finish line at that point, Black, we would have said, such geniuses, unbelievable. How did they have the confidence and the cerebral power to execute that?
Probably yes. However, you still gotta always do the chances, right? Like, what's the likelihood
The
of
probability.
this working versus not working? Exactly. And most of the time, you dive there, even if you kill the Void Spirit, if he has buyback and buys back, you're completely screwed. You're so out of position. It's always going to be a rough call to make. And, I mean, the good thing is that they all went with it. Whoever made the call means, you're probably going to flame him afterwards. But what's really important for a team is that you actually have unity in a call. If half the team does it, and the other half doesn't, it's 0% chance of success.
Oh,
but yeah,
I'm getting news that we are actually only seconds away, Black, from getting Zanetti in the call with us. So I think everybody at home is more than excited to stop hearing us talking and hear one of our winners of today's matchups. I think it's going to happen in just a few seconds as he's trying to get set up with his camera. But do you have a question cooked up for him, Black?
I probably want to ask him particularly about their level of dedication towards the game, whether they're also working jobs or whether they're trying to be a full-time team.
Oh, and there he is.
There he is. Yeah.
Hi,
Hello,
Zanetti. Thank you for joining
Hi, boss.
us.
Thank you for inviting me in, and thank you for your hard working through the tournament too. And here we are.
Oh, wow. Thank you for praising us. We're supposed to praise you. You're the ones that won. We're just here talking about some Dota. You did the hard work.
Yeah. I needed to tell you that because it's essential. Everyone who does his job needs to be cheered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
This is very kind of you, Zanetti, and congratulations for your victory today. Unfortunately, it's only going to be a second place for you and your team, but only losing an only series to the favorites of Egypt. So other than that, you had a really solid performance with the other three teams. How does it feel to get silver in this qualifier?
Well, to be honest, Wax, thank you for everything. But to be honest, we tried to be first in this tournament, and we know that Egypt is strong. We know their lineup, their players well. We tried. We had a lot of practice through scrims with a lot of people, with a lot of teams. But we tried so hard to be first. But honestly, they are beyond us, as you know, because they are playing for a long time, longer than us, because we are the new team right now, and they have more experience than us. So we tried our best, and when we failed versus them, we didn't give up, and we tried so hard to get the second place. Also, as you know, as I said, we practiced it so hard through the last month. And we tried a lot of lineups, a lot of picks. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to our drafter, Stone. He's the best drafter, actually, and the best mid player in Tunisia, actually. And so we tried our best. We took care of everything, of every detail. We searched about the other teams, their pickups, lineups, and we practiced a lot of picks like Centaur, like Night Stalker, as you saw, also Spirit Breaker. We did a lot of practice through those heroes too, so we could win with them, actually.
Okay, cool. But that leads me to actually the next question as well, because how dedicated are you guys to the game, or rather, how much time can you put into the game? Because a lot of teams, we interviewed Morocco as well, they said they have full-time jobs, so they can only play like 2 or 3 games a day. What's the situation for you guys?
Well, for us, it's we have 2 people on full-time jobs, and 3 others are not. So basically, like the other teams, like daily we play 3-4 games on maximum, and for the weekends we play more, like 5 to 6 games sometimes. Sometimes only the weekends, because it depends with the if the others are free or not for the full-time jobs. And well, actually, for now, we have more intentions to participating more tournaments, because it's summer and we have more free time. So as I said, we are a new team, but we found like we have a good communication. We formed a good communication, a good understanding for each other. So why not? Let's try to reach more goals, more places, more tournaments, and why not more qualifications for first place?
Yeah, I really like the way
Absolutely.
actually you even just like evolved throughout the tournament. You know, on day 1, it looked a little bit rough, but as the tournament went on and on, you guys got better and better and better. Your drafts got better and better and better. So yeah, you said you're a young team, only been around for 1 month. I can see a bright future for you guys.
Thank you so much, Black. Yeah, we're a young team, and we have a good. Like I said, we had a good communication. Even if we lose, we communicate for the next games. We motivate each other. Come on, guys, it's not a problem. Let's do better. We can do better. Let's fix our mistakes. We have a good communication, and like it's like 4 of us, 5 of us, like we are the coaches of ourselves. We always motivate each other. That's our key to success, to reach second place on this tournament. Even we started a very bad start. We had some problems with communication, but as I said, we fixed it and we tried our best to get to the second level, and as we did.
That is a very inspiring message, Zanetti. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Waxon.
I gotta ask you one more question, actually.
Yes.
You mentioned you want to get involved in more tournaments. Is that going to be online across the pond in Europe, or are you going to go for more African tournaments and obviously qualifiers over there? And I wanted to ask, what do you think about the current development of esports in your continent?
Well, surely we will start by regional qualifiers like this, by African, so we can present Africa, south or west. It doesn't matter, because it's always all Africa. And after that, automatically we will go to like this one, to Riyadh. Now it's gonna be global, as you know.
Yeah.
And the last years, the Dota community in Tunisia has produced more players. And as we discovered them in our team, they are new players, they are solo players, but we searched for them and we found that they have good ranks. We have 3 immortals in our ranks, so we have the minimum capability to play together and to play in good tournaments, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, we will start playing online tournaments for the moment, because we have a lack for LAN tournaments in our country.
Yeah.
But we can start with online, and if there are another tournament like LAN or in Africa, or we can go and play anytime.
Fabulous. And final question before I will allow you to say your words and go. Would it be, how did it feel in this qualifier to represent your country? Tell me a bit about your national pride of playing for Tunisia as part of this qualifier.
Well, it's a huge. I'm very proud, bro, to represent my country, because the moment they invited me, they said you're gonna play as a team. Like I don't know. It's like I will describe the feeling, Wax. It's like a soldier, you know, a soldier going to war for your country.
Wow.
It's like that. I really felt like that, and my heart started shaking. I'm playing for the national team, and because it's the love to our country. When you see the flag, even in game, it motivates you. It gives you more power, more energy to play well, to represent your team, because it's your blood, you know. It's defending your country across everything. It was sensational. It was motivating. It was very inspiring. Yeah, very
I
inspiring.
mean, that's the way you make me feel right now through your words. I feel very inspired indeed. Thank you very much, Zanetti. And this is your moment to look in the camera and say any words to all of your supporters, friends, family, or anybody else that you'd like to inspire through your message. This is your chance.
Yeah, thank you, Wax. I want to thank the Tunisian Federation for making the team and making the procedures through participating in USF tournament. And I want to thank my teammates also. They were so patient through the games. We had a lot of anger, but we were so patient. We became friends. It made us like closer. Even in real life, we became friends. We take coffees together. So I want to shout out to them. I want to shout out to the organization also. And I want to give you a shout out too for making this work. You and Black, you did a very good job here. And I want to thank also my friends. They know me playing for so long. I'm telling them, here I am now. I'm sending you more hellos, and hopefully you will see me in more tournaments, in more places, and achieving more goals and championship. I will send you more love and more kiss for all my friends.
Thank you very much, Zanetti. Once again, congratulations for a great week and a great second place in the North African qualifier. It was a pleasure to see you, and your words, I'm sure, will resound very, very loud to a lot of young players in not just your country, but across the entire region. So hopefully we will get to see you achieve more of your dreams, as this is going to be the end of the North African qualifiers for Dota 2. And again, hopefully we have the chance of meeting in person or crossing paths again in the future.
Hopefully see you next tournament, and hopefully see you in real life in next tournament also. Thank you to Black, and I want to thank everyone. Thank you for this tournament, for organization, the Iesf, and see you next tournament. I hope for first place, but we will try our best.
And good luck with all of your future attempts.
Thank
you. Black, what a time to see our silver medalist for the Dota 2 North African qualifiers. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I feel like now at the end of this qualifier, I'm starting to well up, and it might just be a bit because of his kind words. And it really, I think this actually might have been my favorite interview all week long.
I completely agree. Like, he wasn't just kind to us, he was kind to the people around him, his teammates, everybody that put in the work behind the scenes as well. And yeah, definitely a very humble guy. Absolutely love him. I mean, he's just so positive about everything, I think it's something a lot of people could learn from him. Because yeah, like that kind of positivity, that kind of happiness is really what we as people sometimes really lack.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we approach the end of the Dota 2 qualifiers after what have been a very important 4 days in the African Dota 2 esports scene. It's come to an end, and we have crowned 2 champions, 2 titans, 2 nations that have qualified to the World Esports Championships. It will be Egypt and, of course, none other than South Africa from the South African region. But this doesn't mean that the Iesf action finishes today. Dota 2 will be put on a break for a couple of weeks, but tomorrow we will be back. And by we, I don't mean me and Black, but I mean Iesf will be back with more esport action. And it's going to be MLBB, as we can see 5 series expecting you all to tune in and cheer for Tunisia, Senegal, Namibia, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Madagascar, and Egypt. Of course, Namibia and Djibouti, the teams that will be playing 2 matches tomorrow. So a bit of a pressure for them to shine on stream twice. As from me and Black, this is going to be it for now. Black, do you have any final words you'd like to say to the stream?
Well, thanks for having us, of course, as always. Really appreciate the opportunity to be on the screen. We had some surprising results, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to see it. The first place was quite predictable. They were just way too good, So I really hope there's no hard feelings involved, because South Africa and Egypt, they were just completely untouchable. But I also think it's a great motivation for the teams that lost to them, because now they kind of know what level they need to reach in order to have a chance at qualifying. And again, I hope that every country that ended up not making it will really cheer for the representatives of the region, because again, that will inspire growth, that will just bring more eyes to the region itself, and it's very important for future prospects, obviously. So yeah, again, thank you all. Thank you, Waxen. Had a great time with you as always. It was awesome.
Thank you, Black. Congratulations for a great past 4 days that you have done. It's always all my love for you and my pleasure to share the screen with you. I was waxing. It was amazing to be here. Shout out to everybody behind the scenes, not just at Iesf, not just at the production team, but every single federation uniting for esports, working to make esports the global phenomenon that it is, and it deserves to be even bigger and even better. That is going to be it for today, and we will see you more in the future as the Iesf 2024 season is just getting started.